but they have missile systems and precision-guided ammunition and small arms fire capacity, which outpaces and outstrips everything the German Wehrmacht had at hand against their Soviet opposition. Whereas the current incarnation of the Duchy of Muscovy Horde may have some defensive weapons, but none of them lend themselves to the specific situation of warfare on Crimea. The only thing they can do is shoot cruise missiles across from Krasnodar. Fair enough.
Axel, is there any way for the Russians to defend themselves against a Ukrainian attack? Like those subs don't mean anything, right? Those subs,
well, the subs can shoot caliber missiles. That's absolutely true.
Yes.
They can. They can have wreak havoc on certain locations, but the subs themselves,
when they don't have anywhere to go home to, it doesn't matter.
That's my point. Yeah, well, they can go home to Novorossiysk. The issue with the subs is that they are a potential attack weapon. They can be used for defensive purposes, but they are just those subs, and they do declare themselves in the moment when they shoot. So Crimea is only difficult from a naval perspective, but taking Simferopol, threatening Sevastopol, is not as difficult as people make it out to be.
Right. Axel, I think you may have just come in, so I want to make sure you understood the point I was making. The point I was making was not that Crimea was going to be impossible to take. My point was simply the discussion we were having before was simply, why doesn't Putin just tell his army, okay, never mind, let's just pull everybody out? And so I'm just explaining why I think that Putin will make Ukraine have to take everything militarily. I don't think there will be a peace before Ukraine takes everything. And so the point I was making about Crimea was that I think it will be the last piece to be taken. And I think that there is no possible way that Putin politically could give it away and give Crimea away in any kind of a peace treaty without a fight. And so I think that Ukraine will need to actually go into Crimea and actually take the land, which I think they can do. But I'm just saying, I don't think anybody of us should have any illusions that, the war is going to be over soon because the Russians are going to realize that they're going to lose. I think that the Ukraine is going to have to actually take every inch of their territory by the end.
I don't think Crimea is his to give. I think Crimea is Ukraine's to take, and there's a difference in that sense.
Right. But from the point of view of the Russians, it'll be given. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying that will not be something that will be, the evacuation of Crimea of all military personnel. I don't think that will be part of some kind of a peace treaty. I think that
is true. There won't be a peace treaty.
Actually, take it.
Yeah, there won't be a peace treaty in that regard. Sevastopol will have to be taken, and it will be taken, and it will be the downfall of this regime.
I agree, and I think when that happens, I think Putin will be dragged out of the Kremlin somehow. The last piece I wanted to say, because we're talking about the all the folks who were kidnapped basically and forced to go into Russia. I think what we need to make sure it happens, and I encourage all of our politicians to hold to this. Once Ukraine has removed all of the Russians from their territory, there's two pieces of leverage. The one is the sanctions. I think that we have to make sure that Europe and America too, of course, holds to until the Ukrainians are returned. We will not release any sanctions at all. No purchases of gas, no purchase of oil. Sanctions remain until the people come back. And then secondly, just want to point out when people are talking about reparations, we do have that $300 billion in currency reserves that the West has frozen. Now I know there's a lot of legal and a little bit of worries and hemming and hawing about the precedent that this might set, but it's certainly a leverage that we can say, hey, well, you got $300 billion. There you go, Ukraine. That's how you're going to, that's how you can rebuild your country.
Yeah, and that's a good point, which we discussed in April here on the space in regard to the fact that it actually is no precedent, because there is the precedent from the Afghan war, and the legal procedure therein just needs to be followed through. It will have to be amended for the case that a Ukrainian claim will have to be filed first and foremost, but the Ukrainian claim does exist. Ukraine has been waiting for the United States of America, its White House and administration, to come to a conclusion as to the discussion about the state sponsor of terrorism. There's now an opinion by the DOJ as to why this should not be taken, whereas differing voices, by the way, in the Treasury, and there are significantly different voices in the DOD, but it is this administration which has decided that for itself because it believes that it could be legalistically on the hook. I'm not going to go and discuss the quality of legal advice currently rendered out of this DOJ, but I can definitely assure you of one thing: this debate is not over. And there are many ways the Treasury is currently in the process of assisting the White House understanding what kind of leverage it could be getting from it, and from the designation as a state sponsor of terrorism on the one hand, as well as what kind of seize, freeze, and honor third-party claims capability they have. There's a lot more coming. It's not as simplistic as it has been made out to be by Mr. Garland.
Yep, sounds good.
Have a bit of faith. Have a bit of faith. Yep. We all don't have to be calm. It's just, and I value your points. It's very well made. I agree with it largely, but of course, that I think that also Putin may not even be the commander-in-chief or the president of the country when the battle for Crimea is won. He may not be able to survive politically, or, well, maybe even quite technically.
Sure.
The losses of the northern, the southwestern, and the southeastern army only be left as a leader of his nation, which he claims to be, which he isn't. He's just a thug. But he may not even be the one who has to be the president of leading the fight for the defense of their wonderful milestone Crimea. Don't forget, as General Ben Hodges said just a few hours ago here in his segment with us, he expects the Ukrainians to prosecute this war meticulously and methodically. He would be happy as a general if they were to even just achieve the situation of February 23 by the end of the year, and then prosecute the remainder of the campaign with more weapons and more capacity next year, meaning in the spring. However, he also said that one can still be surprised by the efforts and the quality of what the Ukrainian armed forces and their general staff bring to bear. So let's remain calm. I think General Zaluzhny and his people have shown themselves to be exceptionally good at what they do. All right. Tim, good morning. Dolman, good morning. It seems the whole European shift is here.
Morning, everybody.
So, and we will remain calm equally in regard to what is currently underway in and around Kherson City, as we understand that there's far less fighting going on from the Russian side. Tim, what do you do if you run out of small arms ammunition?
Banzai charge, or surrender, or run away. There's not a lot you can do, really.
Yeah, this fixed bayonets is not a Russian thing, is it? So it's either swim or surrender, right?
Correct, yes. And we know they don't have enough inflatable alligators, so it's going to have to be surrender.
Sorry, I'm trying to command a young aspiring poodle. I apologize. Let me think this through. Tina, how difficult might it be if diverging interests of battlefield commanders, group command, and those staff officers who already set sail 1.5 weeks ago to the safe eastern bank of the Dnipro, and them all being more or less out of comms, how difficult might it be to herd those cats to a surrender? How long should we expect this to go on? That it's not a matter of minutes. It's not Call of Duty, is it?
It's not a matter of minutes, but there's been much talk on the chat of surrender negotiations. Now, what I'm trying to work out is what exactly there is to negotiate at this point, and I can't seem to come to a firm view on that. Obviously both well, the Ukrainian side is going to want to take a maximalist position, but I don't understand how much leverage the Russian side is going to have in this, and the extent to which it will be a negotiation or simply Ukraine dictating terms. Accept this, or we will keep fighting, and you will lose and die. I'm just not sure what there is to negotiate. I would appreciate your views on that, Axel.
Yeah, it seems to be that there are significant differences between the FSB and GRU groups who've been torturing civilians in the city in a variety of locations in recent weeks. And if I understand it correctly, the Ukrainians do want to have minefield access cleared in certain areas, and they would like the Russians to give them the minefield maps to limit the amount of damage incurred. And they would like to have those who have tortured to be ring-fenced and, if need be, handed over. I think those are typical positions in such a diversely set up occupation scenario. And that is probably a little bit difficult. At the same time, they want to ensure that very little of the equipment gets fragged. Now, that, of course, is something where the Russians have been good at because they left a lot of equipment already. But this is an urban or suburban environment where the equipment is all standing together. And some of the not so willing surrenderees are probably still in the position that they could frag them. I think those would be the points I would expect.
Sure, and this is quite important, right? Because the strength of the Ukrainian position is really quite substantial here. Because they can, time is on their side. The longer the Russians delay this, the more extensive their casualties will be, the more humiliating it will be. It's time's very much on the Ukrainian side, so I think they can very much afford to extract these kind of concessions, right? I see we've got some hands up. I can't remember what the order is, but let's go to Ben first, Fluffy, Legit, login name, and then Aaron, please. Ben, very good morning to you.
And a good morning to you, sir. I had just 2 points to cover as quickly as possible. The first one regards the very unfortunate assault in southern France yesterday of a mother and daughter, Ukrainian refugees. They're recovering apparently, but perpetrators have not been caught, and the police is actively looking for them. Hopefully this will end well. And the other thing I had to say was to you, Tim. I've lost a bet, and I'm nothing if not a right and honorable man, so I will make good on that bet. Are you listening? Because I'm only going to say it once.
I'm listening.
Que Dieu sauve le roi. Que Dieu sauve le roi. Que Dieu sauve le roi.
Thank you very much.
Very nice.
Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it.
3 statements for King Charles III.
So, which bet did you have to lose to be forced to say that?
No. That one. No, just I was betting with Ghost that we wouldn't go above 2,500 listeners, and it turned out to be 2,501 yesterday when General Ben was here. So it was a win-win for everyone.
Smashing. Well, I guess that's a very nice bet to lose. It's like betting against your country in the football, right? There's upside either way.
Exactly.
I hope they made them flat so the ball doesn't roll. Okay, anyway. Are we going on to Fluffy, Tim?
I think so, unless you have anything else, Ben.
No, I'm good. Have a great day, guys.
Thank you very much. Fluffy, welcome up.
Merci.
Hi there. So I actually have a question about the Russian army has been so utterly humiliated and decimated and is continuing to be so that their military grasp on other places in the world, I'm just wondering, like in Georgia and what's starting to happen in Armenia and like that, if you can expect to see more uprisings and like that around the world from places that Russia has their military grips into.
That's an interesting question. I mean, I would say military grasp is a very strong word for what Russia does. I mean, you look at their so-called interventions around the world, Syria, the Congo, Georgia. I'm less abreast of, but hear me out here. What they do seem to be able to do is send in their revolting little mercenary groups and kill a lot of people. And they're really trading off the back of the mythology of their power, right? Not the reality of their power. So the mythology of their power is being, as you say, comprehensively shattered in their invasion of Ukraine. You know, this idea that they've been dining out on since the end of World War II, that the Russian armed forces, Soviet armed forces, whatever they are this week, are invincible, and they have this legendary battlefield prowess and overwhelming amounts of power they can bring to bear and concentrate. I mean, that is turning out to be plain bollocks, and the whole world can see it. So, yeah, I mean, to the extent that Russia ever has a grip on power militarily anywhere it is, rather than simply doing revolting, fairly low-level terror tactics, yeah, I would say that would certainly evaporate. But I'd be very interested to hear Doman's views on the Georgian situation, because that sounds like the kind of thing he would know about.
Well, I think that Russia is going to be in rather a bit of trouble once they lose in Ukraine, because there's a large number of Georgians currently fighting in Ukraine for Ukraine. They have a lot of friends that they've made along the way from all over the world, are rather well equipped. You know, not and even if you forget the actual physical equipment, they're well trained in that sort of well equipped. So I would suggest that Russia might want to take their leave. There already seems to be a serious crack in the CSTO, the Russian constructed answer to NATO, because Armenia is currently under attack on territory of Armenia, it seems, by Azerbaijan, and Russia hasn't done anything to Azerbaijan to remedy that as yet. So let's see how that goes first. If that goes out in a whimper, I think there's a good chance that the Georgian political climate might change as well.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, it's just something that's been on my mind. I have a friend that I met online who's in Georgia and that sort of thing, and it's just sort of with the whole Georgian Legion thing being there, I kind of had a feeling that after this all resolves, Ukraine's going to kind of help out Georgia and kick Russia out if Russia doesn't just say fuck it and leave on their own accord.
And I think something else that's important is we have to re-examine what the term grip on power actually means from a practical perspective. I mean, the kind of military bullying and horrific human rights violations that Russia does. I mean, that's not the reality of power in the 21st century. It's not even the reality of power in the late 20th century. It's essentially seen as a sign of weakness, right? Real power comes from consent. And if you want to see real power in operation, you need to look at the great alliances of the world. You need to look at NATO. You need to look at Five Eyes. You need to look at the European Union to an extent. It comes from consent of the governed, and it comes from ideologically and politically and geostrategically like-minded people forming alliances with countries forming alliances with each other. That's real grip on power. What Russia does is bullying, and it's low-level human rights, grim violation stuff. I mean, it's not power in any meaningful sense of the word, not in the 20th century, I don't believe. Does that answer your question, Fluffy?
Yeah, for the most part. But so in places where they are doing this horrific stuff and like that, do you think that it's possible that they will sort of ease up and have to sort of pull back in some of those places at all, or do you think they're still going to continue with what they're doing in general in other places around the world like they have done?
I wouldn't really like to speculate on that, but I am looking forward to the Georgian Legion of the Congo.
That would be pretty epic.
It would indeed. We had a chap from Ghana on last night, who was very, very erudite in speaking about the way the African leaders, if we can digress into Africa just slightly, the way African leaders kind of take Putin as a model, they kind of weaponize this hopelessly outdated post-colonial ideology that they have, and they use it to firm up their own grip over their country, and so it allows them to say, hey, look, we may be utterly horrible, but at least we're not imperialists. And of course, the outcome is far, far worse than imperialism ever was. But kind of his point was that the Russian invasion is causing African people to take a second look at what at the crap their leaders get away with in the name of these questionable ideologies, simply because Russia placed themselves on the side of that ideology, and they did as the Soviet Union as well. I mean, they invented that ideology as the Soviet Union. So this fella's point, I think his name is Ola. Yeah, Ola. His point was kind of this could be a beneficial moment for Africa, in that it's making African people wake up to the reality of what is being done to them in the name of ideas that are hopelessly outdated. You think about Ghana. Ghana has been independent for what, 70 years, 80 years? When was Ghana independent? 1960, I think, 1958. And still these questionable Russian invented ideas about a dichotomy of power between imperialism and anti-imperialism persist. And Ghana is one of the more politically successful African countries. So yeah, he made some very, very interesting and erudite points about this, and I do hope he'll come up again and talk to us about it again. But thank you, Fluffy. Whack your hand up again if you want to ask a follow-up. In the meantime, let's go to Aaron.
Hi, thanks guys for hosting this this platform and everything that you're doing, and thank you for taking my question. I just kind of wanted to get a better sense for what you all think we should be focusing on next as the next area that Ukraine will be looking at. We were all looking at Kherson, and then it ended up that Ukraine went ahead and took the north, and then we're all looking at the north, and then now it looks like things are moving in Kherson. And I look at the breakdown of where the Russian army has split their forces, and there's maybe 15 to 25,000 in Kherson, and then at the Oxal, there just east of the river, it seems that I think what people are saying is around 10,000 soldiers that are on the verge of being trapped. And then at I think it's called Bakhmul, there's another 10, 20,000. Sorry, yes, there's another 10 to 20,000 Russian troops there. And I believe somewhere around 50,000 have been taken out of the conflict. But Russia had committed something like 200, over 1,000 forces. So where is then the next stage of the conflict? And is it actually going to be a lot worse? Because we've been talking about smaller sets of forces, but now I think at south, where at Mariupol or Melitopol, I would guess that the rest of the forces are there. And so we're very happy with what we're seeing in the southeast and the west and the north. Whatever is happening there is very good. But are we still going to have major conflicts that are going to be happening at the Mariupol area, where the bulk of Russian forces may still remain, or is it still, or are those also very depleted as well? Thanks for taking my question.
Axel, would you care to comment on that?
I need a minute. I need to do something here quick.
So I can go into it a little bit. There's still lots of Russian troops all over occupied Ukraine, right? The question is which Russian troops are where, because they vary quite substantially in terms of training capabilities. I mean, they tend to have relatively good equipment, not all of them, but even a lot of the lesser well-trained ones, including the new 3rd Army Corps that's already been rather decimated around Izium, tend to have pretty good equipment. Thus far, Ukrainian government reports over 53,000 Russians liquidated. The number is almost certainly higher, in the range of 60,000. There's well over, probably at this point, well over 10,000 Russians taken prisoner, maybe 15,000. Many of whom have been taken prisoner over the last week or so, right, during the route around Izium and the Oskar Reservoir. But as you note, there's still lots. There are lots, especially in occupied Donetsk Oblast and occupied Luhansk Oblast. As you note, there are many around the town of Bakhmut, attempting to siege Bakhmut, even as Ukrainian forces are pushing to the north of that, especially on the left bank of the Seversky Donetsk towards Kremina, and then eventually Severodonetsk. And my understanding is they're already, not necessarily completely secured Kremina, but they're definitely in Kremina, and Kremina is certainly not fully under Russian control anymore, unlike how it was a week ago. So where are the biggest forces? There's a large grouping. Again, there are large groupings, right? There's a large grouping to the north of Mariupol. There's a large grouping at the end of what used to be that Ukrainian-controlled territory that was kind of sticking into Russian-controlled territory around Bakhmut, beyond Sloviansk and Kramatorsk, the east of Sloviansk and Kramatorsk. There is this large grouping on the right bank of the Dnieper, on the west bank of the Dnieper, and Kherson Oblast that is not doing very well right now for supply reasons. There's large groupings all over. How many are there in total? I don't know. Well in excess of 100,000. That one I'm pretty sure of. How many too many is that? Well, however many there are, that's how many too many there are in Ukraine. Do you have a more specific point? Maybe that might be helpful. But for any disposition of forces, you'll have to wait for Axel to have finished doing what he's doing.
I appreciate your response. I guess I think the movements in this phase of the war have just been so surprising to everyone. And I was just trying to get a sense of where we should be looking at next as the next major area of this conflict. Because I have been wondering while the news has been very good, but the sense of happiness I'm getting is that we're nearing the end of this conflict in some way, that Russia is defeated, but it just seems that there's still a lot more forces, and do we get a sense that Ukraine is getting ready for another push in another direction, or are they just
the push is happening, right? The push is happening to the east of where they've just liberated in Kharkiv Oblast. There is very much a push underway. Just because it's not plastered wall to wall on Western cable television doesn't mean it's not happening, right? Maybe that's a little bit of a problem here in the sense of a perception, right? Because even as Ukraine was liberating, thousands and thousands of square miles of Kharkiv Oblast, and I'm not exaggerating. They liberated something like 10,000 square kilometers over the course of the past 7 days. That is a huge area, right? You're looking at like a small U.S. state having been liberated in that period. But obviously, even during that time, a lot of media attention that was looking at Ukraine was, fear mongering about what might happen in some doomsday scenario, fringe case with the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, because that was easier for them to cover than movements on the ground where they didn't have a bunch of cameras around, and were kind of taken at a surprise, honestly. And this is something that we here did fairly well, I think, because we look at things a little bit differently, and we were a little bit more on top of things, a bit more on top of things than the vast majority of mainline media outlets, simply because we care about these things, and we have a bunch of military folk running around, sitting here often, who look at these things at a very baseline military, strategic, tactical, and operational level, not in that order, obviously. And that's why we had a little bit more of a focus on that. And they tell us that right now there's a big push going on to continue the counteroffensive that started at Balaklia, continued at Kupiansk and Izium, not just clearing out Kharkiv Oblast, but that Ukraine has already reached Sinkove, which is on the border between Kharkiv and Luhansk Oblasts. That it's clearing out areas around Liman, that it's taking over Kremina, that it's going to be pushing towards either Starobilsk or Severodonetsk, or possibly both, right? That's just looking at that. What are you? What more do you want than that? While keeping who knows how many Russian troops on the right bank of the Dnieper and Kherson in a check position, right? In a position where they can't really do much anymore, and where they're getting attrited, and where they're getting ever lower on supplies. And I think all of that together is pretty significant, I think.
I think it's important to stress the extent to which the Ukrainian offensive is succeeding, and the extent to which the Russian armed forces are very much on the back foot here. If we're looking at Kherson and Mykolaiv, the surrounding areas, there were slightly half-hearted Russian counterattacks on Lubomyrivka and Bezimina. They were repelled with heavy Russian casualties. Russia tried to message that the Antonovsky Bridge was back in action, and so Ukraine simply shelled it again to prove that it wasn't. Along the line in Zaporizhzhia, there's been some shelling from Russia all along the line. Interestingly, they also shelled Nestoyanka, which is a village somewhat north of Tokmak, which suggests that it's now in Ukrainian hands. So Ukraine has advanced along a line that isn't even particularly a main effort for the Ukrainian armed forces. There was Russian shelling yesterday, Russian strikes yesterday on the power infrastructure of Ukraine. That was greeted by basically a giant shrug from the Ukrainians. There's kind of an overwhelming sense that Russian forces have run out of steam, and they're kind of scrambling around in the dirt, trying to give the appearance that they're doing something, but everything they're doing is not being seen with any success.
Did you say Novoprokopivka?
I beg your pardon, when?
Novoprokopivka? Is that the village north of Tokmak?
Nestoyanka.
Oh, okay, right, fair enough.
Which was in Russian hands, but they shelled it yesterday, so it suggests that it's not in Russian hands anymore, unless this was a blocking move to prevent a retreat. I don't know.
No. Carry on, sorry.
So yeah, there's we had General Ben Hodges on yesterday, and I asked him flat out, is there any sign that Russia is capable of either regrouping or mounting any kind of organized counter-offensive or counter-offensive in Luhansk, and he flat out said, well, doesn't look like it. It seems to be a total rout. So yeah, I think we do need to stress the extent to which Russia is on the back foot. I mean, it seems to be a fairly comprehensive military collapse all along the line, with the possible exception of Zaporizhia, but that's not particularly Ukrainian main effort, to my understanding. Does that answer your question, Aaron?
Yeah, thank you for taking my question, and thanks again for everything you guys have done with this platform. Thanks so much.
To stress something else, to give you a facetious comment from one of our volunteer team. The next front is Moscow.
What, under the sea?
Oh no, that's Moskva. That was a ship. I assume our volunteer team member meant Moscow, the city. Of course, we're joking. Let's go to legit login name. Legit login name. Good morning to you, or evening, depending on where you are.
Morning. Well, it's morning for me. Thank you for rolling the dice on me. I'm your resident Florida man right now, Florida and the USA. I have a question that's kind of for the hosts and the co-hosts, and I'm a longtime listener, first-time caller. But I guess by week 2 of this, and I suppose this is the correct time to kind of ask this question, but by week 2 of this whole endeavor, you guys had to know that by hosting this, you're making yourselves legitimate targets of the SVR and the GRU. What did you guys do, and hopefully not in specific terms, but in, like, if you can do broad strokes, to protect yourselves OPSEC wise, and especially because this is something that's been amazing to me, is you guys get amazing sources, and I hope you're protecting those sources. I know you guys are, but like, to protect those sources that are giving you firsthand knowledge, and you don't want to make them targets by lackadaisical. You don't want to be lazy about your OPSEC. Again, I kind of want broad strokes here. If you can answer that. If you can't, I hope at the end of this thing that one of you guys could maybe do like a talk or a discussion on this whole endeavor, because this is straight up historical. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Especially like the things like NAFO and that coming into, disputing disinformation and like just shit posting disinformation onto the ashes of social media. It's amazing to me. But I'm just very curious what you guys have done to, like basic stuff, like, oh, we enabled 2-factor authentication. Oh, we realize that, we may be continuing targets. And this is something I'm in awe of you guys, like that host this stuff. It's been going on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 6+ months. And you guys continue to do it, and you offer up great information. And I know you guys make yourselves targets by doing it. And you're targets of people that have time and money and resources. Maybe not the GRU. The GRU's got bigger fish to fry right now, but the SVR, they've got a long memory. And, it just amazes me. And I hope you guys can speak to that or give me some color around that. Some things you guys have done broad stroke wise, not specifics. Don't give up tactics or not specifics, don't compromise yourselves, that kind of thing. But I hope one of you guys can speak to that. Thank you.
Sure. I mean, my take on this is, the volunteer team, their personal security is their own affair. I mean, some of us are anonymous, some of us are not. I don't feel the need to be anonymous because I'm not really involved in anything sensitive. I have a normal civilian job. I am ex-military, but that's not my world anymore. I volunteer on this channel, doing fairly basic OSINT type stuff, bringing news up to date, trying to inform and entertain. If the GRU want to come after me, I'm 150 miles away, here in Tallinn. It's not difficult to find out where I live. Crack on, boys. I live in a free country. I trust the security apparatus of my country. I trust my ability to handle my own personal security. Honestly, it's not something I've really thought about. In terms of cybersecurity, again, we have experts on the team who can give us pointers in that regard. But if someone decides to hijack my Twitter account, I mean, what are they going to do? Come onto the MriyaReport and say offensive things or whatever, and they're going to be very quickly found out and blocked and password changed. So honestly, it's not something I'm particularly worried about. I'm doing my thing. I'm speaking freely in a free country, in a free society. Honestly, I don't think the Kremlin cares about little old me very much. What do you reckon, Doman?
And I mean, I think we're targets number, 1,760,207 and down. So whatever. Also, when it comes to compromising, I mean, we have a bunch of people involved who teach things like operational security in their normal jobs, not just having to observe it, but instruct others on it, because they're serving officers in various militaries. My approach is leave anything that could potentially be sensitive to them, and then I just operate within the space of things that are entirely, completely public already. That makes sense.
Sure. Yeah. As Doman said, we're so low down on the target list here. Maybe the Kremlin would prefer to deal with the actual Ukrainian army before us, because they seem to be rather more of a threat to their ambitions, shall we say. Axel, sorry to interrupt you.
Well, and then there are people who have an Iris tea in their garden.
Axel's referring to himself, in case that wasn't clear.
And I mean, look, we have Roman, the Ukrainian tanker, on the fucking front lines calling in with his real name and picture. I mean, he's literally being fired at by those guys. So he does not give a flying what they think of him on Twitter, right? He's literally sitting there, having live fire with actual Russians on a daily basis. He does not give a flying. The Ratushny family, they are actively fighting, as well as many other Ukrainian soldiers or people fighting for Ukraine, like in the Foreign Legion, who come on, who don't work, anonymously. As anonymous as my account is, I'm sure they could figure out who the hell I am. I'm also here in Estonia, and I literally flip off their embassy every single day when I happen to walk by it. So, we just figure as co-hosts, we're not visiting Russia. And as Doman pointed out, we're number 1,700,000 on their list, except maybe the military guys, again, all the Ukrainian soldiers who come on, and they're more than happy to shoot at the Russians. So I think they've made real clear where their stance is, and they're not worried about it either.
That having all been said, thank you very much, legit log name. We seem to be joined by Victoria Vitsitska, whose account says that she used to be a member of the Ukrainian parliament, and I'm very excited to talk to Victoria. Hi, Victoria.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for giving me a chance to talk. I hope you can hear me well.
Loud and clear.
Excellent. So I have two questions. One directed specifically to the situation at Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station. Mr. Peskov just recently made a statement that Russian troops are going to stay there. So it seems like there is no way so far to convince Kremlin to leave this nuclear power station. So I wanted to ask the honorable experts, what's their take on that situation? What, from their perspective, is the best strategy to address the risks and the situation itself at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station, which obviously should be demilitarized, and Russian troops should not be there, full stop. So that's the first question. The second one is about the security guarantees. We Ukrainians, of course, were striving for becoming member of NATO, but it's a long path. I was one of the members of Ukrainian parliament who actually voted for the amendment to our constitution to pave the way to European Union and NATO. But obviously, it's not going to happen anytime soon, and still we do need security guarantees from our partners, given the nature of our northern neighbor. So from your perspective, what's the best way to address it? What's the best strategy to get security guarantees from the United States, from NATO members? Should it be like bilateral agreements? For example, should we take an Israel-US agreement, security agreement, as an example, or what's your view on that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victoria. I just have to say we're very happy to have you here with us.
It's an honor to be here. It's really an honor to be here. Thank you.
Well, and it's our privilege to have you, who's actually been in touch on the diplomatic front with people with us. Let me address the security guarantee issue. That's a balancing act. It's more for diplomatic times. I often say this here. Unfortunately, you're in our world now. This is wartime economy and it's wartime diplomacy. And the transition from war into peace is a different one than one where peace is hanging on a thread. And you hope that a security guarantee by a much stronger partner will keep that thread from breaking and ripping. I doubt that security guarantees will be the issue to worry about in future. They may be a good procedural item to discuss at some point in time after Ukraine will have reconstituted its sovereignty over the currently occupied territories, I mean all of them. And I think it has been made pretty clear by President Zelensky that this is the stated aim of Ukraine. It is also, at the current time, a prerequisite for joining NATO. As indicated by both McRyan and General Ben Hodges, yesterday more implied and inferred than directly stated, but previously stated also here in the space, we all tend to expect, from a strategic level, Ukraine to join NATO as soon as that formal criteria has been met. Meaning, as soon as that is the case, Ukraine will reiterate that it shall wish to become a NATO member. And by that time, with Russia defeated in the battlefield and the borders, at least at that point in time, reconstituted, and even prior, and this is the period where I think you're alluding to, even prior to the return of the deported souls, alive or dead, even prior to that, Ukraine will have a case for NATO membership. And I doubt that there will be any nation standing in the path of that at that point in time. Certainly those who are stronger voices within NATO, and I have to highlight this yet again, the United States, Canada, and friends from Great Britain are, in that regard, one homogeneous block of interest and staunch defense, joined by the Baltics, joined by now Finland and Sweden. I doubt that you'll see any hemming and hawing in that regard. I doubt that Mr. Orban can't be bribed, and I doubt that Mr. Erdogan at that point in time will wield the same level of power as he believes he currently still has. That being said, even if that process, as always, and we can see it currently during wartime, but for different reasons, with Finland and Sweden's accession, which is dang sure, and which is why President Niinistö, as you will fairly know, traveled many times to see his counterpart in the White House. Security guarantees are very transitory. They're not reliable in case of war, unless they mean the direct cover of the NATO nuclear shield per se, as a bilateral commitment by the United States of America and Great Britain. Is it the most important step? No. I think the most important step can only be to push Russia out and defeat it resoundingly in the battlefield. And that leads on to the question about Zaporizhzhia power plant. We had on this space now various times a host of experts, including, by the way, your countrywoman, Olga Kushana, who came on twice. We had Mark Nelson here and Benjamin Schmidt. Then we had Mark Nelson's Dean of the Cambridge Nuclear, the Department for Nuclear Engineering at Cambridge. We all have come to the same conclusion that the plant in itself, especially now with the second power line still being in place, and with the fact that it has redundancy systems and it has sufficient capacity to run, even if wound down, the plant itself is not a risk. You would have to actually utilize a heavy-duty nuclear weapon in order to get this plant to become that kind of a, say, disaster. Most of these items quoted, and Mr. Grossi was so kind as to lay it out very neatly and very clearly in a structured fashion in his press conference as to where he sees risks and how he sees them. He also stressed that there is no risk which goes beyond the level of that red, which he stated there. He also says that whilst things have to be monitored, this plant, in its structure and in its current setup, remains safe. Can you compromise the safety? Yes, you can, but you have to take actions which actually would lead to the destruction of a large part of Russian space because of the prevailing winds, even in such a very, very unlikely and completely bereft of any sense action. Now, having said this, how do you capture the plant? And I think this is the point you were driving at. There, both our colleague Yehuda, as well as experts such as John Spencer and Chuck Farrer, had opined on that this is not a special operations gig. This is not something where you would necessarily try to take the plant by force, but it's better to let the ZSU take territory, isolate the plant, and force the Russian troops on site to surrender. I think this is the only option in this regard. But please, Domin, if you have anything to add.
I'll note briefly on the security guarantees. I think that once Ukraine has regained its territorial integrity, they will be forthcoming relatively easily. But that is once Ukraine has regained its territorial integrity, and the path to that, as everybody knows, will not be easy. It will not be painless. It will be far from that. Once that has happened, I would presume that it should be relatively straightforward for Ukraine to go down a similar path as Finland and Sweden had more recently. It will apply to join. Oh, Victoria had left us. That's a shame. Victoria, if you had lost your audio, please do come back. Similar path to Finland and Sweden, in which they will apply for membership of NATO, but as soon as they do so, Victoria's coming back. Good. They will also be issued security guarantees by the US, by the UK, bilateral security guarantees, which are much easier to come about. Victoria, I presume that your audio had failed, but that you have now recovered it. Yeah. That does happen here sometimes, a technology issue.
Yes, there was an issue, but it's all right.
Yeah, so I'm just saying quickly in the security guarantees, once Ukraine had regained its territorial integrity, and the path to that is going to be long and arduous still, of course, far from painless. But once that has happened, that's a necessary prerequisite for security guarantees to be issued. But I would presume that Ukraine will be given security guarantees in a similar way to Finland and Sweden once they apply to join NATO. We're also given security guarantees very quickly, bilateral security guarantees, full security guarantees, proper, genuine, comprehensive security guarantees by the UK, the US, and a number of other countries. But of course, those two nuclear nations being, at the forefront and the most relevant in that regard. And then NATO accession could come after that, and it will happen. It's just a longer process, as you're well aware. It's a longer, drawn out process. It's a lot easier for bilateral things to be done quickly once they have to be, but also once they can be, once territorial integrity is pre-convened. As to the nuclear power plant, I mean, Axel really covered all of it. We've had people here who were ex-Navy SEALs, officers, former officers in the U.S. Army Rangers. In the case of Colonel John Spencer, who teaches urban warfare at West Point, and they basically said, look, the SEALs are maybe good for an infiltration and exfiltration, certainly not to secure a complex that big. Rangers are a little bit not good with sensitive things like a nuclear power plant. No, Colonel Spencer said I wouldn't go in if I were a Ranger.
Did you say they're not good with sensitive things?
Yeah, yes. I mean, I forget exactly how he phrased it, but he basically said we probably break things that we shouldn't be breaking, right?
Yes.
So this is what you were driving at, right? This is not really a special operation forces kind of thing, probably. This is why it was also so ridiculous and unbelievable when Russians claimed, if you remember the morning when the IAEA inspectors were to arrive to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and they were stopped at every point by Russians and prevented access and slowed down and stopped at checkpoints early on at Vasilivka and so on. And then that road was shelled, and they said, yes, we have also destroyed some assault watercraft of Ukrainian special forces who were trying to retake the I mean, what nonsense, right? Of course, they wouldn't have been trying to do something like that when it's such a limited chance of success kind of operation. I think Axel is right. The best way to go about this is to isolate the plant. The other one would be, but of course Russia will not agree to this, is to demilitarize the plant ahead of time, maybe station some security forces of a third country around it, but that is like a 1% and 1% kind of scenario. That, in other words, it's really definitely not happening. It is really a problematic situation. However, it is less problematic in a sense than is often made out to be, because the nuclear power plant is constructed so well and has been maintained so well. The real danger is, as we're all aware, to the people who work there, who live there, and the danger comes much more from the Russian invaders, Russian occupying troops. Direct violence, very conventional violence against the people there, the operators, nuclear power plant, people living nearby, than it is from the fact that it is a nuclear power plant. That is the much more present danger, certainly. We've just heard a few days ago of additional employees of the nuclear power plant having disappeared, some whose bodies have been recovered, some whose bodies have not been. That is the much more present danger, I would say.
Yeah, fear and terror, but that's what they do. Victoria, Victoria, sorry, very briefly, if I may ask, you are at the Center for the Ukrainian Victory.
Correct.
How can we help? Because we're all in favor.
That's a very good question. It's a platform that we use to do the advocacy work outside of Ukraine, in European capitals, in Washington, trying to get as much of help that Ukraine as it needs everywhere. Right now, we're targeting Germany. You know all the stories about unfortunate position of the current government and Mr. Scholz in particular. So if you can help us to spread the news that Ukraine actually wins when it uses the military equipment that our partners are providing, is and it is needed to win this war and to gain control over our sovereign territory and be able to deter and defend ourselves. To convey this message to German public and make maybe German public be more proactive and active in pushing its government to provide the necessary support to Ukraine, that would be really very much appreciated. This is one of the key challenges right now from what we see.
I think you've come to the right place.
That's excellent news.
We've been doing this here, not just covering Germany, of course, but we have a reasonably large following of people, in this case, English-speaking people from Germany, who tie in with our space on a very regular basis, specifically during the daytime, of course, and but also way into the evening. We've had many listeners from Germany. Actually, our listener blocks, apart from being very focused, obviously on North America to a large extent, do include a lot of people from Finland, the Baltics, Sweden, and you wouldn't believe Germany, of course. So there is a significant level of impact. However, German speakers and German political speakers are rare to declare. That is the interesting part. I mean, speakers as in speakers from the political arena, also people from industry have failed so far to come on board here more regularly, whilst we have many, many speakers from pretty much every other nation. Even the French have come on board here, which we found quite unique, but there you go. We are, of course, pushing reasonably hard and comprehensively for German government sources and industry leaders to actually be aware of this. We know that there is a significant amount of German journalists actually tying in here. Deutsche Welle, Conflict Zone, and Deutsche Welle, the news program, they listen to us on a regular basis. A friend of the space and co-speaker of ours is Jessica Berlin, who's currently traveling in Ukraine and who's regularly here on the space and also retweeting our program. So we do pursue that. The issue with the German government, of course, is something which is not easily solved. This is something, whilst we've tried to influence a lot of politicians to heed advice and heed the ideas supporting freedom, it is a hard slog. But the more people like you come on the space and the more we can share as to why it is worthwhile defending Europe at the border to Mordor, and how Ukraine is doing this at this point in time, still undersupplied with those heavy weapons. The German Bundestag voted for 486 to 100 votes. And still, German politicians, predominantly on the left, the SPD, the Greens, but also certain parts of the Free Democrats still, albeit that this is crumbling over the past week and a half, say and constantly excuse themselves that nobody has delivered heavy weapons yet. Okay, granted, meaning nobody has delivered main battle tanks, but that we cannot do things alone. And German battle tanks against Russia are historically a bad idea. Well, I got news for you, my dear German friends. And Victoria, as you may know, I am a German, albeit that I live in Estonia. I got news for you, my German friends. The main battle tanks built in a free German society, which was freed by the Allies, meaning the Western Allies, from Nazis, and protected against the authoritarianism of the East. These battle tanks were built to defend freedom. They should not gain more dust. They should be employed for the defense of freedom. And who better to employ them than those who currently defend it, meaning Ukrainians.
I would add something else, if I may, on the issue of security guarantees, NATO membership. I think there's a tendency to look at this issue through the wrong end of the telescope. It always seems to be framed like, Ukraine would be cap in hand to NATO. That for Ukraine to join NATO would be an enormous privilege for Ukraine. No, I think it's the other way around. I think it's the other way around. It would be an enormous privilege to have Ukraine at the NATO table, simply because Ukraine has recent experience of successfully prosecuting a peer-on-peer conflict, and is doing so with a level of panache that is absolutely startling. Right? You think about the major players in the NATO alliance. The United States hasn't fought a peer-on-peer conflict since Korea. The UK hasn't. The UK fought a near-peer conflict in the Falklands 40 years ago. But in terms of the level of military experience the Ukrainian armed forces would bring, the level of military experience they have, it's an absolute shoo-in, right? NATO gains so much from having Ukraine as a member. It gains so much experience, so much competence, so much energy. I think it's we're fundamentally looking at this the wrong way. It's not it's not about NATO doing Ukraine a favor. No, it's about Ukraine doing NATO a favor, in my opinion. Does that make sense, Victoria?
It does indeed. The question is, what are we going to do with countries like Hungary? I hope Germany will not do the trick that they did back in 2008, unfortunately not supporting Ukraine back at that time. And what about Turkey? Well, I still have a big question mark whether Turkey is on our side or on Russian side in this war, and what is going to be when we reach the point when the NATO accession membership will be seriously discussed. I absolutely agree with you that the world should look, and NATO members should look at the situation from a completely different angle. We are protecting right now NATO. We are protecting right now European Union from a big invasion and Mordor, as was correctly mentioned. But still, how to tackle these and deal with those countries like, as I said, Hungary and Turkey, what's the best strategy? I think it's still an open question.
So I'll put it this way. I think that when it comes, once Ukraine regains its territorial integrity, everything stems from that, right? It will be very difficult for Hungary to stand in the way of Ukraine. Hungary also understands the pecking order within NATO and the power structure within NATO very well. It knows that it doesn't have capacity to do anything there.
I don't think Turkey
beyond that, Turkey right now, and this would be my read, and we have a Professor Uysal here who's from Turkey, and maybe he can shed some light on this, but my read on Turkey is the following. Turkey is on the side of Turkey in all of this. Turkey is pursuing its own interests, and Turkey right now is experiencing very high rates of inflation. 80% or so was the last number that I saw in the Financial Times a week or two ago. That takes priority over everything else. And Turkey right now seems to... Oh, Professor Uysal left us. Maybe I said something that offended him. Let's see. But I'll continue nevertheless. I don't think it was too offensive. It's just reading the numbers out of the Financial Times. And Turkey being in the situation they are, elections coming up next year, it's not the sort of situation you'd want to stand elections in as a government. So I think what they're trying to do is to gain maximum economic benefit out of everything while they can. I think it is really that simple. Turkey is being used as a bypass for goods sanctioned by many other European countries and North American countries, as well as East Asian countries, right? The free world at large for exports to Russia. A major bypass for that is Turkey. Another major bypass is Georgia. And Victoria, I'm sure that you're aware of the current political situation in Georgia better than I am. The political situation has been there for much of the last decade. At the same time, Turkey seems to be benefiting substantially by getting discounted prices for various grains. That is again important because they experience very high levels of inflation, and that somewhat mollifies the population, right? However, on the plus side, I will say this: at least when it comes to the military aspect of things, strictly the military aspect of things, Turkey has been at least somewhat helpful to Ukraine and has not been helpful to Russia. Right, the Turkish MRAPs, I forget what the name is, Kirits or something along those lines, have been of some use to Ukraine. Undoubtedly, there's been a good number of them, as well as, of course, the Bayraktar drones. The owner of which, the owner of the company, is son-in-law of the Turkish president, who's very loudly and clearly declared that none shall be sent to Russia ever, none should be sold to Russia. However, they are being delivered to Ukraine in quite substantial numbers. I think pretty much most, if not all, of the TB2 production is headed to Ukraine. The Baykar company that produces them also already entered into plans to build their next factory in Ukraine. I forget where exactly, but the drawings of it have already been released and the like, and it's been quite popular. So I think that Turkey is looking economically out for its own interests. But when it comes to the question of Ukraine militarily, I think it realizes what the situation is and isn't one to stand in the way of Ukraine eventually joining NATO either. But again, Prime Minister Liz Truss, the new UK Prime Minister, in her first call with President Zelensky, has already discussed security guarantees as a part of the very first call they've had 5 days ago, 6 days ago. I think they will be very much forthcoming as soon as territorial integrity is ensured.
Thank you.
Victoria, could we trouble you to have you back sometime as a scheduled speaker, as a scheduled guest in an afternoon slot around 7 p.m. in Europe, roughly?
Absolutely.
Because we would really like to systematically learn a whole lot more about you and what you're doing in your organization now, and your thoughts detailedly on the prospects for a Ukrainian-European future. Actually, I think that'd be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Victoria, it depends a little bit on you. If you could just DM Domin and myself right after, and then we can plan this a little. We'd be delighted having you in the coming days.
It will be my pleasure. Absolutely. Let's schedule. Let's maybe even for tomorrow afternoon. Or wherever
tomorrow,
it's easier.
yeah. I can, if you let me know, wait 1 sec, I can do this live on stage. I mean, we're flexible here. We have a couple of things tomorrow, but yeah, tomorrow afternoon is good. Do you have a specific time you prefer? Because then we can nail it down right now.
Let's make it like 3 p.m. 3 p.m.
Kiev time?
Kiev time,
Perfect.
yes, 3 p.m. Yeah.
Excellent. Well,
thank you.
We will nail it right here, and we'll. Domin, if you could send Victoria a quick message, or Victoria, if you could send Domin one, then we'll prepare this a little bit and send you a few messages. Super. Excellent.
Thank you,
Only
Victoria.
here on the MriyaReport.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Victoria. We've got, do feel free to stick around. We've got a couple of hands up, so let's go to Will and then to Aaron, please. Will, welcome up.
Hi, thank you very much. I wanted to change the subject a little bit, if I may, onto the Bakhmut scenario situation at the moment. Is that okay, or should I bring it up later? Hello?
Go right ahead. Hello, sorry. Go right ahead.
Why? I mean, just the very recent pictures posted on Twitter, it's a huge, massive bombardment of the city, and I just don't understand why the HIMARS can't really assist in that, or the new shells, the new artillery shells, the GPS guided ones, can't sort that situation out quite quickly. Any update on that? Any views on that? That's the first point. And then the second point, on a different subject, is, can there be regular, or can the updates be maybe on the hour or on a certain hour every day, so that in order to catch the updates, that there's some sort of a schedule that one can tune in specifically to catch up on those? Thank you.
To your first question, thank you, Will. Where were you talking about here exactly? I missed that.
In Bakhmut, in the Donbass.
Right.
Near Severodonetsk, and then there's Lysychansk, and then there's Bakhmut.
Yeah, I know where Bakhmut is. Never fear. I just didn't quite hear you. Well, I mean, it's the question of, can artillery just sort things out? I mean, the answer to that is it really depends, right? I mean, the usefulness of artillery depends on the situation you're using it in. What artillery can do is it can suppress the enemy. It can deny ground to the enemy. It can even destroy the enemy. But what it can't do is it can't take and hold ground. So artillery is an essential weapon for fighting a battle, because it's a way to get the enemy to put their heads down, a way to force them to weaken their defenses. But honestly, you can't just shoot at things and expect that to achieve a holistic military victory. You know, the Russians have learned this, right? Their army is based entirely around overwhelming but not particularly precise artillery fire, followed up by very, very substandard infantry. And you know, that's really their playbook, and it has been since the Soviet era. That's their fundamental doctrine, and it doesn't work, because you cannot hold ground, you cannot take ground, you cannot hold ground with artillery fires alone. It has to be followed up by either armor or infantry, or ideally both. So you're kind of asking the wrong question here. Artillery is a tool in the box. It's not the thing that wins a holistic battle. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
No, it doesn't, because I would imagine that there's a lot of artillery on the Russian side, which is bombarding the town, and which is really just destroying, you know, reducing it to the state that Severodonetsk was reduced to, and MriyaReport and countless others. But surely there's the artillery from the, let's say, from the Ukrainian side can pinpoint their artillery positions and neutralize those, just to stop this disgusting wanton destruction of infrastructure and people.
Sure. You're describing counter battery fires, which is very much part of the role of artillery, to destroy enemy artillery. I mean, I can only express my confidence in the ability of Ukraine to get this battle won. I mean, they can do and will attack enemy artillery assets with their own artillery, with HIMARS, with M777, etc. But you know, these artillery is a limited resource on the battlefield. The Ukrainians will be targeting it where they think it'll make most difference. And they are using it as part of a more holistic and complicated battle plan, which appears to be working and appears to be overwhelmingly successful in the north of Ukraine, and of course in Kherson Oblast as well. Yeah, to answer your question, yes, it can be used to destroy artillery, but to say, you know, it's kind of a crude thing to say, because artillery doesn't exist in isolation. It is part of a wider battle plan, and one that Ukraine is successfully executing. That would be my answer. I don't know if Doman or Axel have anything to add. Doman, Axel, anything on that? I mean, I think I gave a pretty good answer to that.
Yeah, I think it's just limited resource, I suppose, on the Ukrainian side to tackle the limited munitions, I suppose, to tackle what's going on there. It's just so depressing to see these recent pictures just published. And then just on the overall updates, I know I catch them at all various times, but can there be a schedule, or is there a schedule?
It's very difficult to schedule such things formally because, as you probably know, we are a network of volunteers. We're not a radio station, right? We are at the mercy of volunteers' time. We're also at the mercy of time zones. So, for example, you notice our North American team, if you listen in North American hours, tends to be very heavy on military guys. So we have an artillery expert, we have a logistics expert, we have Yehuda coming up, an infantry officer. So we have those military guys there. The European side tends to be more heavy on analysts, and some of us are ex-military. Me, Axel, but the European side tends not to have as much military heavy guns, so to speak, in the team. So we're kind of at the mercy of the scheduling, and we're kind of at the mercy of our volunteers' time and at the mercy of the time zones. So we do aim to give military updates regularly throughout the day, but it's very, very difficult to schedule because we simply, we're not always aware of who's going to be up. Does that make sense? I know it's not an ideal situation, but we're not the BBC, right? We're at the mercy of our volunteers here.
Yes, and I appreciate everything that you guys are doing, and I'm kind of online 16 to 18 hours a day, so I do catch also the North American as well as the full European. But thanks, guys, really appreciate, and I'll stand and listen.
Thank you very much, Will. We will be bringing you military updates throughout the day as things develop, but it's always going to be a bit fluid, I'm afraid. That's how it works. Thank you very much, Will. Please stick around. Aaron, very good morning to you, sir.
Good morning to you, sir. Is there any kind of update on what's happening in Kherson with the surrendering of the troop? Because I haven't seen a sausage about it yet.
I've not heard anything since yesterday. My latest information from Yehuda is that the Russian forces are in negotiations or are on the point of surrendering en masse with weapons intact. So no spiked guns, no destruction of equipment. That's the latest I have. I did note that there were 2 minor and unsuccessful counterattacks yesterday in the Kherson region. From the Russian forces. They were forced to retreat with heavy casualties. Beyond that, I've not heard anything. I don't know if Doman and Axel would like to comment further on that, but honestly, situation unchanged since yesterday, as far as I know.
Hopefully we find out more today then.
Yeah, here's hoping. Hopefully when North America opens, we may get some updates from Yehuda on that, as he seems to be plugged in. But yeah, don't know, I'm afraid. Thanks, Aaron. Mockers, very good morning.
Good morning. I have tweeted to Will the most recent language learner update, just because that is sort of quite a comprehensive update with lots of things in one place. What I have noticed more of this morning is they are currently in the process of cleaning up the areas that they've liberated. I see lots of arrests of people who have been collaborators. So it would appear that certainly the rear guard has their hands quite full at the moment. So maybe that's why they're not suddenly doing a charge of the Light Brigade this morning. However, it's still ongoing. They've not stopped. And that's me. Sorry, I'm half asleep. I'm like half a coffee in at the minute.
I'm on my 3rd already, so I'm feeling a bit bouncy here. But yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I mean there are various accounts on Twitter that do publish regular military updates. One of them is language learner. We also have excellent updates from the great friend of the space, Chuck Farrer, who is a former boss of United States Navy SEAL Team 6, who publishes very comprehensive updates with maps and things like that. We have kind of more in-depth analysis on a rolling basis here on the MriyaReport. Yeah, thank you very much, Mockers, for pointing this out.
Never a problem. You know me. I like to keep up to date too. So.
Absolutely, thank you. I'll pass you over to Doman very briefly.
Thank you, Tim.
Because I have an errand to run. Thank you, Doman.
I have I can make some other notes in the meantime, because our friend Dmitry has been looking at some more interesting stuff that's coming out of mostly Russian Telegram sources. But Liman seems to be completely surrounded by Ukrainian forces. There's still a remnant Russian force in there, but they're getting slowly destroyed by Ukrainian artillery. Once that is taken, then the road from there to Kremina further east is secured. That would be very impressive as well. At some point, Russians simply won't have the ability to keep attacking Bakhmut. I think this is really where it all ends, right? If it's all cut off from around from the eastern side, and the Russian forces assaulting Bakhmut and Siversk and Soledar are effectively cut off from the east, then that salient is untenable for them anyway. So I think that's really how this is most likely going to end. It's generally, is my understanding, it's easier for an army to go around another army and outflank them than it is to assault them frontally. This is probably why the Ukrainians aren't doing it. But that's my, of course, very limited understanding of what people far more understanding of military matters say around here. As to Aaron, as to your question, I don't know either. Just as Tim doesn't. I've heard no real updates at all on what's been going on in Kherson since yesterday. But I'm sure that since both Yehuda said it and Natalia Humenyuk, who's the press officer for Operational Command South, the operational command in charge of the Kherson front for the Ukrainians, since they both said it, I'm sure it's true, and I'm sure they're working towards it. It's of course a thing that takes a little while to be able to happen in the first place, right? It's not the easiest of things to do, but as we've previously noted, I mean, what else are they going to do? They are running out of supplies. Their logistics have been thoroughly interdicted, both by the bridges going inoperable or completely destroyed, such as the one in Novakhovka, connecting the dam with the left bank of the Dnipro, as well as all of those pontoon ferries and various barges that they were attempting to use getting hit by artillery and HIMARS. A combination of all of those is, of course, makes life very difficult for Russian forces in the right bank of the Dnipro. And unless they decide to swim across, and we've heard about that as well, right? We've heard plenty of reports from citizens of Kherson who still remained in Kherson about how the Russian occupiers have been stealing all manner of inflatable equipment from all the stores in Kherson, right? Kherson is quite close to the beaches. There's lots of probably inflatable alligators and the like that was left in stocks in stores, and all manner of inflatable mattresses as well. We already heard about this months ago when the bridges were first struck by HIMARS. They probably still have them knocking around somewhere, and that's the one other alternative they have, really. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if some surrenders at a larger scale will be forthcoming in the coming hours. Aaron?
We should also highlight that it was no surprise to us that the press officer of Opcom South would come out with a note which is consistent with what we indicated yesterday, because obviously the colleagues of ours in Ukraine, and the grapevine in Ukraine had indicated this very, very clearly yesterday. Intercepted radios of, shall we say, ex-military professionals who are close to us had indicated as much as well. So we take this very seriously. That's why at some point in time yesterday, prior to the Russian agitation and propaganda machine, Yehuda decided to break this so that people would be aware of it, that this is an upcoming move. And fortunately, it didn't take much longer than another, 16 hours for it to be verified. Because not only was it the logical conclusion, as Domin has just highlighted, it was also something which was brewing, and it showcases the dissolution of command structures, which our colleagues had indicated already 1.5 weeks ago, when part of the Russian flag officers actually retreated to the eastern side of the Dnipro.
On a completely different end, Serhiy Haidai, the legitimate governor of Luhansk Oblast, just noted that Kremina has been vacated by Russian troops completely.
Slava Ukraini.
Isn't that close to Severodonetsk?
That is indeed on the
Kremina is the
routes to
closing of the
Severodonetsk.
salient. Kremina is the closing of the salient, so that everything what you heard earlier from some people who were behind the news, yet again saying that, oh God, now the Russians have 10,000 troops on the east bank of the Oskil Reservoir. Well, they don't, but because they still have a lot of them on the western side dispersed. And they have a few on the eastern side, yes, but many also escaped through the route through Starobilsk, as was evidenced already yesterday morning by a number of videos, and say a couple of good reports and photos by Ukrainian SOF. But key aspect being that the route, the Route 66, on which the Ukrainians currently get their kicks, had to be followed through, and therefore closed out as an escape route for Russian troops in between Oskil, in between the National Biosphere, the Severodonetsk River, and Kremina. This is where it stands now. Welcome to a brand new morning.
Just to paint a map with words, Kremina is, let's call it about 30 kilometers to the east-northeast of Liman. It lies on the P66 highway that goes from Kupiansk past Svatove down south towards, then through Kremina, and then immediately through Rubizhne and Severodonetsk. So this is all on the left bank of the Siversky Donets River. It's about, maybe 8 kilometers to the west of Rubizhne, and then Rubizhne itself is just to the northwest of Severodonetsk. The suburbs of both of those are almost touching.
So what do we say upon such an occasion?
What do we say? We look for wine pairing recommendations, Axel.
No. Slava Ukraini.
Herojem slava.
Slava Nazi.
Smrt ворогам.
Kremina is free.
You should then add Ukraine ponad uсе, which is Ukraine is above all.
We were waiting for you,
only you
Victoria.
Victoria, only you can
I
say
got
this
it,
because you're Ukrainian.
Okay, that will be my role. Agreed. Confirmed.
And I once swore an oath and signed on the dotted line for the German Luftwaffe, and I am a citizen of Germany. I would be hard pressed to deny my own nation of my patriotism. So, but other than that, I am very much in tune with my Ukrainian friends and support them wholeheartedly. I think that is the same for everyone else here.
It is really highly, highly appreciated to hear all of those comments of yours, friends of Ukraine. Really, truly, thank you.
Mockers.
Hello again. You totally stole my thunder about Crimea. I was literally reading about it just as you announced it, so cheers for that. But I was just also reading that when they entered Crimea, the flag had already been raised by partisans, so they knew they were coming.
Yes, exactly, right. And maybe actually we can briefly walk people through all of the little bits of the map that have been changing specifically over the last couple of days, right? Ukraine has established a number of additional bridgeheads across the Seversky Donetsk, Kramatorsk and Slovyansk, liberated Svetohirsk. I mean, really, it's a cleanup operation in the area now, right? But there are still substantial numbers of Russian troops holding out in the area, completely cut off from all sides. Some in the forests around Izium, some still apparently around Liman, some in smaller groupings elsewhere, and they simply need to be dealt with at some point, especially prevent them from changing into civilian clothing and sneaking off. And that's probably where the bulk of the urgency comes from, between that and also seizing the heavy equipment before they manage to destroy it, right? But basically everything that's the entire area around Seversky Donetsk is effectively liberated. It just needs to be cleared of the remnants of the Russian holdouts. Would that be about right to say, Axel? As always, when Axel doesn't answer, I will take that as a yes, because I only ask questions to which I know answers in that way.
He's gone to the wine cellar, probably.
Yeah, no, that's right. No, Crimea. It's a good question. What the world, Crimea?
I did see a little video yesterday of a lady waving to some Ukrainian troops and pointing out that in the grass next to her were some Russian soldiers who were trying to hide. Also, I've heard that a lot of these collaborators, as soon as the Ukrainian army are turning up, they're being turned over by the rest of the people who are still living there. They're like, you got a collaborator, there he is. So they've been ratting them out left, right and centre, which is good, I think. Get rid of them.
I'm sure there's very little patience for the few who decided to work with the occupying authorities, as well as particularly no patience whatsoever for any of the occupiers themselves, right? There's no surprise there at all. Axel, something flinty, perhaps a brief fume. I think that'd go well. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Слава нації, смерть ворогам. Смерть ворогам, Україна понад усе. Victoria, hello. I actually have a question for the Victoria Wojcicka. So just today in the morning, I read the comment from the Andriy Ilenko that he was like really surprised that he still see all these Lexus cars with the all this like parties that already forbidden in Ukraine. It's called how it's all this like traitors, all this like how the name? Can you remind me? Medvedchuk called party. So he's like I said, how long is gonna be going in this way in Ukraine? Can you help me with this? When is gonna be all this done with all this like all these traitors still in the Kyiv? Thank you.
Well, I think this question has two perspectives. First, it's the way ordinary Ukrainians see representatives of those Medvedchuk party and their cars on the roads of Kyiv. Although I'm right now in Lviv, and I'm the resident of Kyiv, and I recently visited Kyiv for some related to critical infrastructure protection issues, but I haven't seen such cars. So if there are such cars on the streets, well, I think it's up to the citizens to then indicate their personal views on such pro-Russian parties. So that's one thing, and another thing is like the legal aspect, right? You remember that the communist ideology and the party itself was prohibited by Ukraine itself. I think it will be the right time during the war and after the war, especially, to clean Ukraine from. Make sure that such ideologies that are pro-Kremlin, pro-Russians do not exist in Ukraine anymore, and especially those that were used as tools to create destruction within the country. That would be my answer, if I answered your question.
Thank you. You answered pretty well, because what Ilyenko also noted, he's like what they all this like opposition still expecting that they can have still some thoughts like it was after 2014. He's like noted, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna be this way after this what is happening in 2022. So this is like I wanted to also highlight for the listeners that in Ukraine is changed, and it is no back, and all this like opposition and all pro-Russian party should just forget that there is no be only like a talk that they will not have enough money to bribe anyone, because in Ukraine it's already changed, and we as Ukrainians already changed. I'm from the west of Ukraine, so just wanted to say thank you, Victoria. Thank you.
Thank you, and I wanted to add to your very good points that it's the cynical part of this war is that those people in those regions that were mostly actually were the most of the support to such political parties that were puppets of Kremlin. They had great support, electoral support in 2014, in 2019, and before that. They are struggling now the most from the Russian aggression. And I think now they will get their vaccine against that Russian dream, or should I say the dream of coming back to the well-beings that they had during Soviet time, or the way they perceived it and everything related to that. And this notion of big brother helping, etc., etc. So all those illusions, I think they're already gone, and they're gone not through a peaceful, unfortunately, process, not through a democratic process, but by experiences the horror of war, which is a sad story. But I hope that the next parliament of Ukraine will represent the new Ukraine, where there will be no place for Russian propaganda, for Russian rhetorics, and for Russian sponsored parties.
Thank you for that. And the question for you. So we know in Ukraine that even though all this party already like prohibited, all communistic, socialistic, opposition, all this like a party, Shari and all this like a trash, already forbidden, prohibited for the future. But we still have all this like a deputies who like are remaining in the Verkhovna Rada. So what is gonna be made for the future to prevent any like for any like this pro-Russians lovers, I would say Russian Mir, getting into Verkhovna Rada? How it's gonna be for the Ukraine? Thank you.
It's a very good question. It's a complex question. It's not that complicated, but it's not a simple one. There is no simple solution to this issue, I believe. I think it's a complex of measures that we need to have in place. First and foremost, Ukrainian voters should, and I think they will be interested in learning who is behind each and every party, who is funding a particular party, what's the history of each and every party member or the list that is presented for the voting, because you remember we used to have a system of closed lists, so to say. So for the listeners, just to understand, you have a party that says, here is my first 5 candidates for the Parliament of Ukraine, and I will tell you everything about those people, but the rest of the list, it's a closed information, and you don't have to know about the rest of people who is on my party list. So this system should never be available or be used in Ukraine, and Ukrainian voters should be interested in learning more. So who is behind each and every party? What's the story about each and every candidate? What was the position of each and every candidate when the war began? And I would even look not from February 24th, 2022, but back, what was the position of each and every candidate back in 2013, 2014, whether candidates were part of Yanukovych, for example, party, or Yanukovych regime, all of that. So the voters will have to do lots of homework, but the legislators that are in the parliament right now, they're also, I think, can introduce certain measures to make sure that pro-Russian candidates and parties will never be able to get back seats in Ukrainian parliament. Although I believe there will be discussions in this respect, on this regard, because we are a democratic state, so we need to be very careful when it comes to democratic institutions, such as the right to be elected. It's the fundamental right, but given the circumstances, we have to be really careful in setting up the rules that will also provide security for Ukraine in the future and its political arena in particular, from protection and security from Russia-sponsored, Russia supported parties, candidates, whatever. So that would be my answer. Short one.
And at this juncture, I'll just note really quickly, right? There was a lot of Western tankies. And by tanky we mean anyone who's an outright supporter of the genocidal Russian regime for whatever reason, but often because they have some sympathies for the Russian regime since the Soviet times usually. In the West, who were saying, "Oh no, look, Ukraine is banning all manner of parties, and how dare they? And what a totalitarian move!" And they didn't wish to realize that a lot of these parties were legal entities set up to be sold in the first place. They didn't really represent anything; they represented people who owned them. And secondly, that in several of these cases, high-ranking representatives of these parties, or leaders of these parties, were literally calling for the genocide of Ukrainians and calling for Russia to bomb Kiev and even drop nuclear weapons on Kiev and the like. So these weren't political parties. These were agents of the Kremlin regime that were present in Ukraine, financed by the Kremlin regime, and agitating for the Kremlin regime to kill Ukrainians quicker and more more efficiently at a greater scale. That's not a legitimate political position to have in any country. That is to say, the carpet bombing or similar of the capital of your country is never a legitimate political position to be taking, I don't think, in any country, and I think that's clear to everyone. So just noting that, when the two of you as Ukrainians were discussing about the banning of political parties, this is the context in which you were discussing that, just to make it clear to anyone else and everyone else listening, because that's something that's quite important to understand.
Yes, this is because this is the reason why I asked the question, because all these people who was so supportive of the Russian Mir, they free and like a still deputies in the Verkhovna Rada, still like a riding the Lexus in the Kyiv with the they have like a Horona security personnel with them, and this is what Andrei Ilyenko, I don't know, he's still is, I don't know, he's like a politician still, I don't know, he's in Verkhovna Rada, but he's like a noted for how long those people who yesterday maybe was calling Russia come in Ukraine, but they now in Kyiv like just traveling without any problem with the security personnel with several cars, because they have money. So that's why I just wanted to highlight that still Ukraine is like a freedom, lawful country, so freedom, and still like we are abiding to the law. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you, Slavo. Victoria, may I just ask you one thing, and we'll keep the rest of the questions for tomorrow afternoon. But I just want to ask you one thing. The local governance, the devolution of power to hromadas, that seems to have had a very large effect on the ability for the Ukrainian populace in occupied territories to kind of resist the occupation. It also gave a large number of local leaders actual power, but also actual responsibility. And having given them that responsibility, I think that's having been given that responsibility, that high level of responsibility over the recent years, they seem to have actually taken it and taken the responsibility against in the wake of the invasion as well. It's also a big step on bringing Ukraine closer to European norms more broadly, where local self-government is, in many countries in the European Union at large, tends to be a fairly big thing. How important did you see that movement, and could you have expected it to have had as big an effect as it actually had, as Ukraine post 2014 went into this process of devolution of power to local governments?
Is this a question to me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, the decentralization reform, the one that took the power 100% that was concentrated in Kyiv and started distributing it together with the responsibilities to local communities. I think it's one of the best reforms and most effective and efficient that we had so far. And I believe if you look, for example, at cities like Chernihiv, for example, that was really hurt and hit by Russian shelling and bombing during the first weeks, is one of the examples where, thanks to local government and local communities and the mayor and his team, the city withstood all the obstacles and challenges, and it did survive. And there are other examples like the city of Mykolaiv, Kiev as well, that, for example, managed to really organize and make sure that if there is a shortage of water supply, then we could use local artesian wells to get water that is needed for the citizens of city. So they had created this initiative and made sure that the Kievans, they have enough water. So local communities, they know better, and local governments, they know better what is most needed right now at the very point whenever the challenge is emerging and what to do. So I believe that it was a great move to finally go through the decentralization on the one hand, and it helped a lot in lots of regions and lots of cities during those last 6 months. But there are also other examples where, unfortunately, local governments and local communities, representatives of local communities, they became collaborators for Russian troops, and they were always feudals of those regions and cities and towns, and they acted accordingly, and they didn't care much about Ukrainian government and being part of Ukraine. So we have a positive examples and we have negative examples, but overall, decentralization helped us to strengthen ourselves and get even better prepared for the war than we would have been if we had everything centralized as it used to be.
And I think it was generally a very impressive feat to get to actually change not just the structure but actually the content of local governance, right? And this is something that many countries have struggled with or took a very long time to be able to do and do properly. But in just 4 or 5 years after the initial idea came through within Ukraine, all these local elections were already held in 2019, and I think that is something that's very impressive. And that sort of ability for pace of reform is also something that should give Ukraine's European partners a lot of faith in Ukrainians' ability to, after the war, engage in reforms quickly in parallel to reconstruction and be able to satisfy the conditions for European Union membership as well. And notably, even while the war's going on, just in the last 3 months, ever since candidacy for the European Union was approved, there were already steps being taken in Parliament, such as ratifying the Istanbul Convention and the like, in the direction of in the general positive direction towards fulfilling the conditions for EU accession. I think that's very impressive, and it should give a lot of faith, a lot of trust to various European partners of Ukraine that Ukraine will manage to do this and will manage to do this surprisingly quickly and efficiently. However big the obstacles ahead still are, at least these ones will definitely be dealt with with a lot of dedication and drive.
If I may, the question of rebuilding or building a new Ukraine is a subject, is a completely separate one, and it needs I would say a separate discussion and time to be dedicated to have a thorough analysis and thoughts put into it. Why? Because I strongly believe that we need to make sure that the voices of local communities should be heard, and they should have a final saying when it comes to building new or reconstructing or building new assets or objects of critical infrastructure, for example, or any other important assets for the development of communities. And they have to have their say in choosing projects. They have to have their say in controlling the funds that will be invested, the way they will be invested, etc. So we can actually benefit from this decentralization reform if we have a right plan in place when it comes to post-war. Again, it's a question rebuilding. I don't believe that we need to rebuild old power station. We need to look at a completely new setup for example, our energy sector in particular. But as I said, it's a completely different discussion. It needs some more time than just a minute or two for a comment.
Oh, undoubtedly. And if you want to, we can delve deeply into that tomorrow, and have a big chat about that tomorrow. But I just think that Ukraine was often overlooked when it came to international news, especially including in the recent years, in countries further west of it. And a lot of these great improvements that have been implemented, such as automatization, were just completely overlooked, and nobody really heard of them. And but it is things like that should give, just on a very high level, faith in Ukraine to people outside of it, that Ukraine's candidacy for joining the European Union will be something that will be worked on, effectively and with dedication, rather than. And this is one of these examples that can give faith in that respect. But yeah, it's very exciting. But of course, as we often note, first things first, and first thing is kicking Russians out. And to kick Russians out, there are priorities that have to be taken before that, such as acquiring more appropriate weaponry, heavy weapons and the like, that can facilitate in gently persuading them to engage in another gesture of goodwill, as they have at Snake Island, or engage in another organized retreat, as they termed it, from areas such as Kupiansk and Izium and elsewhere in Kharkiv Oblast over this past weekend. Because as we will realize, the only way you can engender such gestures of goodwill is superior firepower, really. And this is where international partners of Ukraine have to come through and provide more and more of that to really allow Ukraine to set itself free from the Russian occupation.
You want to hear a fun thing?
Always.
Victoria, I think you will like this. There's upheaval in German media at this point in time because they can't find ways as to how to interpret the ambiguity of tweeting of the US Embassy in Berlin, more recently, i.e. today. If I were to translate this on the fly, what the US Embassy tweeted out, well, let me read it out. We appreciate Germany's military support for Ukraine and will continue to coordinate closely with Berlin. United States policy has not changed. As Ambassador Gutmann said in her interview on September 11th, we call on all allies and partners to lend as much support as possible to Ukraine in the fight for its democratic sovereignty. And the tweet ends on, the decision on the type of aid ultimately lies with each country. This is the most diplomatic and ambiguous cudgel one could wield, is it not?
It is indeed. It's a very good answer to all of those another set of excuses that we hear from German politicians when it comes to providing Ukraine with heavy weaponry, and in particular with Leopards too. It's a shame, especially given into account that I think it was also yesterday someone from German government mentioned that they want to be a leader, especially in military, in European Union, something like that. And if you want to be a leader, then you lead by example. And Germany still keeps on, or not Germany, but the government still keeps on using another set of excuses why not to provide Ukraine with tanks, although they know that it is what we need now, and this is what they promised a long time ago. So it's a good tweet. It's a nice one. It's a nice response.
Yeah, and I like the fact that German media is all over it and can't really get to grips with it. And the funniest part is that some of German media and the Twitterati hate the fact that the US Embassy retweeted the equivalent of the Sun of England in Germany, meaning Bild Zeitung, B-I-L-D, which is the slightly conservative, slightly populist, definitely yellow press tabloid, but still the most widely read rag in the country, and which is on every politician's desk, don't forget, part of the Springer Verlag. And Bild had urged and highlighted that politicians from both the Free Democrats and obviously the Conservatives, the CDU, CSU, as well as some Greens, have now asked and demanded that main battle tanks should be released, at least, if not delivered from the Bundeswehr, but definitely at least released for third-party export. And whilst the members of the more socialist-believing and more meekly situated politicians on the very far left and the pacifist left amongst the Greens still highlight Germany needs to coordinate and that no battle tanks have been delivered by the US as well. As in, they don't help, why should we? It's very funky to see that the US embassy has just closed that loophole, and yes, in a very diplomatic way, ridiculed Ms. Lamprecht.
Yes, and so it's Germany outlines aim to become Europe's leading military force. So how can you achieve that goal without actually helping Ukraine right now? It's a big question mark as well.
Yeah, I'm fully with you on this matter. As you know, from my point of view, the release of main battle tanks should have been given in March, and the release should have been at least documented upon Ramstein 1. And the promise of Marders was nice, but that's not the most important part. Yes, they're great IFVs, but Germany can deliver today by means of selling modern equipment, Boxers, Fennec, Foxes, and of course upgraded Leopards and upgraded Leopard 2s. It's just a matter of opening the floodgates.
Hey, Axel, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Do you think it's a coincidence that the Australian ambassador to the Ukrainian ambassador to Australia, and the Ukraine and Defense of Ukraine page are all tweeting out this video that I just put in the nest of Australian Bushmasters in use in Kharkiv?
I would call this peer pressure from the Five Eyes section of the Coalition of the Willing.
What can you tell us a little bit, Alex? What is a Bushmaster? It's not a man, right? It's a vehicle of some sorts, but what kind of vehicle exactly is it?
It's also a snake, but it's a mine-protected vehicle. The Americans might call it an MRAP. Basically, it's the kind of vehicle you want to be in when you drive over something that goes boom. They're pretty cool. And by cool, I mean very good. I believe, Tim, the SAS use them in the UK. And they're very well protected. They have a pretty good reputation for survivability, and they have air conditioning and a water cooler. So there you go.
Yes, indeed. The British Armed Forces bought, I believe it was 20 or 30 Bushmasters as an urgent operational requirement for Afghanistan. The British versions tend to be up armored. Whether or not they tend to have heavier weapons as well, so they tend to mount a 50 cal on the top. Whether they're used by special forces, I'm not entirely sure, but the UK has a bunch of them. Maybe Ukraine needs them more than we do.
There's Tim. There's a whole bunch of mysterious, unmarked, or pictures of mysterious unmarked Bushmasters creeping around Baghdad. That definitely aren't Australian. So conclude what you will.
Right, I'll have to take your word for that. Nudge, 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 wink, wink. But yes, a very well respected and effective vehicle, and the Ukrainians seem to be very, very happy with them. So that's something.
Danny.
Hey, yeah, I was wondering about bonds. I was wondering about. I know. I mean, I guess a bunch of you are in finance, but what's stopping our governments from saying, okay, you don't want us spending all your money on all your tax dollars, I should say, on Ukraine? How about we make war bonds? And like, what's stopping our governments from like producing like World War II style 2%, 10 a year, or like 5%, 20, whatever it is, but whatever whatever the going rate is, but producing a bond to help Ukraine redevelop and win the war.
So there's a couple of things here, Donald. So Ukraine itself, and this is something that has been commented on quite extensively, including by Timofey Milovanov of the Kiev School of Economics, when he joined us some months ago now. Sadly, we should really get him back, Axel. That any help to Ukraine should ideally come in form of grants instead of loans right now, because you don't want an overly indebted country coming out of war, because there will be need for borrowing at that point. It's a lot easier to borrow if you're not overly indebted at that point. So that's part of it. If you're talking about bonds specifically for reconstruction, especially bonds backed by other sovereigns, that's a whole different story. And maybe Tim, you're in the financial sector, you can maybe touch on this a little bit more, what the drawbacks and benefits of that would be.
Well, it's quite a general question, so I'll give a fairly general answer. Assuming you're talking about Western countries issuing war bonds to fund a war in Ukraine off the back of their own liability and credit limit that is then sold to Western investors, I don't see that this marks a significant departure from Western countries simply funding giving aid to Ukraine via their own budgets, right? Because borrowing is just deferred taxation. So
maybe it's just more of a so we feel that we're contributing to the cause.
Sure, but somebody has to repay the bonds, right? So that can either be Ukraine or that can be the Western country that's sponsoring the program. But ultimately the bonds have to be repaid, and interest has to be paid. So
how about a set-off? The stuff one set to work on. Just make it a set-off. Ukraine has a claim against Russia, makes that claim in the jurisdiction of domicile of the bond, and the Federal Reserve assists, like in the Afghanistan example, by releasing the seized assets of the the National Bank of Mordor into it. Simple thing.
Well, you have to seize those assets first. Sorry for interrupting. And this
I know
is the
they're just
process
frozen at the moment.
that we're yet to see. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. At the moment, they're just frozen, and the administration hasn't allowed the Treasury to take out. How should I put this? Take out the guns and do it.
sure. I mean, I guess it comes down to there being more than one way to skin a cat, right? So, the amount of aid that is going to Ukraine at the moment, I wouldn't call it a significant amount of money in relative to the size of Western economies. I mean, it's it's easy to be glib about, oh, we're sending billions of dollars, but billions of dollars relative to the federal budget of the United States is not very much money, right? It's not a colossal amount of money. So yeah, I mean, it would be an elegant solution to set off the liability against Russian assets held abroad. Sure, I wouldn't see any problem with that, but it's a question of it's a question of how you organize it, really.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm just thinking when I was growing up, I'm Jewish, and it was a big thing to just buy Israel bonds, buy bonds for every gift you could give. You just bought a bond, and the as a kid you hated that because they wanted to. Don't worry, we're never going to take that money. Just throw out the bond. But it's just a thought that when a small country is going to bat against a big enemy, That's what we did. So I just like that was my thought.
Sure. I guess what we have to understand here is that a bond creates a liability and somebody has to repay it. So you buy Israel bonds, then it's the Israeli government's responsibility to repay it. If in this case we're talking about Ukraine war bonds being sold and guaranteed by Western governments, I mean, it doesn't differ significantly from funding, from helping Ukraine via direct taxation in Western countries from the general government budget. If we're talking about Ukraine issuing war bonds, which I believe it has, not in significant amounts, but I believe it has done. Maybe Victoria can give more color on that.
I think they're sold out.
But that in turn creates a liability for Ukraine, and it ceases to be aid in the same way, right? Because ultimately you're deferring taxation on Ukrainians rather than richer Western.
Tim, you have quite bad wind noise, and now I'll talk over you for a second. Then,
of course,
the big question here, of course, is also the question of the currency in which these are to be issued, especially the Ukrainian bonds. My understanding is correct. Ukrainian war bonds were open to Ukrainian citizens and were issued in hryvnia, and were not issued in dollars for just that reason. You wouldn't want to issue bonds in a different currency because you would be expecting your own currency to depreciate somewhat. In this case, the hryvnia already has. It was the exchange rate was intentionally dropped. The hryvnia was intentionally devalued some months ago, if I remember correctly, and that would then create an outsized liability for the government in the future. And this is exactly what we were talking about earlier, right? You don't want to you don't want to cause that sort of a situation where you have an over-indebted country leaving the war. The debt to GDP ratio is already spiking because of the drop in GDP for very obvious reasons of what shall we call it? Russian wanton destruction of Ukrainian infrastructure and economy and communities and society, right? By means of massive shelling, that sort of stuff. A lot of people displaced, both internally as well as outside of the country. That tanked the economy. The GDP collapsed, and obviously the debt to GDP ratio skyrocketed because of that already. You don't want to make that situation worse. This is why a lot of smart economists in Ukraine were asking very kindly, please give us grants, please give us money. Don't have us issue additional loans. At the same time, repayment on loans has been deferred by a collective of foreign lenders. Right, bonds that were already issued, the repayment coupons have been deferred to a later time to be able to not cause additional trouble for Ukraine right now. And obviously, there is a lot of faith that these things are going to get repaid as time goes on. Now, Donnie, as Tim said, if you're asking about external help for Ukraine, if it's a bond issued by a third country, for example, a bond issued by Canada, right, it makes little difference whether this is a generic bond that Canada issues to fund its own government spending, or if that comes out of general taxation and general borrowing that Canada does anyway, right? It makes no difference. It's just an accounting line. And if you're basically saying, look, if Canada wanted to give Ukraine 5 billion Canadian dollars in cash and wanted to borrow, the Canadian government wanted to borrow in order to do this, would it be good marketing to maybe say, look, we're borrowing these $5 billion for help to Ukraine. Citizens, go to your local post office or what might be. Here you can directly help us help Ukraine, and it will you'll be issued a certificate that has a nice Canadian flag and the Ukrainian flag intertwined or something with it, and maybe that's a good idea, right? But that fundamentally doesn't differ from a financial perspective from any other, say, general borrowing done by the Canadian government. What it might do, right? It might incentivize people to go and effectively buy those bonds from the Canadian government and backed by the Canadian government is for repayment sometime later on, and it might incentivize people to invest in such financial instruments. I think there you are right, but it would have to be basically framed that way. I think Tim,
I think
kind of in
I think you're right.
with this as well.
I think the framing of it is basically like, you might get this money back, you might not, but this is going towards a good cause. So if it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And that was actually like what we thought of, Israel bonds at the time in the 70s, 80s. Yeah. Like, if it does, it doesn't. If it doesn't, like no problem. You put your money on the best horse, which is democracy and freedom. And so that's,
under that logic, you would basically, the similar equivalent for that would be Ukrainian bonds issued in hryvnia, open to foreign investors. That's difficult for various currency control reasons. But that would basically be the equivalent logic, right? It would be, well, we might lose money on this. We're going to give Ukraine dollars. We're going to get hryvnia-denominated bonds. Whatever might happen to the currency might happen, but still you have the then long-term indebtedness question that people like Professor Milovanov have been kind of shouting from the rooftops, let's not make this more of a problem. Victoria, do you have any thoughts on this?
I have just come up with one of the ideas. You know that it's the local communities that are being hit the most right now, and they are in dire need for help for preparing for winter and surviving the winter, and they need the money to rebuild their critical infrastructure. And right now, what is happening from the financial point of view, we have microfinancial assistance that's coming to the state budget from our partners, and this assistance has been spent obviously on army needs, and then cover some basic state budget level expenditures. But when it comes to local communities, they are unfortunately running out of money. And one of the ideas that I have right now is maybe it would be a solution for like sister cities, like for Chernihiv and a sister city somewhere in Canada or in US or in Germany, to issue local bonds so that the local communities would then support specific city by buying such bonds, and then there will be a direct the link between local communities versus local communities, international local communities, Ukrainian local communities. Moreover, what local communities are saying also is that we don't need your money, we need equipment. For example, in Chernihiv, they need equipment to restore water supply. The power station, the heat station, was completely destroyed. So half of the city is now without heat, and some problems with electricity. So don't provide us with money if you have technical solutions that will actually support your economy. Like in case of water supply and sewer systems, 80% of the equipment, by the way, is produced in Germany, like pumps, like other equipment. So by supporting such a good cause, the money will be spent in, for example, Germany and in a specific Zemlya land, and so the money will be left within German economy, Canadian economy, and the local communities. And but Ukraine and Ukrainian cities will get what they need in terms of the equipment, in terms of materials, etc., to restore the work of all of those assets of critical infrastructure. In addition to that, of course, we can look at issues of rebuilding schools and other infrastructural assets, something like that. I think it might work actually.
Thank you, Victoria. Yeah, that sounds like I think that sounds like a much more likely thing to work than such a very close, very very specific, very almost intimate relationship, right, between between one set and the other, and that might be actually some use. I think that's a good idea. With appropriate marketing, this might actually function well. Tim, any thoughts from as someone in finance? I don't know what spare capacity there is on that level, but
I've not much to add beyond what Victoria just said. To be honest, that was fairly comprehensive.
Fair enough. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Victoria. Oh, I thought we had someone new coming up, but there seems to have been a technical difficulty. Tim, shall we perhaps delve a little bit into military matters and see what a very specific, let's say, defense intelligence agency in the West has to say today? I think it is quite amusing.
We can certainly do that. I assume you're talking about the British Ministry of Defence.
So I am.
Fantastic. Okay. The British Ministry of Defence publishes a little snippet every day, which we like to read out and go through here on the Maria Report. So here it is on Tuesday, the 13th of September. UK Defence Intelligence reports that elements of the Russian forces withdrawn from Kharkiv Oblast over the last week were from the 1st Guards Tank Army, which are subordinate to the Western Military District. The 1st Guards Tank Army suffered heavy casualties in the initial phase of the invasion and had not been fully reconstituted prior to the Ukrainian counteroffensive in Kharkiv. Now, I was about to point out that the 1st Guards Tank Army is one of the most prestigious formations one of the most elite formations in the Russian army, the Russian armored world, but the Russian army more generally. But the MOD are one step ahead as usual, and they point out further that the 1st Guards Tank Army had been one of the most prestigious of Russia's armies, allocated for the defense of Moscow, and intended to lead counterattacks in the case of a war with NATO. So this is rather interesting. So one of the most elite and important formations in the Russian armed forces is both severely undermanned due to the war generally, and has now suffered suffered such a degree of degradation that it is being withdrawn from Kharkiv Oblast. This is rather interesting to me. Now, the UK MOD goes on to say that the 1st Guards Tank Army and other Western military district formations are also severely degraded. Russia's conventional force, designed to counter NATO, is severely weakened. It will likely take years for Russia to rebuild this capability. Now, Doman, you know this stuff. Can you explain to me what a military district is?
Russia is divided in, I believe, 5 military districts. These are for internal, what we said, bureaucracy purposes primarily, but there's also command structure associated with them. The Western Military District surrounds places like Moscow and St. Petersburg. The Northern Military District is out in the Arctic, around Arkhangelsk, Murmansk, that sort of area, sort of to the northeast, immediately to the northeast of Finland. The Southern Military District involves the North Caucasus, among other. The Central Military District involves much of Siberia, and then the Eastern Military District involves the far eastern reaches of Siberia and the Pacific coast. These are the 5 military districts they have. Within each military district, there's a separate command structure. Basically, if you're in one chain of command within a military district, you don't communicate across a separate chain of command with a different military district. Because of that, Russians, when they invaded Ukraine in February, they kind of split up different attack vectors and assigned units from separate military districts. In principle, at least, it wasn't always done quite that way, but different attack vectors were basically being executed by different military districts, by and large, not entirely, but by and large, because that used the existing command structure. So the Western Military District, of course, involving Moscow and St. Petersburg, is the most prestigious, you could say, and it's also tasked with with the role of protecting this, political heartland of Russia, effectively, right? So the first Guards Tank Army, if I remember correctly, was based in Bryansk just before the war, just before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February, and then was involved in the initial assault on the northeast. I think areas around Sumy specifically, or was it around Chernihiv? I keep forgetting which one was which. But I think they were the ones attacking Sumy and Chernihiv, or at least one of the two initially, and a large number of their tanks was already destroyed during that period, right, by Ukrainian, mostly by Ukrainian infantry, using javelins and NLAWs and the like. Although around Chernihiv, they were also, if they were involved around Chernihiv, they were also engaged by the Ukrainian, I forget the unit designation now. Was it the first tank brigade that was so prominent, and one of the few Ukrainian armored units that was really truly heavily involved in the toughest fighting from already late February, early March. So after Russian forces had withdrawn from there, they were redeployed, in this diminished form to occupy Kharkiv Oblast around Izium. I think they were a part of the push down towards Izium itself, which happened a little bit later on, and obviously now they've been, largely decimated. When Russia claimed, and I think this is important here, when Russia claims that they're somehow threatened by NATO, they're putting themselves to a lie when they remove troops that are meant to be stationed in areas directly around Moscow, effectively defending Moscow in case something happened, right? As well as moving troops out of places like Pskov, which is right on the Russian side of the Russian-Estonian border, right on the NATO border that wanted, purported problem for Russia. Moving troops out from Kamenka, and Kamenka is on the Karelian Isthmus, close to Vyborg, Viipuri, between the Finnish border and St. Petersburg. Moving troops out of Allakurti, a Russian base in the north, very close to the Finnish border, between the Finnish border and Murmansk. Right? When they're emptying all of these bases, so around cities like Moscow, and then all these bases on the northwestern Russian border, where they're actually bordering either NATO countries or Finland, and they're sending them to Ukraine to get decimated. This is how you know that NATO never actually threatened Russia. That the only threat that additional countries joining NATO had to Russia was a threat to future Russian imperial or re-imperial ambitions. That's the only threat it was. And I think this is a very good example here, and a very good, a very specific set of evidence that these excuses that various Kremlin propagandists employed, not just recently, but over decades now, really, were nothing but just excuses. Sorry, I went on a little bit of a tangent. I'm sorry, but the first Guards Tank Army, I think it was mostly the more recent upgrades of T-80s that they employed. Yes. At least the majority of them, right? T-80Us, T-80BVs, yes. Stuff like that.
Supposedly good deflection, supposedly good sensors, and they left a lot of them now unguarded.
And more videos have emerged from areas around Izium with just parking lots full of Russian equipment that has now been donated, let's say, to ZSU.
Well, again, as we said earlier today, everybody has to remain calm in that regard, because this equipment needs to be tested, needs to be checked out. Not all of the equipment the Russians are leaving in the field is actually worthwhile having. That's the main problem. Some of the engines have been badly maintained, the gunnery of the Russians is dependent on the quality of their troops. It's dependent on the quality of the maintenance of their autoloader systems and the likes. There's a good reason why some of these pieces of kit are left where they are. Yeah, so this just requires a lot of maintenance effort, but some of these are definitely good for spare parts.
Absolutely. That was something that struck me looking at the pictures that are abundant of the Russian kit that's being left behind. It looks really, really shabby. I mean, I appreciate there's a war on, but it does look like it's really on its last legs. I was really quite surprised by this.
Well, we shouldn't be surprised anymore, I think, because this has gone for long enough.
Absolutely. And while we're on the topic of the Guards Tank Army, I think we should delve into terminology here. Now, the term Guards affixed to a Russian formation denotes an elite and prestigious formation. So this is a bit like a battle honor, or a collective a presidential unit citation would be the kind of the American version. In the UK, we tend to use battle honors. We tend to use the term royal if a particular unit has been particularly useful or valiant or
honorable.
Honorable, yes, that's less common. There is, I think the Honorable Artillery Company is the only British Army unit to use the title honorable, but I'd be very happy to be corrected on that. That was a Henry VIII thing. It used to be called the Guild of St. George, and Henry VIII gave it a royal charter in 1534, which created the Honourable Artillery Company, whereas before it was just known as the Artillery Company or the Guild of St. George. This makes it older than the Royal Navy, by the way, so senior service, my foot. I'll wait for Gunny to come up and shout at me about that. But anyway, we digress. So the term Guards is a title affixed to particular formations in the Russian army that denotes elite status and prestigious status. And the performance of this particular formation has been suboptimal. The UK MOD reported in May that the army's commander, General Kissel, had been sacked for his failure to capture Kharkiv. And as Doman has pointed out, this formation is now severely degraded, and it is now being withdrawn. So the creme de la creme of Russian armored forces is being withdrawn from Kharkiv Oblast. So that is the UK MOD report. See, we've got Aaron coming up. If anybody else has any questions about that, please come up, and we'd love to hear from you. Aaron, welcome to the panel.
Hi, thank you again. Always a pleasure, and thank you for you guys are always here. I have a question. I was with the Ukrainians reporting their battlefield losses every day with the Izium offensive. I was expecting the number of tanks they'd be reporting to like skyrocket to like 50 or something really high when the pocket closed, but it didn't, and they only reported 7 today. I'm wondering, how do they count their tanks? Do they count captured, or are they only counting the ones that they've actually destroyed, so they're undercounting?
I believe this particular report is destroyed rather than captured. That's my understanding of it, because when it comes to the eliminated personnel, they are talking about, I believe they are talking about deaths, not wounded, not prisoners. But I'm happy to be corrected. Doman, do you know?
No, you're right. You're right. That's exactly how it is, Tim. So no, captured ones do not make the list. Now, when it comes to liquidated Russian troops, it's entirely possible that sometimes these things are observed by drone. A car gets blown up, for example, or a vehicle gets blown up, and you see there were 3 men who previously entered the vehicle. You probably chalk all 3 up to dead, and then if one of them somehow manages to survive and is short a leg, that it just happens, right? But at the same time, we know also that Ukraine is severely undercounting the number of liquidated Russian troops, because when there's the HIMARS strike on an ammo depot in the middle of the night, 70 kilometers behind the front lines, you don't know how many Russian troops were in there, and you can't really count any, and I believe none in that case get added to the list of Russians liquidated. But now there might have been 10, there might have been 50 at the ammo depot hand moving munitions at the time. So that's the other part of it. So occasionally in the specific cases you might be overcounting by 1 or 2, and then in other cases you're undercounting by dozens. And similar goes here for tanks. You know, if there's an ammo depot that gets blown up and there's a couple of tanks or armored personnel carriers parked inside it, you might never know they were destroyed. But as you note, anything that gets captured doesn't get added to the tally, because this is the list of destroyed equipment and not list of captured equipment and destroyed equipment combined.
Yeah, okay, that's pretty damning for the Russians, because that means that from the Russian point of view, the list is actually much worse. Because it's been a kind of funny watching with this, like, because they're capturing so many that in the last few days, Oryx's count has been over the Ukrainian count. So I suppose that explains it with the captured.
Yeah, it's a large number, right? And then the stuff that gets captured, it's always, as Axel noted, it's a question of what exactly condition it's in. Some of it is in relatively good nick, can get tidied up a little bit and then redeployed fairly quickly. There were a few cases of Ukrainians capturing shiny, almost brand new self-propelled howitzers and employing them apparently within days during the course of this last counteroffensive in Kharkiv Oblast towards Kupiansk. At least that was a report. I'm not sure how verified that is. In many other cases, stuff will get towed back by the tractor brigades, either fixed up, stripped for parts used to fix other pieces of other vehicles of the same or similar type, whatever is exchangeable between them. I think it's pretty straightforward. As we've noted several times over recent days, if you are a heavy equipment mechanic in Ukraine, you are very, very desirable right now. There's a lot of work for you to be doing. With all of this captured equipment having to be figured out what's still useful, what isn't, what has to be stripped for parts and the like. However, as we also noted, the Ukraine being a very highly agricultural country, not just a highly agricultural country, but having quite a lot of this, industrial scale agriculture with giant fields that need to be tended to. There's of course equipment that tends to that, and there are of course mechanics who fix that equipment on the regular. And it's relatively straightforward to, for someone who's used to fixing tractors to also fix other large heavy things. At the end of the day, the nuts and bolts of things aren't that different for the bulk of it, right? So there's a lot of very well qualified Ukrainian mechanics who are almost certainly, and indeed certainly, somewhat changing the sort of stuff that they're working on compared to what they usually work on, and fixing up those captured tanks, IAVs, or whatever else. Especially with them having captured quite a few of these self-propelled howitzers of a relatively new vintage, and quite a few of the newer version tanks. I'm sure that those will be employed in relatively short order. Not all of them, of course, the ones in good enough condition, and the rest of them, they'll see what they can do with.
I have a follow-on question for the captured equipment. So with the tube artillery, I understand that Ukraine for a long time now, I'm not sure how many of those Pakistani rounds they have, but the problem isn't a shortage of barrels, it's a shortage of Soviet-style ammo. How much of the artillery or the howitzers is likely to be that useful for them? Because I understand while they're capturing a lot of ammo stores, I doubt it's going to be that much for any sustained operation. That I assume the bulk of the stores are still within Russia. And just really quickly, how's their tank shells? Do they have plenty of those?
Okay, so tank shells are simply used in much smaller volumes than artillery shells are, right? So that's the thing that should answer your last question. But with capturing artillery, especially as I noted, some pretty shiny, pretty new pieces of self-propelled artillery from the Russians, that helps the barrel situation. As you say, yes, there is something of a shortage of Soviet-style munitions for Ukraine. Yes, this is being worked on. There are production lines that have been optimized somewhat in places like Romania and other allied countries to the west. The British government specifically has been quite inventive in where all they can source Soviet-type ammunition from as well, right? You must have heard the reports of Pakistani-made munitions being employed in Ukraine by Ukrainians as well. Now, talk about barrels. Barrels get worn out. The older they are, the more they've been used, the less good they are. Also, longer barrels or better barrels are preferable. So, for example, if you think that Ukraine might have been using some of these older vintage, say 2S3s that they have in stock, and they've now captured some brand new MSTA self-propelled howitzers that have barely been used, that have maybe had 200, 300 shells fired from them in the barrel's lifetime, that will be a better barrel to be using going forward. So even if it's not a functional increase in the total number of barrels that they're going to be using, it's a qualitative increase in which barrels they're going to be using, right? With a longer range and a little bit of a better precision because it's a newer barrel. So there's that component to it as well. So while you're right, there is something of a shortage of Soviet-style munitions. Maybe not a shortage, but there could be a lot more for all of these artillery pieces to be used to their maximum effect. It is still clearly very good to capture equipment, especially relatively shiny, relatively new equipment that can have better range, better capacities, better qualities, and that's good in itself. Again, spare parts, right? It's not just about the shells. You need to maintain these things. If you capture stuff of a similar type than what you're already employing, then you can strip for parts. That's beneficial as well, obviously. So it's there's many components to all of these things. And, I hope that makes a little bit more sense now. Right?
Thank you very much, Domin. That actually helps. Just if you could, just before going on to the next guy, do we have any sense of how many shells, like the stocks that they've overrun? Like we've seen all the pictures and everything, but is it just like a nice little birthday gift, or is it like actually like a substantial amount that would keep the guns blazing for a few weeks, or is it more like in an offensive you chew through that in a day or two?
My understanding is it's relatively substantial. Balaklia specifically had a very large ammo store beforehand, before before the Russian invasion of Ukraine started. So that specifically will have quite a bit of a difference. And apparently Russians just left a whole lot of Ukrainian munitions there because they were being supplied munitions from elsewhere in that segment of the front, and apparently there's a lot of Ukrainian munitions left there. I don't know exactly how much. Maybe somebody else does. I certainly do not. But it is a substantial quantity. Just looking at the pictures of that, and if nothing else, it will make a little bit of a difference. I would suspect it's probably on the order of 1 week's total consumption of Soviet type ammunition, maybe more. Tim, do you have a guess when you looked at the pictures?
I mean, it really depends on the rate at which they're firing. It was reported, I think it was a couple of months ago, that the rate of fire then was around 5,000 rounds a day of artillery, not including mortars. So yeah, we would expect it, as Ukraine is currently in offensive mode, that they will be firing more than that. I don't think it's easy to create a picture of exactly what's being captured, because we simply have, kind of footage of sheds full of stuff. And, it's difficult to build a detailed intelligence picture from such sporadic information. But yeah, I mean, for this to make an appreciable difference to the Ukrainians, then, there would have to be tens of thousands of rounds captured. That's a heck of a lot of ammunition. Beyond that, I wouldn't like to take a view. We know they're firing probably more than 5,000 rounds a day from the Ukrainian side. So that's what they're getting through.
But only a subset of that would be the Soviet caliber munitions now, right? A large proportion of that will be the 155s. So that's what I mean. Just of the Soviet caliber stuff, Balaklia was a very large ammo dump before, or large ammunition store before the Russian invasion. It seems to have been taken untouched, judging by the pictures, and Russians seem not to have really been using any of the stuff from there. So it seems quite likely that it's going to make at least a difference, at least regionally, if not globally. But anyway, it's a good thing. All of these things are good things. How good a thing? Maybe someone like Yehuda would know. But he seemed to be quite happy with that acquisition actually when he saw the picture. So I think it is significant, at least somewhat. Thank you, Aaron. Nina, good morning.
Good morning. It's almost afternoon. Domen. After such a high last night and the MriyaReport being kind of a madhouse with all the good news coming yesterday, I was on such a high, and I was thinking that, oh my God, this is like going to finish really soon. And I am so naive that I don't understand anything about this kind of warfare, even if I have been listening here to, and I shouldn't. I get my hopes up really quickly, and then I heard Chuck saying very late last night that he was talking about the winter and the coming spring and everything, and I was like thinking, oh no, what am I thinking? What is this? I mean, are we talking about? He said that it's going to be a very long war. So what is the situation now? How can you interpret this? I don't know. I just would like to have some kind of realistic picture of this so that I at least can sleep next night.
It's going to take a while, Nina. There's still the area that Russia still occupies in Ukraine illegally is still roughly the size of Austria and Switzerland combined, a little bit smaller than that. And it's a very large area from which Ukrainians are yet to dislodge the Russian invaders. That doesn't happen necessarily quickly. Ukraine has made very substantial progress over the last week, but unless Russia decides to, give up and leave at least very large proportions of that area very quickly, is going to take a long time for them to get dislodged. However, the Western governments collectively can affect how long that time indeed will be by providing Ukraine with more equipment. Right? It's really as simple as that. How long is it going to take? I don't have a crystal ball. I'll leave those predictions to people better qualified than myself, be that Axel, be that Yehuda, be that Chuck. But the prudent thing is to prepare for a longer war. The prudent thing is to prepare for a harder war, and then if it gets easier, then that's good. If the only morally acceptable objective is achieved more quickly rather than more slowly, that's a good thing, right? But it is only prudent to prepare properly and to help Ukrainians prepare properly for a tough winter campaign. So by equipping them with clothes, with munitions, with equipment, etc. So Nina, I don't know, but I would not be expecting a quick conclusion to this. I would be hoping for one, but certainly not expecting one. Nina?
Thank you, Domen. And a follow-up. hasn't Ukraine proved now, like so clearly to the West, that they can win the war if they get the equipment, if they get the all the help from the West? Doesn't this like show to the world that they can do it if they can just get those whatever they need? I'm just thinking that instead of slowing this thing down, it should be like ramped up, like really strongly right now.
I couldn't agree more. I literally physically could not agree more, Nina. No, seriously, that's exactly right. I mean, and first of all, let's put it this way: Ukraine has proven everything it possibly needed to prove way before this past week, way before these past 6 months, and certainly it has proved it again and again and again, and even ever greater scale over this past week, as well as over these past 6 months. However, that doesn't mean that sufficient help has been forthcoming. But there are ever more indications, as Axel was mentioning earlier, that sufficient aid will be forthcoming, that ever greater volume and ever better types of aid will be forthcoming, specifically military aid. I think it's a time to be optimistic in that regard, but it's also a time to be pressuring the powers that be ever more, exactly for the reasons that you detailed.
Thank you, Domen. And sorry, Terma, can I just have one more, because then I will just close my mouth. What all that happens, we can just assume that this will have some effect on Kremlin and Putin and all those gangsters, and that should tell also give some kind of message to this gangster Olaf Scholz, and also this sheep Macron. Sorry to be that. Ooh.
Well, Nina, as the U.S. Embassy to Berlin has somewhat cryptically tweeted earlier today, we are hopeful that the German government is going to continue improving their the levels of their help to Ukraine, and we can leave it at that. But you should look up the account of the U.S. Embassy in Berlin and look at what they've been tweeting about this morning. I don't know if you heard it earlier when Axel was translating, but I'm sure that you'll be easily able to understand what they were getting at there.
Improving with a sarcastic way.
No. We hope that they will be improving properly. Thank you, Nina. Thermofella.
Good morning, Doman. On Nina's point, I kind of think of these as battles rather than winning the war. So the battle for Kherson, the battle for Kharkiv, win each battle, but doesn't mean to say you're going to win the war or lose the war. It's just a battle that you've won. It's the last battle, I suppose, that counts. And another point is forewarned is forearmed is the phrase, but if you're not armed when you're forewarned, as Ukraine found, then it gets a bit difficult at the start. So that's just a little play on words. But my main point was to do with the bet I had yesterday. Well, I also got overexcited yesterday on hearing the news of a possible surrender or surrender negotiations in Kherson happening. So I posted a tweet, and it's the first tweet I've posted in 6 months where I've made a prediction. So I predicted they would surrender within 24 hours, and looking at my tweet, that was 16 hours ago. So somebody replied back to that with a bet for me, saying that if I was right, they would donate $100 to the Georgian Legion. But if I was wrong, would I donate $100 to the Georgian Legion? So I obviously took them up on that bet. So I'm asking your advice. Should I start looking down the back of the sofa for $100? You think? I mean,
How much is that? That's about £88 nowadays.
Yeah, £88 in 8 hours. I've got.
Okay, I'm not sure. I think Dermafella, you should come back when we get Yehuda up in a matter of hours and ask him, because he will have much better information on it than I do.
Okay, brilliant. I'm wondering whether to double down on that and make it 48 hours for $200, but I might listen to Yehuda first of all.
Yeah, ask Yehuda. I think that's a perfect question to be asking him, and then he can give you proper fiduciary financial advice.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll drop down.
Thank you, Dermafella. No, it's a matter of time. That's your problem. It's a matter of time. It's not a matter of if, but when. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. Just to answer, maybe give some more information to the Nina question about this counteroffensive. What's changed after this counteroffensive? One big message in Ukraine changed, that we no longer expect to get only territory that was before 24th of the February 2022. No, now is target that we should return all the territories that dated in 1991. So this is like a message that's changed since the counteroffensive, like 2 weeks ago. And this is like maybe a good message for the Russians that there will be no negotiations, that we started to hear a few days ago from the Kremlin, that like they want to negotiate, they want some peace talk with the Ukrainians. But no, it's changed. Ukrainians now doing their stuff, and they said we will not be slowing down. It's only snowball effect from now on. So this is like a message in Ukraine for the Ukrainians, and I just wanted to share with you. And another news, I read it about the Crimea, that some like Axion who actually fled Crimea, and now he's like or gives some orders that from the evacuations, like some plans for the evacuation from the civilians in the Crimea. So I don't hear any thoughts about this, but it's like I think they preparing for something, so it's like a good. And also several videos that really nice, that more and more піднімаємо червону калину. Songs is like more and more in Kherson and in the Crimea. People like it, so it's good. So something is changing. So to the Nina, no one is rushing, but with the counteroffensive. But I totally вірю в ЗСУ. I totally trust ЗСУ. So they know what they're doing. So good that they surprise us, and it's okay. Thank you. Слава Україні.
I would push back on one thing. I think there are things to negotiate right now. If Russians wish to negotiate an orderly retreat from all the occupied territories and reparations and the return of all those deported, I think that the Ukrainian government will be very happy to talk about that immediately. That's the one thing I disagree on. I think that's something that the Ukrainian government is very open to negotiating immediately. A complete, thorough retreat from all the occupied territories in what little might remain in Kharkiv Oblast, but also all from Kherson Oblast, Zaporizhia Oblast, Donetsk Oblast, Luhansk Oblast, and the autonomous region of Crimea. If they want to talk about that, that's if they want to do an ordinary retreat over 3 days or over 4 days or over 5 days, the logistics of that, I think that's perfectly acceptable.
Yes, but we know sneaky nature of the.
But we know.
Yes, we know. They want to froze the lines. They want to sit quietly, then just to reinforce it. But we know, so it's good. I totally agree with you. So thank you.
Yes, exactly. This is but this is the only thing, right? This is the only thing that's up for negotiations. There we go. Slava Ukraini, since you're here, I think we might be headed towards a little bit of a problem, though. And I don't know what you will think about this, but I know that you have been observing with great detail what's been going on at the Chernobyevka airport outside of the city of Kherson. And now I think we might be getting towards a little bit of a problem. Over the months, we got very used to the Russians parking all manner of equipment at Chernobyevka, Ukrainians then blowing it up. Now, Ukrainian forces are closing ever closer towards Chernobyevka. What do? Do you bypass it and just keep shelling it, or are we going to be left without the most common refrain here? Guess what's just been struck again? What do you think?
It's like a keeping the tradition, like a keeping the fire in the Chernobyevka. I don't know. Did not think about it before you ask this. It is depends. If we gonna hold Chernobyevka for sure, we should make like we already statements was made. Russians, we know what the Russians do. We know all this like Antonovsky Bridge, all this like pontoons. We all know. So I think Chernobyevka maybe deserves some peace. I would say deserve peace, and this is like a good. But like from the strategic way, I don't really know. But again, Chernobyevka is Ukraine, so we should give some rest, at least just for some time. So I think. Thank you.
Yeah, and I was just asking, obviously, a little bit in jest, but no, it's not an actual concern, obviously. Nina?
Just to the discussion before, I read that Zelensky said Ukraine took 6,000 square kilometers back in these last days, and it's actually as big as Uudenmaan Lääni in Finland, and that gives me a picture, and it's quite a big chunk of land.
So actually, it's closer to 10,000 square kilometers in the past, just over a week since they started the counteroffensive in Kharkiv. So I'm not entirely sure, what period of time he was referring to. Maybe he was just referring to the last 2 or 3 days, when the last 6,000 or so has been liberated. But I'm not sure. Anyway, it's a huge area, right? So the country of Luxembourg, I think, has about 3,000 square kilometers, just under 3,000 square kilometers. So you're looking at, several Luxembourgs worth taking. Now, Luxembourg's not very big, but nevertheless, it's a massive area to be liberating in such short order. And I think that has to be considered very impressive.
Yes, to that, just like someone talked about it yesterday. It wasn't the word domino effect, but some other word. But when Russians are starting to surrender and flee, that it impacts other Russian troops also. But I don't know about that, because the communication is the problem between them, and also the lying. So will they believe that they are surrendering there's somewhere else, or yeah?
Yeah, I think you identify a clear problem there, Nina. The lying, the deceit. Well, we will see. But I think at some point they will realize that that's the only real good option in many cases, right? Slava?
Thank you. So back to the question about the Chernobyevka. So this is like we heard about this, like we lost the count how many all these destructions, but now we see goodwill from the Russians. They gifted all this like a great machinery to Ukrainians. So it's like no need to use. So we used a lot of the Chernobyevka. So now it's time to like to get like not to destroy it, but just to accept the good gifts from the Russians, and this is like a better use for them, not to destroy it right away. This is like when the Yehuda yesterday and Chuck Farrer said that message. If you want to give up, don't destroy anything. Just give up, and that's it. And this is like a good chance for you to be treated well, and we have like a benefit of you like surrendering. So this is like I like taking. This is also my approach. Don't distract. Don't do negative stuff. Just give up, and we Ukrainians find the use of it. So it's like it's gonna be more useful for the Ukrainians. So this is like my following to the Chernobyl questions. Thank you.
Absolutely. Tim, do you reckon that that price list is still in force despite the surrender not being, being in a somewhat tenuous situation?
I'm honestly not sure. Yeah, I don't really have a view on that, I'm afraid, Devin.
You're talking about $600 million destroyed in, I think, in 6 days or 5 days.
No, I was talking about. You might remember, but I think it was the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense that was publishing it in March. If you come and surrender with a tank, you get $50,000. If you come and surrender with a helicopter, you get $250,000. That price list. Well, I think that was in the situation when it's a what should we call it, an uncoerced, an unincentivized surrender by other means. This is what I'm wondering if that's still in force. But Slavoj, do you tell us what was the number? How much Russian equipment was destroyed in the last few days in the Kharkiv front?
Yes, since 6th of the September towards 11th of the September, $645 million in the machinery was destroyed. Just in this
That
5
sounds
days.
like a lot.
A lot. I tweeted it and people like it, so thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Russia must be doing very well if they couldn't have spent this money better, right? They must be very well equipped. Their utilities must be really well running. People must be living in great riches to have all this spare cash to spend on destroyed military equipment.
But we see that Russian willing to give up really fast. So I was yesterday started to read some news that people, all these Russians, running so fast that they still have like a boiling pasta on the stove. They running away. They forget about everything. They forget about this like as yesterday Chuck said, they don't distract any like secret information, like some codes. I don't know, all this like military stuff. They just run away. They don't care about this military stuff. It is good. Ukrainians really happy when I see all these videos that Ukrainians discovering all these gifts. This is fantastic. All this, and they always adding to this. We find the way how to use it. It's gonna be really helpful for us as Ukrainians. Thank you.
Do we have
Slava.
any
Victoria?
idea? Yeah, do we have any idea or any information on how fast the Russians can replenish what they have lost? I was listening yesterday, your report. It was very interesting to learn about the obstacles that they're there when it comes to logistics. So I've learned quite a lot. My next question would be, so how much time? It's not about the money. When it comes to Russia, I believe it's not about the money for them at this point of time, at least. It's about the speed of replenishing, of renewing the stocks of everything that they've lost so far. So do you have any comment on that?
Ben's got his hand up, but I will. I'll give a brief comment. Right. In terms of replenishing the stocks, what we have to bear in mind is Russia's limitations. Right. Stockpiles are important for Russia because of their logistical limitations. The Russian army cannot operate more than 50 kilometers away from a railhead. It is heavily, entirely reliant on lorries to transport war material the last 50 kilometers. It has lost a lot of lorries in this war. I don't have the latest count in front of me, but hang on. The Ukrainian Ministry of Defense probably have something to say about this. Bear with me 1 second. So yes, the latest count from today, 3,469 vehicles and fuel lorries. So logistical vehicles. That's a lot. And they are reliant on these vehicles for their logistics. The general back of a fag packet figure is that a division needs about 1,000 tons of supplies a day for normal fighting. That'll be a lot more for heavy fighting. So yeah, how difficult is it to replenish these stockpiles? Extremely difficult. It's a truly monumental effort, especially as they will be reliant on these stockpiles to give a buffer against any interruption to the logistics chain that Ukraine is managing to arrange for them, courtesy of our friend Attackham's brand cigarettes. So I'll go to Ben on this because he probably has a more intensive detail on this topic because he's that kind of guy.
So we should distinguish the two things, right? The short term, let's say, replacement from existing stocks. So say bring a tank, bring a howitzer that's going to be parked in, God knows where, in Siberia over to Ukraine. That's one thing. And the other one is actually reconstructing by building new tanks, new equipment, and that's very difficult because of all the sanctions that have been imposed on Russia. There's a lot of stuff that goes into those that they simply can't make. There's a reason why Uralvagonzavod made like 3 tanks in the last 5 months combined, because they can't. Maybe they made 12 because they can't, because they simply don't have the bits and bobs they need to actually make the relatively modern T90 or whatever they're making. But Ben understands this even a lot better because he's been focusing on the effects of sanctions on Russia. This latter option, Ben, how difficult would that be for Russia?
Well, everything is difficult for Russia at the moment. They really don't have any good solution available to them. Even before the latest, even before the new sanctions, if we're just looking at the effect of the 2014 sanctions, that left their ability to produce and to update their stock in the low double digits and sometimes single digits of items per year. So that means that the production of things like T90s and the update of the old T80s into new T80s and this sort of things, you could hope for at best 30 updated ones and like 9 new ones per year, and that was before the sanctions. So whatever is new is it's trivial. There will be no new modern tanks, no new modern equipment in most cases that the Russians can hope for, and that's very, very important because even when it comes to storage, I'm not a specialist there, but I think I understood that when you pull something from storage, it's rare that you can just pull it like that. You need to pull it and fix it. And to fix it, you basically have to go through a sort of lighter but still industrial process. And that industrial process could be difficult for the Russians to access. It doesn't mean that they will never, ever be able to bring in new equipment to the front. We've seen, I think it was 2 weeks ago, a train full of shiny new T80s to being brought to Donbass, if I recall correctly. But this is very, very difficult for them. It's extremely difficult, and we can look at the numbers, but they basically, I think the good way to put it is they've gone through the lower hanging. They had few low hanging fruits at the beginning. They went through them. Now they're mid range hanging fruits, and very, very soon they're only going to be the ones on the very, very top of the trees, and some of the trees won't have fruits at all. So if all the material they lost, because I think that's what we're talking about, all the material they lost over the past week is lost for good, and they might be able to. That I leave that to the military people, but they will have to change the posture of their army, because they won't be able to fight the war the way they were fighting it before. Doesn't mean that they won't fight it anymore, but it will be an entirely different Russian army that we'll be facing.
Thank you, Ben. Victoria, do you want to dig a little deeper on any of this?
Well, I've got nothing to add, actually. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I think it's I think it's good news all in all. And as Ben says, it does really change. It forces Russia to change the posture here, right, Ben?
Well, that's what I assume to be the case. But again, I am no military specialist. But I don't think that you can prosecute a war the same way if you have 30 tanks for 100 men, and if you have 2. Doesn't sound to be very difficult to consider that things going to have to change, and that's absolutely crucial, because that also affects their ability to launch offensives. And as we've seen, that where you attack is absolutely crucial. And if the Ukrainians know for a fact that the Russians won't really be able to attack anymore, that means that they on their own will be able to amass as many people as they can into the next offensive, and into the next offensive, and into the next. And every time they will be guaranteed to be at 10-1 and just win like this. So this is big, and I would say very, very good news.
Thank you, Ben. Aaron, go ahead.
Sweet. Ben, you've just been talking about one of my favorite topics that I can't find any information from. I was wondering, you're Domian, can you be an angel? Like, I've often said to people from everything I've seen on this channel and other things that Russia can't, like, their arms industries in certain respects is going to the halt. They can't build new tanks or precision munitions or anything. But I can't find any good like things to actually read this, like, and actually to be able to like substantiate it when I have debates with people. Can you suggest any reading on this? Like Domian, you said that only 3 tanks have been built this year. Like, where did that information come from? Is there anything in English?
Actually, I'm the one who said that, and I didn't say this year. I was saying on a yearly basis.
Oh no, before that I said it.
Oh, sorry.
I forget what the actual number was. I'm sorry, but I know that Uralvagonzavod got shut down at some point, and it was shut down for quite a while because they simply didn't have an ability to make any more. And then they kind of restarted it, but they were just using whatever they had left. I forget how many actually, what the number actually was, but it was some, really, really small number. I think they basically produced like 1 train's worth, if I remember correctly. I was reading this not very long ago. I forget what the source was, but basically this entire year they managed to produce 1 train worth of tanks. I don't know how much that is. Maybe it's more. Maybe it's like 30 tanks. But I mean, we had days when they got as many destroyed as they produced in the whole year. It's as Ben said, is effectively negligible.
Yeah, I suppose what I'm asking for is, can you give me some homework, some like reading homework? So, like, can you refer me to like any publications or anywhere where I can actually like has there been any analysis on this? Like, I would just love to read about it and go into depth.
I mean, Aaron, I suggest you Google Uralvagonzavod and find all the articles that have been written about it this year, and you will find the information that you're looking for. That's honestly the easiest thing to do. trust me, there aren't articles about Uralvagonzavod just so on the internet, because it's not exactly the sort of thing that's optimized for SEO. I see. I bet you understand what I mean.
My job is literally creating like clickbait content online. I've kind of sold my soul on that, but hey, it pays for the bills, so I can travel and be a freelancer.
Yeah,
so yes, I know.
Uralvagonzavod isn't going to pay any bills. That's pretty sure. Content about Uralvagonzavod isn't going to pay any bills. So, just look that up. See what you can find on that. But they've delivered a few this year, but they seem not to have a capacity to build a whole lot of them. Even when there were pictures released, somebody was, maybe Shoigu was visiting, or maybe some general was visiting the production facility, and it all looked kind of dusty and as though nothing's been really moved for months. You can find those as well. It's not that big a deal. Anyway, it is what it is.
Yeah, and I would say, Aaron, you can also, if it's not someone who's exceedingly serious, you can always go with the good old absence of evidence. I mean, the Russians are bragging about every last thing. I think yesterday they were bragging that they managed to capture an electric wire from the Ukrainians, like literally the sort of things you carry around and you plug in one place and then in another place, and that was military equipment captured from the Ukrainians. So they're bragging about everything. Where are their inspirational videos about how many tanks they're building and how many new planes are taking flight? They don't have them. They just don't have them.
Exactly, Ben. Okay, let's go to Nina, answer that question. Then Ben, let's dive into the world of energy a little bit. Nina.
Okay, I can't answer that Ben's question, but I read what the Russians are spreading and talking. This was on Helsingin Sanomat. What the Russians stopped the Ukrainian terrorist hits on Kherson, and the authorities in Luhansk said that they have found Nazi signs on the Ukrainian, I don't know, tanks or something. Nazi, yes, that the Ukrainians.
Yeah, Nina, let's not amplify their bullshit unnecessarily.
Okay, yeah, but that's what they talk.
Yeah, we know, but it's all nonsense. The Russians have now decided that the cross or the plus that Ukraine is using is IFF, identification, friend or foe, starting with this most recent spate of counteroffensives. That is somehow a Nazi sign. It's a plus or a cross. Now, have we ever heard of any other set of people in history using a simple cross as an identifying sign? I can't really think of any. Can you, Ben? A cross. Has that ever been used as an identifying sign for a group of people before?
I've got a personal theory, is that the Ukrainian government has been toppled and is now replaced by the Knight Hospitaliers, and they're moving east.
Yeah, the Order of Malta wants to now be a sovereign with a physical land as well as they were before without. Right, that's what it is. No, my personal theory as to why they used a plus or an even armed cross as the IFF is because the Panzerhaubitze 2000 became pre-equipped with it, and they thought, oh, let's just copy it of the other stuff as well. Easy to install. All right, Ben. It is. I think it's the appropriate time to start talking about the energy markets a little bit. Energy markets across Europe are, of course, in all the news and very important. And they're very important. Why? They're very important because with because it's Russia's one big stick that it actually holds, with which it can hit Europe to the west of Ukraine as well as Ukraine itself, to be able to try to incite some sort of an unsteadfastness among the European populations when it comes to supporting Ukraine. And Russia has been building up to that for a very long time, incentivizing various European countries to become as reliant as possible on Russian gas shipments, Russian gas supplies, Russian energy more generally. And they've been doing this for literally decades, since, well, the 1960s, really, and the previous incarnation. Now they've shut off Nord Stream 1 permanently, apparently. What has this meant for European energy market?
Weeks and months, there was a lot of questions. Do we have a plan? Will the plan going to work? Is it going to be possible to put it into action? Is Hungary going to manage to just collapse everything? This sort of questions, and increasingly the answers are coming in, and they tend to be exceedingly positive. And as you said, the weapon, the energy weapon that the Russians were attempting to weld is collapsing. Probably the first one that everybody has followed is the level of the stocks. So apparently, Germany in particular has managed to almost entirely fill its stocks of natural gas for the winter. So that's not a problem anymore. Earlier last week they were in the 80% range, and apparently it is already beyond that, and they're going very fast towards 100%, faster than expected. So that one is solved. Second problem, which was the lack of French electricity. French electricity is important because it's all nuclear. It can be produced in a relatively large amount. It can be supplied to a number of very important neighbors. Very important for at least two reasons. The first one is because at least two very large European centers, population centers, are within range of French electricity. This is the Rhine, basically the Rhine and whatever, Belgium and Holland. There are millions upon millions of people living there. They tend to work in the sort of jobs that require a lot of electricity, be it in services or in industry. And these people were desperate for French energy. And you also have northern Italy depending on electricity quite a bit for the industry. And those
how
two
good is the interconnection? So we know that the interconnection between France and the Rhine-Ruhr, as well as France and Belgium and Netherlands, is very strong. There's plenty of capacity there, and right as you noted, as those French nuclear power plants keep coming online and online and online between now and December, there will be a whole lot more electricity generation capacity coming online there. And obviously the Rhine-Ruhr area has on the order of 10 million people in it. The Netherlands, of course, as a whole, some 20 million people. What's the transmission capacity, if you happen to know, between France and northwest Italy, especially? So areas around Milan, Turin, this highly industrialized part of Italy specifically.
I don't have actual evidence, but I remember the Corsicans moaning to no end because France was sending more electricity to Italy rather than somehow bring it to Corsica. So I don't have numbers, but there is a connection, and it is probably quite significant. Otherwise, my Corsican friends wouldn't complain about it because they're not complaining about nothing, of course. No, so yeah, I think it is fairly significant. Also because there's Switzerland in the neighborhood, which is itself a large producer of electricity. So I don't know if it's the electricity goes mostly straight from France to Italy, or if it goes through Switzerland. But Switzerland is because of the hydropower, it's one of the main producer of clean electricity in Europe, and has been for a very, very long time. So it's an extremely reliable producer.
Pretty much all of Swiss electricity is generated by a mix of hydro and nuclear, right? So that's completely independent of any gas or any other things that you have to burn, really, other than uranium. No, but the interconnection between France and Italy is very big, on the order of, I think, 2 or 3 gigawatt. Same goes for France to Germany. Same goes for France to Benelux. France to Switzerland, likewise. If there wouldn't be enough capacity on the French to Italian one, going from France to Switzerland to Italy is the other option here as well. I think there is, as you noted, that northern Italian basin can be quite substantially supplied by French nuclear power plants as well. So is the idea that all the French nuclear power plants that had to go through refits have now gone through refits or are going in the next couple of months, and then after that we're good? Is that the idea? That they can all run at basically full power through the winter?
Absolutely, that's the idea. I have to say that we were a bit worried during the whole month of August because there were deadlines that had been pushed back quite a few times. They were meant to be back, if I remember well, most of the nuclear electricity was meant to be back in June, and then July, then August, and then finally now they started to come back on the grids. Last week, 7 nuclear power plants were restarted, and so they're coming back. By the end of the year, the full park should be, or about the full park should be about should be restarted and producing by December, at the moment when we need them the most. So that's good. I have to say that the French nuclear branch as a whole has been pretty good over the past 6 months. Special shout out to the sailors who are now somewhere doing their work. So good news from Germany, good news from France, and again, I cannot stress how important this is because I cannot quite recall what's the proportion of the European GDP that comes from this, what the geographers in the 90s used to call the blue banana, that runs from northern Italy to southern England. So what's the proportion of the European GDP that comes from this one region? But it's massive. It's absolutely massive. And if that's core of the European economy is safe, that means that Europe can really face the coming winter with a lot of certainty and strength. And that also means that the bet that the Russian strategists had made is failing. It's petering out, and they're out. Do you have something else to mention? Or shall we move on to prices?
Let's move on to prices. But I think prices here are very important.
All right. I'm not going to pretend that I know exactly what are the drivers. The fact that a lot of resources are put in production can help, both in where is it again? In the US, probably in the OPEC countries, they're producing more and more oil, probably more and more gas. Projects that were meant to happen are being put in line. Whatever it is, again, I don't know exactly what are the drivers, but it seems to be the case that all the prices are coming down. First, and not most importantly, is the gas price. The gas price reached absolutely absurd numbers back in late August. It looked like panic was happening, was taking hold, and that whatever central did exist could simply not afford the price that the gas was going to be sold at, and this doesn't seem to be the case anymore. The price of gas in Europe has already been almost halved over the past couple of weeks. So, and it keeps falling. So we could be back towards something a lot more manageable, a lot closer to normal before the winter season starts. So that, again, talks volume about the ability of the Europeans to stop rocking the boat and get the system going, get serious people in charge, serious work being done, and the gas is flowing again. And the other one, which is the other price, which is collapsing. Well, not exactly collapsing, but declining, is the one for oil. The Brent has been safely below the $100 mark for the best part of the last 2 weeks. It's going up, it's going down at the moment, but it's still well below $100. And with a bit of luck, it will continue falling closer towards the fabled $60 marks. I'm saying fabled because that's the default option that the Russian government is using for its budgeting. And if you go under $60 a barrel, that means that by their own admission, then the red in peacetime. So if we were to assume that everything is going perfectly for them, that's the moment when they're starting to lose money, and not everything is going perfectly for them. I think, Domin, you've kept an eye on it, but the Russian government is having some money issues at the moment.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. They have much higher expenses than they normally do. A very large proportion of the economy is completely out of action at this point, right? For obvious reasons, because factories cannot actually manufacture things. Now, the top line numbers might not look as bad as some people expected, but that is to a large degree a consequence of some currency machinations, I would say, and it's not exactly realistic, right? Between currency machinations and the extractive economy, especially the energy extractive economy, sure, but all the rest of it together, it's not really working anything like well. There's a reason why Anadolu Efes, when they were increasing production of various Anheuser-Busch InBev brands in Russia, they were starting to manufacture them in Kaluga, right? Because that is an area that got particularly hit by the deindustrialization, perhaps, shall we say, of Russia, because of all the sanctions that have been that have been rightly levied against them. And if anything, more of the same needs to be applied, more of the same still, to be able to really put the screws to them and have them collapse into themselves from this.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's something else, which is that there's only one sector at the moment that seems to be hiring in the Russian economy. It's the weapon, the armament sector. But even there, the situation is not great. You've mentioned it yourself just a bit earlier. The trucks and tank factories are just closed. There doesn't. I haven't seen. It's actually going to be very interesting to have a look at the stockpiles that the Ukrainians have captured recently of ammunition. Are there a lot of them that are new? Because are they even producing simple stuff like shells? That's not a guaranteed. What I've heard was that the Kalashnikov factories were still hiring, and they were hiring a lot, sort of mopping up part of the unemployment that was created by the closure of some of the other factories. So partly to keep the numbers looking good for the local authorities, and also partly because as some of the machine tools that were provided mostly by Germany are starting to break, they're needing sometimes 10 guys to replace the machine. So I have no idea, a machine that used to pierce a hole in a plaque of metal, but no, you need a guy to do it by hand, and of course it's a lot slower. That leads to needing more people to do the job, and that could be one of the reasons why they're hiring so much. So again, sometimes we should be careful looking at the Russian economy with Western eyes, because what we consider as something good may not be something good for them. The case of unemployment is one of those evidence. A healthy economy, when it's going through a crisis such as the one that the Russians are going through at the moment, should suffer, should see some unemployment going on. And the fact that unemployment is not going up by so much in Russia is implying that the state sector is expanding, that productivity is declining, and that altogether, even though our metrics don't show it, the Russian economy is slowly collapsing from the inside. So again, the Ukrainians are progressing too fast at the moment for us to have a hope to see the Russian economy collapsing as it should. But were the war to last another year, probably that would be it. They could probably not even produce a single Kalashnikov more.
This is the sort of thing we often wonder, right? But at the end of the day, I'll put it this way: it is a situation where they probably can produce, say, artillery shells, but how many and how quickly is the large part of the question. Certainly not anything like the rate of at which they're using them. Certainly not anywhere like the rate at which they're having their shells destroyed whenever it's HIMARS o'clock at the ammo dump. I think all of that is very significant here as well. There's a reason why there are now talks of North Korea supposedly providing artillery shells for Russia, because they can't make enough of them. And if they make artillery shells aren't that complex to make. The question is, can you make anything like enough for it to be relevant? Beyond that, if you remember that writing from Volodymyr Datsenko, who writes for Forbes in Ukraine, he was saying that at the current rate of consumption, this was a month ago, current rate of consumption, Russia will be effectively out of artillery shells by, in a matter of a few months, maybe 6 months from then. If anything, the rate of Ukrainian destruction of Russian ammo depots has been ever quicker. Quite a lot of supplies have also been seized, obviously not that much, but in the big picture, but quite a lot of it has also been seized, say, in this most recent counter-offensive around Izium. Between all of that, I think it's quite significant. It's quite a big thing, and I would suggest that they might be in much greater trouble still than people think. That they might be able to, to do anything. So we'll see. I think we will have to wait and see. But yes, build a Kalashnikov. Sure. The question is at what volume they can manufacture things still. Same goes for those $50,000 Ladas made to mid-90s mediocre car specifications. They can build a few. How many can they build?
Yeah, absolutely. And related to that is the fact that if your production process is very poor, you cannot create a lot of, you don't generate a lot of margin on your sales, because, well, your process to build something is expensive, right? It's slow and painful and expensive. And as a result, the price of production is rising. And since the price of sales cannot rise quite as fast, if anything, because you're in the armament business and your one and only client is the Russian state, and they're not willing to increase prices. So since the margins are declining, what else is declining? Salaries. Salaries are declining, and the workers are going to be in a situation where they're going to earn ever less, and that we've seen that back in when was it, 2011. The prospect of lower income is the thing that brought the Russian people in the streets, and your friends in the Kremlin are well aware of this, and that this probably more than anything else is frightening them quite a lot. That's and in reverse, for us, it's a good reason to be hopeful. And we're not talking about pie in the sky. Who's the general who's going to put a bullet through the head of state's head? We're talking about just a repeat of something that did happen and has happened several times over the past few decades in Russia. So that's very, very, very good news. And all this down to one single factor: the unwillingness of the Ukrainians to bend, and their ability to resist and to just say no, thank you very much, without you.
It almost echoes Zelensky's speech from a couple of nights ago, doesn't it? Right, without you. Brad, I'm sure I have an idea why you wanted to come up at this point in the conversation.
Well, actually, I wasn't really listening to the conversation because I'm distracted by this news article out of DW and another one out of CNN that we're now up to 35 municipalities in Moscow and St. Petersburg who are calling for Putin to resign. So that's interesting.
I am still unsure what to make of that. I'll put it this way. I am still unsure what to make of that. It's the sort of thing that makes me worry. It's yet another, Ovsyannikova type of thing. It's yet another thing that makes me worry that it's yet another distraction more than anything else. Yes, it's reasonable for it to happen just as the Russian military is in a state of somewhat collapse. But at the same time, it would also very much make sense for this to happen because the Russian military is in a state of relative collapse and not doing very well, that's for sure. And there being a need for some serious distraction to go on to fill the Russia set of column inches in newspapers worldwide. And this is an excellent distraction because you talk about good Russians, you get to speculate heavily about what the future holds, as opposed to looking at the very specific, the very specific things here, right? That are actually happening on the ground already. I think that's important.
So to use like corporate strategy speak, I don't think that this is necessarily a substitute. It may be a complement, right? It may. And by complement, I mean it may be complementary to what's happening on the ground, right? So the latest rumors, obviously all unsubstantiated, is that Crimea it's either fallen or it's about to, and the Ukrainians are on the 66 on their way to Lysychansk and Severodonetsk. If Severodonetsk falls, like in in a matter of days, like I can't even imagine the fallout in Russia after everything they went through to take that town, and so part of me thinks that there's a lot of psyops going on the part of the Ukrainians, right? Driving a lot of this. I wonder how much of the retreat of the Russians is based on the actual force being deployed against them or the psyops being deployed against them. Again, I look at these types of things and I'm like, I don't think it's a substitute for my attention. It's a complement to it's complementary to what we're seeing on the ground. At least that's my opinion.
It very well could be. It very well could be. See, the thing is that I'm just so very very cynical when it comes to all these matters, and so very skeptical of anything that comes out of Russia these days. That I just kind of take a step back and think, okay, so what could be the other explanation other than that obvious statement? If it is true, yes, this means big things for the stability of the regime. If this is true, that means the Russian regime is in much worse a state than we thought it is. Right? I don't know, Tim and Ben, do you have any thoughts on it? What's your read of it?
I see it a little bit like the latest offensive, Russian offensive on Bakhmut. It makes no sense. They're just doing it because some clog in the machine is still functioning a little bit better than others, and keeps doing the job that it was meant to do. And because there's no one on top with the bandwidth to stop it, it continues. And I think that I would say that someone in the FSB had a ready plan for this. Maybe it was designed, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago. It was meant to take place in the second week of September to grab the news for whatever reason, and they're doing it right now. I'm unwilling to admit the fact that someone could raise their head above the parapet like this with so little public support. I mean, if it's true, it's admirable, but I'm not sure it's true, and B, I'm not sure it will have much of an impact. If you look at the recent governorial elections that took place this weekend in Russia, the governors of Russia United, the party of Vladimir Putin, were all elected with numbers ranging from 65% to 95% of the votes. So the regime seems to still be doing well, and yeah, maybe the cities are sufficient content powers to the central state, maybe, but I don't know. It would take a much smarter and more knowledgeable guy than me to opine in a better way. For the moment, I'd rather err on the side of caution and think that these are just psyops.
And Ben, this is exactly it. These people who have been apparently speaking out don't actually hold any power. That's the other part of it. They don't actually hold power. They are not even city councillors. They're city district councillors. So there's the big city council, but then every city quarter, every district within the city has a separate council on top of that. That is the councils that are running this. So it's a. I mean, these are the lowest ranking politicians you can imagine, right? These are the people who, I don't know, deal with potholes, but only the potholes and the pavement on the side of the road, not even the potholes in the road, or deal with, I don't know, street beautification projects, plant pots and the like. I'm kidding. Obviously, they don't do that in Russia, but they're barely politicians, is what I'm getting at.
The thing is, though, sorry, I was just going to say, the thing is, though, for them to step up like this, they had to have the support of somebody higher up, right? Who basically said, listen, I've got your, if you do this, I've got your back. So what it does, it's creating a pretext for people higher up the food chain to basically say, listen, all of our people on the ground, there's a groundswell of people that are saying this, and you know what, now that we think about it, it makes a lot of sense. This is what the people want, right? And so because otherwise I can't imagine 35 people who are filling potholes are going to be willing to take this kind of risk. You know what I'm saying? And we could actually go into, I used to host a podcast on organizational theory. And one of the aspects of organizational theory having to do with innovation is that you need, in order for you to innovate within an organization, as somebody who is not in a leadership position, you often need the social capital of somebody who is in a leadership position to legitimize something that is novel that you want to do that challenges the status quo. So I look at this from an organizational perspective. I'm like, okay, this looks like somebody providing their legitimacy, their power towards an endeavor that is essentially novel, right, or different, and normally would be quashed unless it had that kind of support.
Another way of looking at that, Brad, might be that this is a kind of reverse ferret, right? So rather than these, the power that's higher up that these people are relying on is in fact the Kremlin itself. And they've said, right, we need a distraction op. We need to generate some artificial opposition. You boys we can't afford to alienate, we can't afford to get rid of anybody who actually matters. But you boys in St. Petersburg, repairing roads, you can voice this very tokenistic opposition to the regime. We'll fine you in the front door, and then we'll bribe you in the back door. You'll lose office for a couple of years, and then you'll be back in favor. But basically, you guys take the hit for this because we need to make a bit of fuss. Do you think that might be another way of looking at it?
All possibilities are on the table. What the thing that I'm not sure of is does Putin's ego allow him to have people attacking him personally? That is the thing that I hear arguments like that. I'm like, would Putin really allow his personal reputation to be tarnished or even called into question, right, by something like this? I could see it more readily if it's like people being angry at the military or some other apparatus of the government, but towards Putin personally, I don't know. Somebody give me an example where, a leader like Putin has allowed that to happen. I'm sure there probably is, but I'm just not aware of any. And it just seems, I don't know. Tell me I'm wrong.
So
You're wrong.
Oh, Ben, you can't give in like that.
She asked me to do it. I did it.
Touche.
Okay, so Brad, let's talk about one more thing here. The phenomenon in Russia of let's call it permitted opposition. And specifically what that is usually are people who work very much in a positive way, in a way that benefits the regime, by going beyond the regime, if that makes sense. So Zhirinovsky was always the quintessential example of this. I don't know if you know who that is. He used to lead a party called the Liberal Democratic Party of Russia. It was neither interested in democracy nor liberalism. It was in Russia, though, so that's what one bit of it was true. But let's talk a little bit about him, for example. He at every step, said basically, what is doing is correct. We just need to do it more. We need to do it more strongly. We need to do it with greater dedication. We need to do 20% more of whatever Putin is doing. And that was basically permitted. Why? Because it was moving the Overton window at every point, right? Everything that Putin did seemed really reasonable because look, some wanted to go even further, even much further than Putin does. Therefore, Putin's a very reasonable, sensible, middle of the road man, right? In a similar way, various military bloggers have been agitating for more war, tougher war, all the war, more mobilization, more everything. And they've been doing this for months as well, right? They've been doing it before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, obviously, as well, to kind of prepare the groundwork. So what's interesting now is two parallel types of opposition are emerging. One is the one you brought up, who are actually calling out Putin. But read those documents. Read the way in which they're calling out Putin. Read the way in which they're calling out the decisions of the government. They're saying things like, you're bringing more NATO onto our borders. Finland is now joining NATO because of the invasion of Ukraine. This is bad for Russian nationalism, imperialism, whatever. Now, most of that argument is, the biggest chance for that argument is because this is the only way the argument can succeed. But they probably actually believe it. Now, even if they don't, maybe they're really clever, and this is the 1% and 1% possibility option. They're just approaching it in a wise way, much in the way that those Rosgvardia members from, I think it was Krasnodar or Stavropol, one of the two Krai centers in the northern Caucasus, southern Russia sort of area. Months ago, this was I think in March, maybe April, there's a bunch of Rosgvardia members from one of those that were meant to be sent to Ukraine to fight. They basically said, no, we can't go. We can't go. We're not allowed. See, it's not a war. It's a special military operation. So we need to cross the border legally. And for that, we need a valid international passport. But we don't have valid international passports. We only have our internal passports. So, it'd be illegal for us to go. So we refused to go. And then they got fired. And then they sued their commanding officer for wrongful termination. Right? Why? They didn't say, I don't want to go to Ukraine because I don't want to go kill people, or I don't want to go to Ukraine because I don't want to get killed, or I don't want to go to Ukraine because I don't think genocide is a good thing. No. The line of argument they took was, no, it is, your rules say that I'm not allowed to go, and I'm a stickler for rules, and I want to be a good Russian citizen, and I want to follow all the laws correctly. It just doesn't allow me. And very much in the same way, these guys are, this argument that they're making is done very much in the same vein. The question is, what intention is it being done with? Now, you're right. The thing I want to stress is, remember Marina Ovsyannikova, right? There's the Russian, journalist, editor, whatever she was, it's a TV station, who popped up behind the newsreader with a big placard that said, peace now, whatever it was. And then she got a nice job with Die Welt in Germany, and then whatever else happened. She basically took everyone for a ride. She was punished by having to pay $55 worth of stuff and she spent a night in jail, right? It was a staged event, and it was clear to all the Ukrainians, it was clear to pretty much all the Russians, it was clear to the Finns, whom it wasn't clear to most of the rest of the world that this was a staged event. And I worry it might be a better version of that. That is what I'm getting at. I worry it might be a better version of Syanikova, Brad.
Okay, so I totally understand what you're saying. These set of behaviors lie along a spectrum of behaviors that I would refer to as a propaganda/deviance spectrum. On the left-hand side of that spectrum would be propaganda being essentially promoted by outside forces like the United States, Ukraine, psyops, foreign psyops. As you go to the right one notch, you fall into a category called negative deviance. And this would be from the standpoint of the state. And this would be like these 35 people are legitimately protesting and calling for Putin to resign. And that is a form of deviant behavior that is not sanctioned by the state. The next notch over is the positively deviant category. And this is the one that you're referring to, where there are deviant behaviors being done, but they, whether openly acknowledged or not acknowledged, they are actually sanctioned by the state, and they serve a valuable role in society, either to allow certain sentiments to be vented or to allow the type of thinking, and that I would put some of the mill bloggers in this category. Maybe not all, but some of them allow some of the thinking to be put out there that actually is beneficial overall to the state, although it kind of bucks the official party line and status quo. And again, going back to my organizational theory argument, that type of positively deviant behavior has to have some type of backing from somebody further up the food chain who has legitimacy, right? On the far right, the fourth category is, again, a propaganda category, and this would be an internal psyops operation that's meant to distract. It's done by the Russian state. It's meant to distract and control and essentially manipulate. But it doesn't necessarily serve a positive. Well, from the state standpoint, it serves a positive role, but it actually doesn't, in the long run, benefit the state. Because it tends to ultimately undermine the state. So that's how I would fit these types of things into a theoretical framework. Anyway.
Thank you, Brad. No, I mean, what you're saying is obviously true, right? The question is, we don't actually know which it is, so the only thing we get to talk about are the various different scenarios that might be being employed here, and then always we gotta get stuck for the actual conclusion. But I mean, you're absolutely right that we should be paying attention to it. I couldn't agree more.
Yes, but in this case, I think we can fairly easily rule out, I think, this being a Western psyops operation. I think the second category, it being an actual protest, is very much in the realm of, it's very much probable. The idea that it is sanctioned in some way and it's a positively deviant behavior that is being allowed, that's also possible, and the internal psyops is possible. The question is, what probability do you assign to each of those scenarios? And given the reputational aspect of this having to do with Putin, if I were to assign probabilities, I would be assigning like 50% this being legit, 25, maybe 30% that it's an internal psyops thing, and 20% that it's like an allowed behavior that's, that the state is essentially sanctioning. So that's how I'd assign those probabilities.
Brad, can I push back gently?
Sure, by all means.
All right. I don't fully agree with Domin. I don't think that the people who are in those district councils are so much of the guys who take care of the potholes. I mean, they are the guys who take care of the potholes, but they're not like low-level administrators. They tend to be the sort of guys who have a bit of free time and enough money for it to be interesting. They're trying to have a bit of power within their community. We have them all over the West, trying to decide what color the walls should be and whether the next building should be 6 floors or 7 floors. This sort of questions. These guys are those who have been pushed out of power by the Siloviki. They're also the ones who so they've been out of power for the best part of the past 25 years. And on top of that, if you remember, they're also in terms of category of jobs, these guys are probably more like engineers, professors, doctors. Many of them probably retired, but still this sort of category. And they're also the guys who, when the war, the full-fledged invasion started, were those that were killed by the Russians. If you look at people who were actually shot or suicided by the Russian Secret Service, be it abroad or locally, they tended to be not military, but engineers and managers, either for the state, oil companies, or for the armament. So this is the same category of people, those who were decidedly pushed out of power for the past 25 years. Nothing, as far as I know, nothing has changed within the Russian state that allows them to perk their head up. They've been hit of the head a lot harder recently. There's no reason to raise their head again, and as a result, that's why for me it's difficult to believe that an elite that have been repressed for 25 years suddenly finds a way to push back, and also any hope to push back. So that's why I don't buy it.
Yeah, so the question is, who is behind it, right? And is it somebody who is aligned with Putin or not? That's the question. If it's not a legitimate protest that really is those 35 municipal leaders, who is actually behind it, and are they for Putin or against Putin?
Fair.
I'll suggest.
Yep.
I'll just suggest one little thing here. If there's someone who's a danger to the regime, more than those 35 municipal leaders, whatever it is, the much bigger danger will be those who say that there should have been more war, and who might agitate in very much the same sense as in the post-Versailles Germany, the people who were saying we were stabbed in the back by the enemy within. Our government didn't have our back. They didn't commit enough to the war. I think those are probably at this point a much greater danger to the maintenance of the regime as it is. I think they're a lot more, the more militant ones are a lot more dangerous than the local city district councillor people.
Well, it's not clear to me that we're talking about separate people, right? Like in terms of who's the influences and the parties involved behind this let's just call this a form of propaganda, right? It's not clear to me that those people aren't people who are further along on the right, on the political right, and the more hawkish type people. We just don't know who's behind this.
Right. I posit an example on this when you asked for an example of a dictator who tolerated quite open internal opposition for the sake of political expediency. And I think this is it's quite important to understand the way power works in Russia. It's not a democracy with a government and an opposition. It's structured more like a court. So there is a fount of power, and that people vie for a piece of that power, right? And so it's not always as coherent as as we'd see in, say, the UK or the US or whatever. But in terms of machinations, I'd like to posit an example. So all the best political conspiracies come from the court of Henry VIII. Now, in the 1530s, Henry VIII was trying to get divorced from Catherine of Aragon and marry Anne Boleyn. The man standing in the way was Bishop John Fisher, who was Bishop of Rochester, who was refusing to annul Henry VIII's marriage. Sometime in the 1530s, somebody tried to poison John Fisher. Now, it was almost certainly the Boleyn family that did it, almost certainly. The king was known to be particularly afraid of poisoning. He hated the idea of poisoning. He was obsessed with having people taste his food, blah, 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 blah. This wasn't the first time the Boleyns had tried to kill John Fisher. They once also fired a cannon at his house. Politics was a lot more fun then. So this left the king with a bit of a problem. Someone had tried to kill a bishop, admittedly a bishop who was not his friend, but he's a bishop nonetheless. He needed to keep the church on side. He couldn't go after the people who actually did it because the Boleyns were too powerful. Their cousin was the Duke of Norfolk. He was untouchable at court, and also he wanted to marry Anne. So he was left with a bit of an issue. So what they ended up doing was they found a chap called Richard Rouse, who was a cook in the kitchen of John Fisher, and they bribed him. They said, "You've got 3 daughters, you can't afford dowries, we'll provide the dowries. In return, you will confess to this crime and you will be boiled alive for it." For some reason, Richard Rouse took that deal and was boiled alive. His daughters received their dowries and everybody was happy. So the king had effectively punished somebody for an attempted poisoning. He had managed not to alienate the church. He had managed not to alienate the Boleyn family, and everybody was happy because the way the power was structured was not open opposition and not open government, but it was a kind of courting around power. And that power manipulates the people courting it in really quite opaque ways. So yeah, that's my slightly roundabout example of something that might possibly compare to this, but I guess we're delving into speculation at this point. Anyway, some Tudor history for you.
Cool. Yeah, what's unclear to me is is this a deviant behavior that is allowed, or is this is it deviant behavior that was designed and deployed by the Kremlin? And that is the part where I'm like, hey, this isn't a personal attack against Putin. I just don't see that. I just don't see Putin saying, hey, what would be a great idea? Why don't you launch some personal attacks against me? I would love that. It's the perfect plan. I just don't see it.
I said in a sense it is. Look, take some people without power for whom everybody domestically knows have no power. Have them say some outrageous stuff. The foreign press is going to report all over on it. It's going to be a great distraction, and we'd love to talk about good Russians. Hey, Russia might even appear as though it's a democracy. Who knows? And at the same time, nothing will change at all domestically, and they'll get a slap on the wrist. Not even that, and the caravan will move onwards. Seems like the perfect plan. I don't know, Puppy. We have a philosopher in our midst. Maybe he can help us resolve this, although he claims to not be ever able to. Who knows, Puppy?
By definition, philosophers don't ever solve anything. Whenever something is about to be solved, is handed over to other disciplines. So I'm not going to pretend to solve anything. But I mean, I have all the same skepticism that Domen, Tim, and Ben have to repeat patiently several times a day. So I'm not going to repeat them further, other than perhaps just noting that there is a tradition going back to the early days of Stalin of creating fake opposition channels in order to better control them. They did create fake Tsarist organizations in the West in the 20s in order to be able to control them. So this is in itself not only not unprecedented, but in line with certain type of Kremlin scheming back 100 years. Even with all the skepticism, however, I will note a couple of things that are at least to be observed. So the first thing is, if this was not happening, and if I were to imagine how early signs of opposition could show up, this is not an unreasonable way for this to happen. Politically peripheral figures from some local institutions start to congregate around the message. It is not out of the realm of what I could imagine to be a possibility if I were in abstract to consider the topic. The second point that I would like to note is that in partial disagreement with the Domen on this, I am not convinced that this counts as a distraction for the West right now. If anything, it sort of helps keeping the eye on the fact that Russia is in a weak position. So
I'm sorry, I need to push back directly on that because Brad said he specifically said he was being distracted by this. So we have evidence of at least one person being actively distracted by it. Please carry on.
Yeah, okay, point taken. I guess it depends on the definition of distraction. He may be distracted. You're right. He opened his statement on with "I am distracted because I'm not following the conversation about X." However, on a larger scale, he's still very much having his eyes on the fact that Russia is weak. So yeah, we can have a semantic discussion on what distraction means in this context, but it's probably not very productive. The third point that I would note, basically, as Brenda was saying himself, this is very personal against Putin. So it is a bit weird for an internal psyop. It happened with external psyops, but if it is actually an internal psyop, making it so strongly personal seems to be like playing a bit with fire. Because in recent times, this is rather unprecedented for an organized, organic voice to go personally against Putin. Yes, you had, of course, the puppet theaters of your Zhirinovskys going all out crazy, and on the other side, people that were more reasonable. But it was always preserving the figure of the leader as more or less untouchable on a personal level. This is different type of messaging, and if it is a psyop trying such a psyop different from before in a moment when the leader is evidently weakened, is again a bit playing with fire in my eyes. So those are reasons why I would, while certainly having the due skepticism, still keep a bit of an open mind. Not enough to let my brain fall out, as the proverb goes, but enough to be able to convince if there are further signals that something is actually going on. I know it's Solomonic.
Yeah, if I might respond to that real quick, I would agree with you. So this type of self-owning strategy is what you would deploy when you are in an unassailable position and people are disgruntled about how unassailable and how much power you are exerting. It is not a strategy that you would use when you are destabilized or in a state of disruption. Unless you're playing at a whole other level but it's just too meta, right? It's too clever by halves, or whatever the phrase would be, and it'd be the wrong time to do something like this. So if it is an internal psyops operation, it's really stupid. That's all I would say.
It's a type of a 5D or 12D chess that could easily backfire if it is a psyop. It would be very stupid. I do agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strategy that's so far outside of the rhombus that you have to look up what rhombus means to even understand what your own strategy is.
So again, I think that the much greater fear to be had, and let's assume they're separate groups for now. If there's someone who might be actually gunning for the top, it will be someone, I think, who will be just as, if not more, more militant, more belligerent. That's the ones I feel a lot more. I mean, I'll leave it at that, but I think those are, because I'm trying to do something to do with grain at the same time. But I think those are ones to be a whole lot more feared, in this context. No, they want more aggression, more total war, and I think those are the more frustrated ones and the ones that are more likely to get more following more quickly. And that's because of the nature of the imperial nature, the imperial assumptions that live within the Russian society. I think that's why that could be a bigger issue. Papi?
Yeah, it might be the case. In fact, if someone replaces, we are playing a little bit, fanta politics or whatever here. But if someone were to replace Putin right now, given what we know, it is more likely that it is someone more extreme than him. However, I will note that while it might not be a good thing in the long term, it might, if we agree that the Russian military is in an untenable position right now, it might allow whoever replaces Putin, even if it is he or she, but I guess he is ideologically more extreme than him, would still allow him an excuse to retreat. Putin has invested himself too much in the war with Ukraine, and it's not realistic for him to just pull out and say, hey, we made a mistake. While someone, even if he was ideologically aligned or even more extreme, would at least in front of apparent disaster have an option to say, hey, the guy before did mistakes and we are going to correct them. Now, of course, this would leave the question open: what happens in 10 years, right? When this person might try to regroup and attack again, or do something equally stupid elsewhere. But in the short term, it would probably give some type of excuse to change the narrative.
Exactly, it's always a lot easier to double down within the same set of ideas than actually change the set of ideas altogether. I think that's always worthwhile remembering. Right, lots of people seemingly want to opine on this. The John, coming from a country that actually holds elections that are meaningful, we can talk about that maybe a little bit later because I'm curious as to what the situation is. But go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So my question is, so let's say Putin falls and he's replaced by someone who's even more hawkish. What could that hawk do more than Putin has done already? I mean, we all talk about this, that general mobilization will not work, at least not in the short term. So what could a more hawkish leader do? Do you have any thoughts on that?
So I think that's a good question. What could they do now? not very much beyond the very self-destructing things like CBRN that are kind of fringe cases anyway, or indeed the thing that we always discuss, which is full mobilization, that magic solution that, according to the world of Russian bloggers, is an obvious shoe into work. And we've discussed it to some degree, and actually quite a lot of an extent, and it's clearly not very useful. So I really think that's a big that's a big option here. I mean, remember that speech from
because
John? You said because, but then I couldn't hear you anymore. Okay, I think he's driving. I think that's the problem.
I mean, my thinking is that. Can you hear me? Hello.
We can hear you, then, John. But I think that you can't hear that well. So or at least that it's a very bad lag. Okay, then John is.
I don't know if you hear me now, but my thinking is that Putin has done everything he can do. Anything that Russia can do at this point, except for what he can't do. So it doesn't matter who takes over. They cannot do more in the short run. Which means it would be good if he falls. Any destruction would be good. That's my belief.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're right. I think this is really it. Now, what could they do? They could optimize, accelerate the capacity for the commission of war crimes in occupied territories. That's the one thing they could do. They could actually do. In this context, right? If you remember Mangushev, the guy who was parading around that comedy club, was it? Whatever it was, with the skull of a Ukrainian soldier that he killed in Mariupol, right? It's people like that. I think, if people like that are the next vanguard, if they're the ones who replace the previous set, they are even more imperialistic, even more driven to just be even more awful to civilians in occupied territories. I think this is the one thing that they could do more. I don't think they can do more in the sense of fighting war. They can do more in being even more genocidal, perhaps. Maybe that's what they can do more. But you're right. Putin did what he could do after the initial hubris-filled decision to engage in a full-scale invasion without actually setting up the country or the army for war. Right? That's what he did. He did pretty much as can be done in that respect. So I guess that's the answer. Yes, that's the best we can do. Let's try Selimnus. Go ahead, Selimnus.
Hi, I just wanted to let you know, a lot of times I get to the MriyaReport by doing a search. When I did the search this time, there's a fake Maria account. I posted it on the pinned tweet for MriyaReport. So it's just a screenshot that I put up there so that there wasn't a link for anybody to click and do the wrong thing.
Thank you, Selimnus. This is really annoying. I will have a look at that ASAP, and forward it. And if you can, everybody go ahead and what is it? Report that as impersonation. Let me just see which one it is. But that is then very, very frustrating indeed. So.
Mic check.
I think Domin is breaking up right now.
Yep.
We cannot really hear Domin.
Dermot, we can't hear you, mate.
You can't hear me. Oh, fantastic. That's lovely. Tim, I'm gonna have you can if it's because I'm trying to see which account it is. If the account is currently hosting a space, the impersonate account.
We can hear you again now, but you are breaking up a little.
I think, Domen, your Wi-Fi or 5G or whatever is weak and unstable right now, I'm afraid.
I think it's my app, Puppy. I need to drop, and I will be back.
Thank you, Damon. Nina, you've got your hand up.
Thank you, Tim. Actually, I didn't hear exactly what then John said. Only that Putin has done what he has, what he could do, and also about the people. Majority of the people in Russia, they are really bloodthirsty. They want to do more genocide, and if Putin would now fall. We can't know exactly what will happen, but as I understand, Patrushev is Putin's right hand, and he's even worse than Putin himself. But the thing is that even if they would do the full mobilization, would they even have the supplies for the soldiers and all the stuff for them? Tim, Bertrand, then John, Ben, help please.
Well, to that I would say I'm somewhat skeptical when there are claims that Putin is about to fall. I mean, I haven't seen any cogent evidence of this. There's been some noise around the edges. We've just discussed that at length. Brad, I think, kind of disagrees with me on this. Yeah, I mean, I just don't see any compelling evidence that Putin's grip on power is slackening to the extent that he's on the way out. I don't know. I mean, if we're speculating, I think his death due to ill health will be more likely than his political fall. But that's just my opinion. On the issue of materiel, yes, I would say even if Russia mobilized fully, I mean, I think that's mainly window dressing. Russia has really quite profound holes in its military capability. Okay, so there are laws in Russia that say that contract soldiers can resign at any point, and conscript soldiers can't be required to serve abroad. But I mean, there's the law in Russia, shall we say, is a very elastic concept. So there are certainly reports of contract soldiers' resignations not being accepted. There are reports of conscripts being forced to serve abroad against the terms of their service. So I mean, I would not see that as meaningful. On the materiel side, this is where full mobilization again doesn't really solve any problems. There are colossal gaps in Russia's ability to make war materiel. Right, you remember there was a thread that went viral a few months ago about manufacturing tractors, and the thread was, I'm sure many of you will have seen it. The thread was that Putin ordered the governess of a particular oblast to produce a domestically manufactured tractor, and what this enterprising governess did was she went to the Czech Republic. She bought thousands of knockdown kits from a Czech manufacturer. She imported them to Russia, assembled them, and marketed them as a Russian tractor. Now, it wasn't. It was just utterly preposterous. And of course, she pretended to have manufactured a tractor. Putin pretended to have believed her, and there was this kind of great big spectacle of bullshit around that. And that's a tractor. A tractor is not a particularly complicated piece of machinery. Axel's going to jump in there and talk about tractors, I expect. But a tractor is not a difficult thing to make. It's probably a difficult thing to make at scale and economically, but it's not a complicated piece of kit unless you're talking about heavily computerized Western-made machines. So Russia apparently cannot make tractors. So Russia being able to domestically produce with no Western components, enough materiel for a general mobilization to make an appreciable difference to her invasion of Ukraine, I think is a very, very big leap. So if there is a mobilization, if they technically change the law or whatever, I just don't think it's going to make any difference to the situation. Russia is fighting this war to the best of her extremely limited abilities already, and she's losing. Slava Ukraini. Nina, would you care to make a counterpoint?
Yes, please. I read an article that I sent to Domen and Axel about German factories making actually some stuff for Russia and still sending this stuff to Russia. I will send it to you, Tim, also. And I would really like to hear what Axel has to say about this, that the Germans are actually supporting Russia in this war, like really sending them like weapons. I don't know if it's weapon, but at least parts for weapons. Thank you. I will send it to you, Tim.
Thank you, Nina. I don't know what you're referring to, but I'd be very glad to read it. Thank you. Dan John.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Yeah, so Nina didn't hear exactly what I said, so just short repeat. So what I said, Nina, was that I don't see what even a more hawkish guy than Putin can do if he is to replace Putin, because I believe that Putin has done everything possible that Russia is capable of doing now. I mean, militarily. So it doesn't matter who takes the seat. They can't do more in the short run. Obviously, that's what I said. So and also what I said is that if Putin falls, that must be a good thing. Even if he is replaced, there will be a distraction and also focus on the war, more internal focus, I guess. So that's what I said.
Thank you, Dan John. I think it was also a little bit difficult for me. I think you were driving, so that's why it cut a little bit what I heard. But now I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina Dan John. Scribe, the holder of harms.
Okay, I have a real quick question. I had this little thought come by me last night after I got off Twitter. China's expending a lot of soldiers and military equipment, right? And I'm thinking, if they expand this much material with just fighting Ukraine, what happens since China's been eyeing Taiwan for the longest of times, what happens if China sees Russia as a target because Russia now exposed its soft underbelly and doesn't have the military equipment to defend itself in a conventional war?
I can take that one if you don't mind.
Sure, Brad. I've got really very limited view on that, except to doubt China's own military capabilities. I think it would be a bit like two bald men arguing over a comb, but whatever. Brad, please take it away.
Yeah, China's not going to do that. And the reason being is that, first of all, if China's going to do something militarily, it's going to take Taiwan. Secondly, China doesn't want to break. Well, first of all, Russia is weak enough that China can exploit all the things that it would want from Russia without invading Russia. And thirdly, China doesn't want to break the international order. China wants to dominate the international order. China does not want and as part of that, I mean, what does it need most of all? It needs order. It needs stability. What it fears most is instability, and because of the nature of its population. So it is simply not going to invade another country. It's just not going to do it. It wants to basically establish its role as the dominant power in the world within the current international system, and it wants to dominate that system.
Sure. I wouldn't argue with any of that, except I would embellish it slightly by saying that China is not capable of taking Taiwan. Still less, I agree, invading another country. You have to understand that the People's Liberation Army is not a military force. It is a business. You have to pay to get a commission. You have to pay a bribe to get a commission in the People's Liberation Army, because it's not an office of military honor. It is an office of profit. It is an office of graft. People don't join it to fight. They join it because they want to make money through the corruption that is all the way up and down the People's Liberation Army and the Chinese military-industrial complex. I mentioned this on the other day on the space, but I'll mention it again. The Pakistanis bought a load of Chinese frigates. They're calling them Zulfikar class guided missile frigates. They can't fire missiles because the systems the Chinese sold them and the parts in them didn't work to start with, and the parts were of such low quality that they broke almost immediately. Pakistan is currently in dispute with the Chinese shipbuilding agency that built the ships for them about fixing them, about sorting them out. If this is true of an exported frigate, it's bound to be more true of a domestically operated frigate. And this is going to be reflected in all of their materiel. Any complex system they care to acquire will have with it an enormous, great big bag of corruption and graft. It'll be substandard. It'll be not as advertised on the tin. It will be, not to put too fine a point on it, a piece of shit. So what is true of Russia is also true of China. Their militaries are not militaries. They are fundamentally businesses. They're ways for officers to make money through corruption and graft. They're not capable of fighting anything other than the kind of creeping genocidal conflict that we're seeing in Ukraine. These are not military effective organizations. I'll go to John Howard, please. You've got your hand up. John Howard, I beg your pardon. John.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, I mean, I think it's even more simple than theories about international order and everything else. If China invaded Russia, Russia would launch nuclear weapons at China and be instant sunshine over Beijing. It's nuclear deterrence. That's what it's for. I don't think the PLA are possibly quite as bad as you do, but they haven't been tested, and we all thought the Russians were much more capable than they turned out to be. So I won't argue that point, but yeah, it's a very simple calculation. China invades Russia, Russia nukes China, end of story. That's why as you say, it won't happen.
The other thing that's super simple is that how many kilometers of water separate Taiwan from China? It's hundreds. And if we just look simply at how difficult it is to cross an effing river in Ukraine, think about launching a seaborne assault against Taiwan, who's had decades to prepare for it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Brad. John.
Yeah, I had another topic, so if you want to continue, I can wait.
I'll let Scribe come back because it was his point, and then we can move on. Scribe, would you care to make a point, and then we'll move on with John, please?
I was just going to really quickly ask, has anything come out of the whole entire surrender of everything west of the Dnipro?
Well, it was never meant to be everything. I don't think. I think it was meant to be one unit, probably a large unit somewhere west of Dnipro. I'm not exactly sure. I think we're waiting for a proper update to be done. But no, not a full-scale surrender yet. That's for sure.
All right, thank you, and thank you all for everyone that answered my question.
No worries. Happy to, Scribe. I would just note that there seem to be quite wide-ranging if there has been a surrender, it looks like the surrender was in Snikurivka, which is on the Inhulets River. If you want to look at where that is, that's a very significant point on the Inhulets, and that might be making a whole lot of a difference. Still waiting for an official confirmation, but the general staff, of course, but that's on a big road just by the Inhulets there, on the big road to Kherson, and that would suggest quite a wide-ranging collapse of the Russian front line. Anyway, that's that. Then John, change the topic. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just a small thing. I don't know if you've seen and if it's true, but there's a Twitter account called War Monitor, and he's writing that. Well, he's paraphrasing Blinken, I think, saying that Blinken has said that the Ukraine counteroffensive has only just begun. Is only just beginning, something like that. I don't know if you've seen that, or and also if you've seen the real statement from Blinken. Quite nice to say, I guess.
Do you have the full statement from Blinken anywhere by any chance? Because I'd love to hear that.
No, that's the thing. It's you know, it looks like it could be his words, but it's not from his account. So, but I can look for it. See.
Okay, fair enough. If you can find it, I think that'd be fantastic. Thank you, then, John. Lunchtime.
Morning, Dorman. How are you?
I'm all right. Lunchtime. Have you had lunch today? Lunchtime.
You know, I haven't. I'm going to go for a run. I'm trying to. It's my new thing. I'm trying to run without eating, and then I'm going to eat. There we go. Anyway, whatever. That's a little. It's probably a bit too personal to share on Twitter. Okay, so the quote that the previous speaker was mentioned. Yes, basically it's War Monitor just has one line, a one-line quote saying, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says Ukraine's counteroffensive against the Russian military is just beginning, and that's the entirety of it. But I was getting online just to draw attention to a tool I found, which is quite cool. It's a sort of it's a way to track anti-Ukrainian hate on Twitter, and it allows you to do this in many languages. So you can do this in English, German, French, Spanish, Hindi, Czech, Russian, or Polish. You just simply click on the flag of the language you want to look at, and then you get a lovely set of results, which you can then sort by. It's in the default sort order is by creation date, but you can also do so by retweets or a number of other columns. And it's got a handy link to the source, the tweet itself, and a link to report the tweet or to report the user. Well, both actually. I just thought it was really cool. I hadn't seen it before. I wanted to give it some visibility in this group, really. I'm not sure what the best way to do that is. Should I? Maybe I could put it in the
Tweet it out lunchtime. Tweet it out lunchtime. Everybody who's just heard you will just navigate to your account. Don't tweet anything else for a while, and it'll be right on top of your time.
Perfect. Yeah. So it is. I think it's the last tweet on my thing. Let me see. Yes, it is. It's the latest tweet. Perfect. All right. Well, anyway, just wanted to give some visibility to it. I think it is a really nicely made tool, and maybe it'll give some way to push back against these idiots. All right. Have a good morning.
All right. Thank you very much. Lunchtime.
Cheers.
There you go. Okay. Excellent. Let's go to Nina and Puppy and anybody else who wants to talk. There's a heart with a plus at the bottom of your screen, and the rightmost option then gives you an opportunity to put your hand up, and then it's easier to keep track of people. Nina.
Thank you, Domen, and thank you, Lunchtime, for the tip. I saw it on your timeline. I will check it how to do it and start pushing buttons. Is Axel here? Well, I can see.
He's lurking, but I believe he's in a meeting. Is it something, gentlemen, that I can help you with?
Okay, I will wait because this is the I sent you to you, Tim,
Nina,
also.
once we've read it and processed it, we will bring it up.
Okay.
But until we have read it and processed it, there's no point in us bringing it up because we don't know what to say yet, and it's complex and it needs a lot of research, and doing that while talking at the same time is kind of difficult. So it would just take a while.
Yeah.
But once we have done it, we would definitely talk about it because it seems very important. But we can't do it any quicker if we keep talking about it without being able to talk about it.
I understand, Dolan, but this is how I am. Like, I want immediately answers.
Like, you can see that it's long and it's complicated, and it's referring to lots of things that are interconnected. We will get to it when we know how to get to it. If the good people at Euromaidan Press were so kind as to have sent us this a day in advance, we would have been able to deal with it a whole lot better. But maybe Roman can. So Roman's a professor in economics, both in Ukraine and in the US, and maybe he's heard of it, and maybe he can explain it. Roman, Nina's really curious about that article in Euromaidan Press about Germany's industrial giants helping Russia manufacture weapons of war. Have you read it, and do you understand it? Because if you do, maybe you can help us and all understand it much better, just in case that's the reason why you're coming up.
No, I did not read that article, but I read some other articles about Italy and some other companies that are still in touch with the Russian military, and they're doing it in the very, very, very interesting ways. And basically, the sanctions don't seem to capture these things. And again, it's because they're working through the outsourcing companies, in India, in Saudi Arabia, in other countries that sort of, have this neutral, quote unquote, position against Russia. And the sanctions don't seem to capture those things. But I did not hear about this particular article.
Join the club. Welcome to the club.
Sorry, guys. You wanted an answer. Sorry, I had to step out of a meeting as Tim indicated, and I have another call upcoming. Hi, Roman. How are you doing? How's life in Cleveland?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Thank you so much. I'm on my way to work, and I haven't been here for a while, so I just wanted to connect and say hi to everyone, and just express again.
Very much appreciated.
Yeah, my gratitude. And tomorrow I'm flying actually to New York. We have our first day where we will onboard ambassadors for the Global Ukraine Foundation. So we are full speed to rebuild Ukraine, at least one drop in the ocean.
That is excellent, Roman. That's very good to hear. If you need any support and any, say, additional amplification of the event or anything in terms of bringing the message out, please come back to us tomorrow when you're there, and we'll be happy to host you and make sure that people are aware of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure there's a large network of people interested in it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we already have, it's a closed event because we are onboarding the ambassadors that have already come on board. But it's becoming a movement. I mean, we have people that are committed to invest hundreds of millions of dollars into Ukraine, and the amount of wealth that they're managing right now is quite astonishing. We have over 40 billion of dollars of very, very big companies, S&P 500 companies, and venture capital, and it seems that it's just the beginning. So we are really happy. And also, Axel, I remember you at one point of time you got a hold of me, so maybe we can do it offline. Talk a little bit about some ways maybe to get European companies and European capital involved. But absolutely, it's an exciting time. Kurt Walker is going to be there, a good friend of mine and a good supporter of Ukraine, and there's going to be a lot of good other people.
That's excellent. Yeah, good news. Yeah, let's talk offline. There's a couple of ideas which people who I know in Europe have, and a couple of Americans as well. Maybe we should just shove them all into one room.
I love it.
Hey, one more thing. What I found out, having looked through this Euromaidan document, it's difficult. It's difficult to handle because the suppliers, the kind young man, Mr. Anton Mikityuk, who is part of the National Anti-Corruption Office of Ukraine's Civil Oversight Council. You may have heard of them. They try to, sift through and do this intricately. A lot of data, which I commend them for. In this instance, the supplies which he reflects upon by German industrial companies, in this case, classic small and medium-sized experts in tools and precision cutting and the likes. These supplies occurred under contract in 2015 with an export license in compliance with EU regulations for metal cutting tools, all in total, and now hold your horses, for 575,000 and 130,000 to two companies, which at that point in time is dwarfed heavily by imports from many other nations. But what was more interesting is that the most recent contracts in 2018 as a follow-up for metal cutting tool supplies and spares were only 8,400 and 15,700 euros. So if one looks at these kind of numbers, they are obviously, apart from shrinking further for one of the three companies mentioned, they're also relatively small. And then in 2015, another company called Schunk, who work very closely with counterparts in South Korea, together with Dinox, which is part of SsangYong, the guys who build cars, as you may remember. They do a lot of metal cutting tools, which are used both in aviation as well as in chassis construction and the likes. They and Schunk delivered under a contract together 1.8 million euros, but that was in December 2015. So 7 years ago, December 2015, if I may remind everybody, is still at a point in time when the so-called reset had been paused thanks to the 2014 invasion of Crimea by Little Green Men. But nevertheless, there were still exports going into Russia at that time. So whilst there's a lot of good input there, the amounts are small, the contracts are negligible, and all of them are metal cutting tools, which by this time today, whilst they're good German tools that they are, I'm sure are still in use, they cannot maintain anymore. But there you go. I think it's a little bit overshooting in this instance.
Thank you, Axel. Thank you very much. So basically, it happened, but it's overstating the extent here in the article a little bit.
I think there were much worse deliveries from people in all across the world, including Germany, since those times, which have not yet been reported on. This is what we should be focusing on. So, but I commend Anton for his work, and I hope to, well, we should maybe get in touch with him and try to find ways to assist him in finding the right information in order to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
Sounds like an excellent idea, Axel. I'll see if he's on Twitter.
Alrighty, I can see Yehuda joining us.
Yes, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, the wrong side of the pond.
Well, we're on the side of the pond where Ukraine defends freedom with a kind assistance from the other side of the pond.
It'd still be the wrong side, don't worry. Listen, so things have been interesting developments, a lot of questions, and there's now a media blackout in Kherson Oblast for obvious reasons, I guess. Certain discussions underway, and then a positioning of forces in Kharkiv Oblast, obviously oriented south towards some final goals. But the territory, there's some confusion. And a tweet that I wrote, I think people missed the word "can" or able to. It was referencing the positions that the Ukrainians had taken in the access points and the roads, vital links between cities that are now under their control. And by their control, I also mean not Russian control. They can control the flow of traffic by controlling large parts of the road. Even if they don't control the entire road, you don't need to own the entirety of a highway to affect what happens on it, right? So a lot of, well, not so many, a few comments. Where's my source? Where's it? Well, it's not even a secret. I mean, Ukrainian forces, for good or for worse, have posted, themselves at certain locations, and they're happy, and probably not a good idea to do it, but that leads anyone who's a military planner or has a brain for this or does this for a living, for example, to know that if certain points are under Ukrainian control, you have to clearly make the assumption that they're going to be able to go down it, right? Fighting down it if they have to, but they'll go down it. Also, just to clarify again from some of the posts that were made, from some questions brought in to the panel, when Liman is bypassed, or when you control Liman, you could still have enemy there. It means they're fighting it out, but they're in small pockets. So to secure is a different task verb. To contain, to bypass, envelop, encircle, all of those are different meanings. So the words have meanings, right? So sometimes people who don't understand that or don't do it professionally, they might not understand the nuance to the word. So all of these cities in Kharkiv that used to have divisions and divisions of troops, and now they have a few companies here or there holed up in a industrial park. That just clearly does not mean the Ukrainians don't control, in bunny ears, the city. They certainly do. They can box them in and they'll move around them. They don't need to sit there and waste days or hours sussing out a handful of stragglers, even if it's 200-300. So there's some confusion by some confused people who've said, well, I have friends in this and that city, and they say there's fighting still going. Of course there is. It's a war. It's not Hollywood. Not everyone gets the memo. Soldiers' batteries die in the radios. They don't know they're cut off, and they might try to fight. But please do read the posts, I guess, and try to accept the nuance there. That when we say something can and able, it's literally, that's what it means. The Ukrainians have something, and they now can flank. They're in a position to flank and secure and cut off, say, 20,000 Russians. So I hope that explains it. I did get a couple of questions. More questions came to the panel than me. Feel free to ask whoever you want. But this is a good thing. And as we're finding out some interesting news, it actually has been reported already by the Ministry of Defense in the United Kingdom that the First Guards Tank Army, which is considered to be one of the top tank armies in the world, but only in Russia is it considered that. It has been declared combat ineffective, so that's at least 30%. Some reports are going up to 70% destroyed or damaged. So they've had to retreat north of the border into Russia. However, what's interesting is is this is the tank army that was considered the force that was supposed to really stick it to NATO if there was a war, and now the Ukrainians have in effect destroyed it or made it combat ineffective. There's speculation on the government of Ukraine, government of UK's defense ministry website that say that it might take years, at least several years, to regain its efficacy. And so that's an important thing to notice, that Ukrainians were able to destroy the boogeyman regiment or army, the tank army, and the losses are very, very high. And as well, there are news reports from the Ukrainian government that show that many of the soldiers that were defending Izium had the first motor rifle regiment there from the Second Guards, Timanskaya, had actually tendered resignations at the end of August because they saw the movement on the ground, and they realized they were under outmanned and understaffed. So a lot is coming out about the collapse of Russian forces in the Kharkiv Oblast, and I think we shouldn't be surprised. And it's not a game, but I think we can expect, and we hope, obviously, for the Russians in Kherson Oblast to throw in the towel, as they should. So I will do a military update later. If there are any questions for now, please by all means. And then back to you, Dominic and Tim. Domin and Tim.
You've got a quick question here from a listener who's wondering that they've been hearing about partisans in Kremina and things happening in Kremina. What's that about, and were those partisans around before? I would suggest they probably weren't lying low, but do you know anything else?
Right. So here's another situation. So Kremina, having access to Kremina and the road is one thing. Having no Russians in Kremina at all is an entirely different thing. Are there partisans? For sure. Are there special forces? 100%. Are the wherever the Ukrainians have a network, will they be activated when required? Obviously. So if the question is, are there partisans in and around, the Russians should know there are partisans pretty much everywhere, and that they'll be activated when required. But that whole area, this is a clearing operation. This is the Ukrainians cleaning up. Some people call it a mopping up operation. It's not what we call it, but it's definitely a clearing operation. So as a bunch of motorized, combined arms brigades fly down a map trace, boom, boom, boom. They often, the enemy doesn't just sit where you think they are, and the enemy doesn't come out to meet you all the time. Some people are scared, right? And you might see a company, if you're a brigade, you see a company, 120, 150 Russians peel off and broken BTRs and scurry away somewhere, and you've got to get to an objective. You're not stopping to destroy them. You're just moving on. Now, the fact that they're there doesn't mean that the Russians are in control. It means that there are residual forces that need to be cleared. So that brigade will keep going. It has a bypass policy in its coordinating instructions, in the orders given to the commander. Bypass CDAT minus, bypass this, and by that, by that CDAT, period. Bypass that CDAT, company detachment. That means that if there's a company floating around, so what? The follow-on forces are going to smash it. But you can't lose the momentum, and you can't, you can't be limited in your scheme of maneuver because you want to clear every last Russian. That would make no sense. It'd be disadvantageous for you. So, sometimes you can bypass an enemy formation if it's small enough, depending how big you are. A battle group might bypass only a platoon size enemy element, but a brigade could bypass a lot more. So when it does that, it moves forward. Follow-on forces come, they do the clearing, and what ends up happening is partisans, if that's when they're being activated, I'd probably think that's when they'd be activated. The main effort, the main force has gone through. The follow-on forces are coming up to clean up, so to speak, and partisans come out and assist and say, "Hey, this is a hiding spot. There's a place they could go. I live here. That's an old paper mill. Maybe they're there." You know what I mean? So that's how you ebb and flow. The truth is, a partisan doesn't want to be standing around as one of his, the Ukrainian brigade comes bashing down the highway. They want to be careful not to get shot, right? So I think they're gone to ground until the environment's a little more permissive. So hope that answers your question.
It more than answers the question. Thank you very much, Ikuda. We have some hands up. Shall we see what Gaste has to say? Victor?
Hi, everyone, and thank you for the quality of the work you do. I've got two questions. I'll keep it short. The first is that we are often speaking of Russian casualties, but have we got any idea of how many Russians there are? Because obviously losing 10,000 men when you've got 170,000 is not the same as losing 10,000 men when you've got 80. So are we closer to 100,000 than 170. And then I've got a second question, but it's about ongoing operations, and I don't know if it's okay to discuss that kind of subject here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there is 170,000 troops in Ukraine from Russia, and I think we have to remember that that there are probably 60,000 killed, which is where I think we're north of 60. I think we're like 62-ish. They also weren't the back end of the army. They're not the people doing the cooking and the maintaining and the the medical staff, the logistics people, the people carrying shells to the front. These are they're actually fighting element. This is their fighting element, and so. Sorry about that. This is a big part of their combat power. So even if there are another 100,000 somewhere, they're scraping the bottom of the barrel. Are there thousands, tens of thousands of dead Russia? For sure. The injured is at least double that, if not triple. They're a spent force. They don't. For them to use their first guards tank army from Moscow in Kharkiv. It's actually really shocking. Most Western military assessments say that this would make them unable to even fight NATO. And why this is important is most of us have decided that if 1 second here. Sorry about that. Kids are hitting each other in the car. That Russia is no longer even capable, even by its own standards, to defend itself if there was a war with NATO. Not that NATO is invading, but if Russia was to attack NATO, these would be the forces they use. So we did say, and I'll make the comment again, that this is probably when Putin will be the weakest, because when the hardliners around him and even his own staff realize that he can't even protect their own country, because he looks at himself, he considers himself to be a steward of Russia. Now the things that they always wanted that were their saving grace, this particular tank army, they're all gone. So it matters not if he's got 200,000-400,000 horribly trained cooks and drivers and mechanics that he's going to give rifles and say go fight the Ukrainians. It doesn't matter. On the fourth generation side, he's lost this war already a long time ago, even. And I hope that helps. Tom, two co-hosts here. What's going on?
Gaston, you said you had a second question to do with operational stuff.
Well, it's just that I was wondering if it seems realistic to you. We're all talking about this great offensive towards Melitopol. I followed that. I'm very interested in that. But I was wondering if the Ukrainians can just ditch that and roll up the entire front by attacking north of Luhansk and directly through Donetsk, and instead of attacking a huge front in the south, just rolling down the entire Russian line from north to south and then moving east. But this is from someone who is not a military professional, and I might be making this completely up, but I was wondering if the Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts would be much harder to conquer than other regions. And then again, it has never happened up until now, but would it be significantly harder, or are those regions already undefended or lightly defended?
Okay, so is it possible to do it? You said sure, but what that would do, remember we talked about bypassing forces and stuff like that. If in fact, so if you look at Ukrainian forces, let's just say coming down from Kharkiv south right through Donbass, et cetera, and into hitting the southern forces of Russia from the side or the rear, That sounds pretty good, but it also means there's a very long sustainment plan that you have to have that's going through what was formerly your territory, but was most recently Russian-controlled territory. I would suspect that the shortest distance between where you supply yourself from to where you're at is probably the safest bet. So I don't know about this great push to Melitopol just yet. I've never said that. That's a tactical. That's a next phase of a campaign. I don't see that happening right now in the near future. I can see taking the Dnipro and even the approaches on the east side, and then waiting in the winter. But I don't know if going to Melitopol is the best bet right now. There are also many places where the Ukrainians can bisect Russian positions in the south, so they don't need to just attack from the west. They can attack from Zaporizhia. They can attack all along that front. And in the rear, not 20, 30 kilometers, is all of their stuff, all of their goodies, right? So that would be a more logical method to take a piece of the pie, a slice of the pie each time. Well, it's their pie, but from the Russians. Pushing down a great flank all the way down. I don't think that's the plan. I personally think that Kharkiv and then the south, and then I suspect that the Ukrainians would like to be able to bombard and to harass and to attrit the Russians in Donbass through mass fires, contain them from the north, south, the west. The only place they have to go is east. There's no bridge to blow up. But meanwhile, the Ukrainians will blow up everything, every truck, every train that has weapons or armament fuel coming into Donbass, so they can effectively starve them as well. I suspect that's the final play, if you ask me. So I don't think Donbass is the most heavily defended and fortified Russian position in Ukraine. In fact, if I was a Russian, I would fall back right to the 23rd of February lines and defend them, because those were dug in for 8 years. And as bad as the Russians are, I got to imagine they've had some kind of proper defenses built on that part of the Donbass. But anyway, I hope that you can understand what I'm trying to say. The south doesn't have to be taken from west to east like a final sweep. It can be taken a bit in the west and then from the north coming in. And then, you see what I'm saying, Gasta there?
He's
I
coming
think
back.
I think he dropped off, but whilst he's coming back up, Yudo, what you just said is absolutely consistent with the analysis brought forward by General Ben Hodges yesterday as well, who said that evidently this would be the line where every rational commander would withdraw to, meaning on the Russian side.
Did he bring that up? Yeah, I mean that's just common sense, man. It's just they've got hokey pokey defensive positions in Kharkiv, as you saw, in other parts of Luhansk and Donetsk. The real simple solution is just go back to at least what you know. I mean, just from 8 years of artillery duels and sporadic attacks. That would be the only rational move. And then I'm not even sure they'd be able to maintain that, because the Ukrainians at the time, a lot of people don't realize the Ukrainians were pulling their punches for 8 years as well. They weren't doing what they could have done. They were just fighting a static, just like this war of attrition, battle of attrition against the Russians who wouldn't leave. But they were of the opinion that if they were to strike into Russia with artillery or whatever, in order to stop sustainment, that they would escalate it and they'd get blamed for it. But now, go back to that position and see what the Ukrainians do to you. You're gonna be begging to leave. The Russians will be begging to leave at that point. Anyways.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Andy.
Yeah, so actually I had a question for you, Doman, but it's on different topics. So if you want to continue with the military items,
Yeah,
I can help. Yeah.
if it's all right by you, let's go back to that when we don't have Yehuda at our disposal anymore, and let's get to Brad for some more military stuff.
Hey, I just had a question for Yehuda. So the rumor mill is just like all over the place as usual. What's up with Severodonetsk and Lysychansk?
Right. So, are you talking about my tweet?
No, I was just like monitoring stuff overnight. There's
What did
stuff
you see?
all over the place in terms of rumors that they're coming down the highway from Kamina, and yeah.
Well, so what I said is that Kamina, that Ukrainians can come down and encircle the Russians that are west of Lysychansk. So why this is really important? Severodonetsk and Lysychansk are really important for the Russians. I've started to believe that the Ukrainians purposely, that when they were fighting their delay, when they lost Lysychansk and Severodonetsk, that they because they were so handily like going back and forth, ambushing them, just attriting. The Russians lost 5,000 men, 200. I think they lost 200 tanks, actually, 198 armored assets, hundreds of armored vehicles, and 5,000 men. It's insane, and they lost that taking Severodonetsk. The Ukrainians were toying with them, and the amount of competency they had kind of made me think they don't want them there. And I couldn't see it at the time because I'm not a genius. I'm not as smart as these guys are in Ukraine. But it looks as though what's interesting is the Russians were able to move up to Bakhmut, opposite Bakhmut. And right in there are, there are artillery brigades, there are there's at least 4 or 5 infantry, like mechanized infantry brigades, a lot of Russian asset. But the problem is there's not much in Lysychansk or Severodonetsk. Why? Because the Russians aren't very good at planning in depth, apparently. So it appears that they're very, very heavy on the west side. Shh, boys. On the west side. So what does that mean? Well, there's now a highway that the Ukrainians control up from Izium down to Kamina, and it's a P66. And that's a pretty fast highway straight into Severodonetsk. It's not a long distance. It might be 30 kilometers. I don't have a map in front of me. Now, if you were a thinking person, oh, by the way, the only route east from where the Russians are opposite Bakhmut, is a road that goes straight through Lysychansk and Severodonetsk. I forget the highway name right now on top of I forget the number. So what I'm saying in my tweet is if the Ukrainians had the momentum, I didn't say this, I could only write 144 things, but the Ukrainians have that road. My next move would be to push down that road and block the ability of all of those Russian units in that belt, in that pocket, from resupplying, from being able to have some effective sustainment plan. That, in effect, would actually cut off 20,000 Russian troops at least, plus a ton of armor, plus a ton of artillery. Now that's something that's very, very good for Ukraine. Now some people took that tweet to mean that I said someone took that tweet to mean that I said that they've done it and they're on their way doing it. Yes, I know. Yeah, I know. It means that someone, but they didn't read the tweet right. I didn't say they have done it, but they certainly can do it. And the way that the Ukrainians have been moving, and the speed at which they're moving, and the competency of their decisions that they make, that would be the natural conclusion to me. And there are special forces, and there have been, documented, I'm saying videos of and geolocated where Ukrainians are actually in Crimea, on the outskirts. They're operating quite freely. They are tightening the noose around Crimea, and so if you want, if you don't believe me, that's fine. I just said give it some time, and you'll see. And that's what I suspect is going on in that area.
Yeah, I mean, if Lysychansk and Severodonetsk represent some targets of immense symbolic value, right? If they are weakly defended and can be taken in, a short amount of time, I can't imagine. Can you imagine being on the Russian side and thinking about what you went through to take those cities, and then Ukraine takes them back in a couple of days with minimal casualties? That would be just so like the most savage trolling ever.
Yeah, I don't think much of what the Ukrainian military is doing right now is based on symbolism. I know that it is to some people. For them, it's completely strategic, right? Right now, I think the reason why I said I'm surprised now, I'm starting to think that this was a master plan from the Ukrainian side, is that by not stopping, could they have? I suspect they could have stopped the Russians at Severodonetsk, but I think they wanted the Russians to extend themselves into a very a pocket where the Russians might have thought this is good for them, but the Ukrainians knew that they'd come through the north anyway, because that would give them, that P-66 would give them the access. That would give them the access to getting the Russians from behind. I think that's the important part here. It's not very heavily defended. Maybe one brigade is there.
Yeah, I mean, this absolutely looks like a master plan with a whole massive series of contingencies of if this, then that. If this, then that. If this, then that. And what we've seen is just a whole bunch of series of thises, and then the Ukrainians have just proceeded on to that and that and that and that one. Oh, and this one's
They're called
up, and that one.
contingency plans. Yeah.
Yeah. And
yeah,
so
it just,
the ball just keeps rolling. They're surfing a wave at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of analogies you can use. I mean, I'm not sure. I think at the end of the day, I think we've noticed that Ukrainians are good at adapting, and they're changing the plan when they need to. Yeah. So go ahead. Sorry, I'm going to be. Go ahead.
Sure. So there's a field study called complex adaptive systems, and one thing that you end up looking at is the idea of the fragility of a system, and systems that are complex but not robust are prone to catastrophic cascading failures. And the battlefields are inherently complex, and the types of deployments that you have to manage in order to control a battlefield are complex. There's another you can look this up, the law of requisite variety, and this law states that for every variable that you're looking to control, you have to have more points of control than you have variables. And basically Russia didn't have that, and the Ukrainians have exploited that. And so what you're seeing is a series of cascading failures, and Ukraine is essentially just literally surfing a wave of Russian failure, and then waves stack on top of other waves, and they get bigger and bigger, and it could take the whole thing down.
Sorry, I'm back, as Bertrand would say. Sorry, I couldn't hear. So if you want to,
complex, non-resilient systems are prone to cascading breakdowns if and when they are set up with weak foundational structures and the lack of rebuilding support structures. Classic military theory, networking.
Okay.
Correct.
And sorry, when I said that this part of a bigger plan, I don't mean like usually complex plans are actually not desired, right? There's a myth that Montgomery, General Montgomery, and whoever, Eisenhower, when they wrote an order for D-Day, it was like half a page. I think it was actually 3. It doesn't really matter. You know, I could write orders for my boss that's to send 1,000 Canadian troops to JRTC in Louisiana, and it'll be a 60-page document with 15 annexes, and that's not abnormal, right? So but this is a training mission. So often simplicity is desired by commander for many reasons, and I'm sure you understand why, right? Sure. But the thing is this: I think when it comes to when the Ukrainians were doing this pretty epic delay, this defensive land operation, and it's called a delay, they seem to be able to hold positions that were really important, like Bakhmut, but they moved rather slowly and attrited the Russians immensely at Severodonetsk. And in fact, they even went back twice through the city. They withdrew quickly to one part of the city. The Russians charged in, going bananas. They got pounded. Then the Ukrainians went back into the city, and then the Russians came back again. And to me, that looked very deliberate. It didn't look like oh, we made it, oh, we got it back. No, we've lost it. Damn it. It looked very deliberate, right? The Ukrainian action, it looked deliberate. And I'm thinking, why do they want them to have that? And I didn't look at the bigger picture. I could have gone up on the map and saw that the next place the Russians would want to go is this kind of forested area east of Bakhmut. And then the Ukrainians have done everything. If you've noticed, the last couple months, the Russians can't touch Bakhmut. They put PMC Wagner. They put the best of their best to try to take Bakhmut because they want to get in there into the underbelly of Ukraine. The Ukrainians won't let them. So it doesn't tell me they're losing. It actually tells me I think they lost Severodonetsk on purpose. I think they lost Lysychansk on purpose. They made the Russians pay a ton of blood, 5,000 soldiers dead. That's nuts. Now they have the Russians. If the Russians want to run around in this cage that the Ukrainians created for them, then that's great. And then at a later date, when the Ukrainians want, they'll I assume they'd always had Izium and that P-66 in their minds for a long time. I bet you that's really one of their definitely a key terrain or vital ground to them was the control of the highway. Because now when they come down, so this is what ends up happening. If Russians were smart, if I was a Russian commander, every single Russian unit west of Lysychansk would be in Severodonetsk. It'd be like, F that, we're going to defend this junction where the 66 meets this other east-west road. If anyone wants to check it out for me, I forget the number, but it should be an odd number. But at any rate, so that's the master play. But sure enough, knowing the Russians are probably going to try to get more troops into that pocket because they're dumb. I have no idea, why they're doing this. But the best play, if I was Ukrainian, I would actually be worried if all of those units withdrew from Bakhmut and went east towards Severodonetsk. It's a rubbleized city. It's not a bad place to defend when you have rubbled buildings. And then control the approaches to the city on the P-66. That would be a bad move for the Ukrainians. It would be bad because that would mean the Russians are onto that. But who knows? I don't even know if the Russians will do that. There's no sign of the Russians reorienting forces. They're still fighting at Bakhmut like they're not going to get flanked. Okay, be dumb. No problem.
Yeah, can you be more specific, please? Which east-west road are you looking at that intersects with P-66?
One that goes through Severodonetsk. Same road the Russians took going west into Severodonetsk and Lysychansk.
Okay.
That is the 66.
1306.
And the T1302. And then there's the 66.
The 66 coming from Crimea. I'm not referring to that. I'm talking the one that bisects that.
Okay. The 1302 comes from Starobilsk into Rubizhne from the north. From the northeast, directly to the east of Severodonetsk is the T1306. Goes directly east of Severodonetsk.
Yeah, and that's where they want to be. That's where the Russians should want to be.
Yeah, because that way they can protect Luhansk and the access to Luhansk.
Exactly. So they can protect all of their rear and Donbass. It's a perfect natural place to go. But I guess they got greedy and then they moved up, and then they went through to where did they go? Look at them. If you look at that same map, look at the terrain west of Lysychansk, facing Bakhmut. It's not where you want to be.
It goes up.
Yeah, it's okay for the interim. You have to take that terrain, but if that's all you're going to do and stop, and then you've left your flanks open, which is what they've done, they've left their flanks open in doing that, right? And they left themselves exposed to the north. Whenever they pulled out all of those mechanized infantry to fight in Kherson, they didn't redeploy their existing forces in Kharkiv to kind of try to make a proper defensive. They just left a big hole, and that was at Balaklia. And so what did the Ukrainians do? They said, well, thank you very much for that great old big hole you just made, because now I can punch through to Kubansk. I can control the highway down. I can control the highway up. Oh, and I'm just going to do Izium while I'm at it too. It's literally the height of folly, or a folly height.
They traveled through Starobilsk and they've left Starobilsk. The city is completely exposed, and that's the main network. I know you don't like it, and I know you think it's too far, but if you want to come from the north, that's it.
No, I'm talking about coming from the north through Crimea into Severodonetsk. That's a very super important point, and that's why it's trending, I guess, on the interwebs.
Like hell, it is. Absolutely, it is quite interesting. But it's also interesting that the word Nova Astrakhan has found its way onto the internet again, which is to the northeast of Rubizhne.
Right. Well, so when the Ukrainians crossed over and took Borov 4 days ago, they're in control. Look, I suspect they're clearing operations all throughout that eastern region in northern Luhansk, or north of Luhansk. How the Ukrainians slice it, I don't know. I'm not going to guess which avenues of approach or which corridors they're going to use. But I'll tell you, if we don't hear about big Russian troop movements going east of where they are in Bakhmut, they're cooked. They're going to get cooked sooner or later, because the not just Ukrainian ground forces are able to interdict Russian supplies and resupply and sustainment and script their whole sustainment plan, but don't forget HIMARS. They've rolled up the HIMARS. They've rolled up their air defense. The Russians will not get air cover. The numbers are coming in about one of the big numbers. I'm not saying human life isn't important. I didn't care as much about the POWs or killed in actions on the Russian side as I cared about the helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft. That's a very good sign. It means that the Russians are still trying and they're not understanding that they don't have. It's not even air parity. It's air superiority on the Ukrainian side. For that, between air parity, there's four in NATO, or fighting. There's 4 levels of air control. You've got unfavorable, air parity, air superiority, and air supremacy. No one's had air supremacy, but superiority in pieces here and there. And the Ukrainians can only do that when they move up some very expensive, important assets, and they've moved them up. So they're in it. They're in it to win it, because they're risking. Those commanders have assumed a lot of risk in bringing up those joint assets. So when the Ukrainians then move those assets up further, HIMARS, there will be nothing that the Russians can do to have unaffected resupply routes. They'll always be affected. They'll always be pressured. And that's not a good way to fight a battle when you don't know for sure if your troops are going to get ammunition. If you don't have ammunition, you can't fight a battle. You must surrender or withdraw, or you can't even withdraw sometimes without ammo. You need to fight a delay to withdraw. You have to have total, are certain things in the artillery world, which means that artillery fires as you're withdrawing. If you don't have any ammunition, you can't do that. Even surrender might be the only option, or dying. But all in all, the situation is pretty clear to me that that with access to that road and no major Russian movements, and reinforcing the units that are already in that pocket is not the solution. It's just you're actually confirming failure. You're actually making your defeat greater, right? Your job of reinforcement isn't to mitigate failure; it's to reinforce success, right? So the Russians aren't getting it, and I suspect that after a cleanup operation or a clearing up in that territory near Izium and down to Liman and Crimea, Once that's secured, if the Russians still are hanging out where they are at Bakhmut, you're going to see Ukrainians fly down that highway and cause some serious damage and cut off the Russians in the Bakhmut area. The good thing is the Ukrainians are engaging, so I suspect, and it's kind of played out so far, so I suspect, and it's kind of been confirmed, that Ukrainians are decisively engaged with Russians at Bakhmut. They don't want them to go away. They want them to stay right there. I suspect they want to give their own forces in the north enough time to regroup, to consolidate, reorient. I suspect that they want them to push down the 66. That's what I would do if I was a Ukrainian. Hope that helps. Alrighty.
Thank you, Huda.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey guys. Say before I start, I want to make sure Yehuda, I give you an opportunity to give me a hard time. So
you don't have to ask twice.
Say I may have missed your earlier discussion on this, but have you guys addressed the Ukrainian intelligence reports about the Russian ordered evacuation of Crimea?
Nope.
I think it's Kyiv. It's Kyiv independent, I believe. And the report says Ukrainian intelligence, Russian occupiers begin leaving Crimea, southern Ukraine with their families. Quote, urgent evacuation, unquote, of Russian proxies, intelligence officers, and military commanders has taken place, the main intelligence directorate said.
I think that happened a long time ago. I think they moved out their support staff's family a long time ago. I think that came up a while ago. I didn't hear about it again recently, but it wouldn't matter anyway.
They posted it again earlier this afternoon, but it is pretty much the same language as we saw in late June.
Yeah, and it won't make a difference either way.
No,
it may be done by the Russians to gin up fear in their own population.
Well, and just one comment from me, just that, look, the overriding, this thing's over. And the reason, there's no will to fight anywhere in the Russian army. They don't want to go. The people that are there want to get the hell out. So, they just have the morale just across the board in the country. They're just finished. It's just a matter of when and how. So you guys.
Yeah, well, I tend to agree. I think that they still got juice in them, but not enough to do what they want to do, and probably not enough to even stop the Ukrainians from having freedom of movement in all of occupied Ukraine. It is a matter of time, but there's one key factor. The Ukrainians aren't willy-nilly madmen who don't care about their soldiers' lives. So survivability is one of the, characteristics of a plan that we make. It's a NATO standard. It's one of the many characteristics we have to consider. And survivability is a thing for Ukraine. So in options where time isn't a factor, they will fight the smart fight in order to preserve their strength, their force composition. And the Russians have confused that time and time again with weakness. They've confused it as that counteroffensive failed. No, it didn't fail. They're consolidating. They're getting their ducks in a row, so to speak, and they'll let you suffer a bit more before they do something. They're not raving maniacs chomping at the bit, drooling for Russian blood. They'd have every right to be if they wanted to, considering the genocide. But what they're doing is they're organizing themselves, planning their next, going through OPPs, going through battle procedures, figuring out the best way to confront the next obstacle or the next, enemy formation or element wherever they're at. And in the meantime, especially when they've got Russians cut off, like for example in Kherson, why should they fight? Why should they go in and do frontals and bounce down that map trace to hit Russian positions and incur all these casualties when the Russians can't resupply? So you wait them out. You do things to make the Russians fire off their rounds at you from relative safety. Keep firing, keep them guessing. When are you coming? I'm not coming. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. And the Russians are expending ammunition, and they don't have the resupply that they used to. Not even 10%. Maybe at the time it went down to 20% before the counteroffensive kicked in. But there are all sorts of, in the deep battle, there are all these deep fires going on where Ukrainians are hitting anything that's trying to bring stuff up to those Russians. So eventually they're going to have to give up or do something. They'll have to do an attempt to break out. Where will they break out to? Odessa? That was their plan initially. It's not. That won't happen. Unless they do a mad dash to the river and people just throw themselves into the current and hope they make it to the other side. It is a kilometer in some places. I don't know. So the Ukrainians are thinking smart, and the Russians have a very bad game plan. So I hope that helps, Jim.
Thank you, Yehuda. David, welcome up.
Good morning, Tim and Doma, and thank you very much for hosting it. Yehuda for making time to field all our questions. MriyaReport is a fantastic facility here. I recommend everybody who's listening just take a couple of seconds to retweet and share the space so other people might find it and also benefit from it. And if you have a spare couple of dollars, visit MriyaAid.org. It's my preferred charity. 100% of all donations go directly to providing aid. There's no overheads. In fact, people donate their time and money to be involved. My question, if I might ask Yehuda, is about the general picture and understanding how, I guess, just to get you to speak maybe to the audience and to myself about those people who make a career out of pretending to be soothsayers on television and having spent most evenings of the week scaring people, pretending that it is, unknowable and this is some kind of military genius from the Russians. Is it now not time to check these folks' credentials against their record, given just this most recent conflict, not to speak of their checkered histories in conflicts past? And then the second question would be, given that we're aware there's an information war going on, should we all also remain a little skeptical and perhaps allow 12 to 24, 36 hours to pass before we allow ourselves to take a piece of information to be considered as news rather than something that could be used to misdirect an enemy? I just think it'd be great to hear you speaking about it. And thank you for the space. Please retweet and share. Slava Ukraine.
Slava, thank you for the questions. Start with the first question. So I can't speak to what other experts or experts said in the past about other events, but I find that there are two types of personalities or styles I find a little strange. One might be the person that says, maybe they're a general, maybe they're really good at something, or were, and they've said, I just, based on everything I know about the Russians, I just don't think the Ukrainians stand a chance. I think that's a fair thing to say from someone who was possibly a platoon commander in the 70s and 80s and a captain a few years after, and then a major, and then a colonel, then a general in the late 80s or the 90s, and then they're now a consultant on TV. Maybe they'd say that because the enemy that they knew and they were trained and it was drilled into their head, the enemy that they knew would do a certain thing, that they would have a certain capability, and that they may not have the most recent information, and as a result, it's fair to say that maybe their misjudgment is based on something that's nothing too malicious. Should they be giving advice if they're not aware of how the Russians have been degraded by themselves and the kleptocracy that's torn apart their military? They probably should, but if they don't, that's fine. But then there's the pundit who says, we shouldn't give Ukraine weapons at all because they don't deserve it and they won't win and they're garbage and all of this is a waste of money. You have a lot of them on certain news channels and certain politicians saying that. That's unforgivable. So they're trying to actively hurt a country defending itself from a genocide, and they don't even have good information. Obviously, we know the news channel that does it the most. But then again, if you're going to talk about Fox, because they have some strange cats there, you got General Keane on Fox, and he's great. General Keane, Keane. He knows what's going on. He actually does the ISW stuff. So. But he has a huge team of analysts and people picking stuff up. Why do we get it right here? It's very simple. A lot of us have military experience or in the military, specifically in the planning sphere, and we get a lot of feedback from Ukrainians on the ground. It could be simply a video in front of a sign that says Izium, and it is Izium, and we can see the disposition of how many forces they have there, the posture, and that tells us a certain thing, and then it helps us make an assessment. And when you have all these different touch points, and thousands of them, we really do, we get thousands of these different touch points, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out if this is this, then that probably is your next objective. And judging by the pace of the movement so far, we're going to assume that that's the battle rhythm. So they're ready to go. So that's how we do it. I don't know. I don't know the minds or the hearts of these people that are saying some of these crazy things. But as Colonel Spencer is pretty upset about, he says quite frequently that those people should apologize and say, you know what, we got it wrong. I don't really know, and I don't really care if they apologize. I don't know these people, but it's obviously they've been wrong. Anyone who said anyone who knew anyone who's in the military, anyone who's ever been a planner, a J5, anything, if you or anything, a J3, and anything to do with ops and planning, if you saw what the Russians did to themselves at the beginning of this war, a tridding, like literally it's the equivalent of sticking your finger in a carburetor, and when that's cut off, you just keep sticking your whole arm down in there, and then wondering, how did I lose my arm? Well, the Russians were doing that all over the place at the beginning. Chechen battalions, regular force battalions, VDV, and it showed to me and to my friends and our colleagues here, it showed a really big disconnect between what professional soldiering is about. It's almost like kamikaze missions, and tons of them, and that really changed my assessment. It's probably it was the point where I said, wow, you know what, Russia's going to lose this, because they're so confident that they know what they're doing, and they don't. They're really bad at fighting. This whole fighting thing isn't their thing. Those generals, perhaps, or those talking heads, or those military experts from universities, they obviously maybe especially the academic types, maybe they've never fought, they've never been in a battle. You can lose 30% of your unit and your commander. You're combat ineffective. You're leaving. You're telling higher, I'm done. I'm no longer combat effective. I might be able to do a block somewhere, but I can't advance. That shows they didn't know how to fight. So immediately all of those assessments should have been changed. Anyone who was watching that should have said, whoa. Okay, so that isn't how they operate, and their morale is really bad. We need to look at different factors here. And then that's when it went into, boom, the Ukrainians need HIMARS. They need longer range artillery to fix this fight. And that's what they did. And everything played out that way. And sorry, your second question, David?
I've forgotten, but I'm sure it was excellent. Thank you very much for the fulsome response.
David's second question was, are we being too hasty with information and reporting?
Information.
Yes.
Info war. Yeah, I've been accused of being
not so much the accusation against you, but just for folks to maintain their own critical thinking, that we're aware. We're also certainly sure the Ukrainians are the ones moving the ball forward and not retreating. But we should also remain skeptical in our own heads 36 hours until more data points are accumulated. Not to say that you've been wrong in your claim, you've been proven, but I just think it's for listeners, no.
I know. I'm saying I've been accused.
Sorry, Yehuda, I just muted you by mistake. Beg your pardon.
Sorry, no worries. I am saying I've been accused of being too pro-Ukraine, like as if I'm making up their successes, because for the simple fact that I'll have a verified success, and then I'll make a prediction that this will happen next, and it ends up happening, but not because I'm a genius or a soothsayer. It's because it's a natural conclusion. It's a natural conclusion to the action that's just been undertaken. Because there's no position for the Ukrainian at that point, and the next tenable position would be here. So therefore, I would deem that victory or that recapture as a intermediary objective en route to their actual objective, which is somewhere else. So that isn't very hard if you're trained as a field officer or a military planner, or you do these kind of battle group commander courses. That's all we do. We beat it to death. That's that's literally all we do. We war game those things. So you just have to dig in hard to a map, and you can kind of, I mean, this is how we do. We study other wars and other events, and we pick out what was their objective here, what was this doing here, why did they do it like this, and these are the answers. These are the reasons why. So all in all, it's not that hard to suss out. But as far as the Ukrainians, they'll just not say anything. They're not giving misinformation. They're just not going to say. They've asked people, do not share with us, do not share certain information because we just don't want to tip the hat. So it didn't really matter because the Ukrainians did conduct their counteroffensive just like they said in the south. It wasn't a feint. I mean, they did it. It's an actual counteroffensive. And then they very secretly built up a large group of brigades, which we won't talk about, in the north, a ton of them, a lot of fighting forces, and they were able to lull the Russians into some security there. But the Russians had already committed a bunch of infantry from the north, from Kharkiv, that they shouldn't have, and didn't reallocate their forces. So they thinned out their lines not evenly. They allowed for gaps to be formed or gaps to be created. So yeah, the misinformation is really on the Russian side, and I mean it's almost childlike. Actually, it's all childlike. It's all ridiculous. So it's easy to point out. But anyway, hope that's enough.
Yes,
there,
excellent.
David.
Thank you very much, Ehud. I appreciate it, and Tim for remembering my brilliant questions. I hope other people have been listening and will be inspired to come up and listen and not just be a receiver of information as it's blasted by those who wish to transmit a message, but to be a person who sees the message and then might apply some analytical or critical thinking for themselves instead of being played as a puppet in a game of information war. I like to think that those listening here are more discerning and perhaps would have taken a lot from what you shared. So thank you, Yehuda. I appreciate you sharing your knowledge and your time, and I hope you have a good morning and a great day. Cheerio.
Thank you. I hope I do too. All right.
Thank you. Why? Have you been released by the warden?
No, I have to go back. No, I have work to do. Anyway, if there are no other questions, I think we're good.
I actually had a question. Sorry, Domin, you've got your hand up, so please go first.
Quick question from a listener. So what's the latest with the Kherson surrender?
There's a blackout right now. No one's saying much. So the answer is I can't say because I don't know.
Wait and see. Got it. Tim.
Yeah.
We had a question this morning that maybe you could help us with, Yehuda. A listener, I beg your pardon, I do forget whom, asked, given the amount of vehicles, supplies, particularly material such as ammunition, that Ukraine seems to be capturing, do we have any idea what the quantities are and whether they will make an appreciable difference to Ukraine's position, particularly around things like artillery ammunition? Is this going to be a large part of is this going to be a large bonus to them, or is this not particularly significant?
No, I suspect it will be. And since I'm the artillery expert on the panel, and I know more than anyone here about artillery, I think maybe we should ask CJ about the artillery. As you know, I know nothing about artillery, very little. When it comes to the armor and the armored personnel carriers, for sure. I suspect from what we have, some of our sources there, a lot of the armor that was abandoned wasn't necessarily the best functioning. It doesn't mean that it can't be fixed. It just means it wasn't, and it was poorly maintained. So a lot of these had oil problems. A lot of them weren't running properly. But the amount of tanks is absolutely appreciable. I suspect over 100 in the last week have been taken in working order. Doesn't mean battlefield ready, but working order. Bring those back to the line, strip them of all the Russian comms crap, put in all Ukrainian comms. That doesn't, it doesn't take a long time, but it doesn't take zero time. So they have to refit all these all this armor. In addition, they've got to they have their own type of reactive armor that they've been putting on their tanks. There's a lot of work to be done. So they're not just going to jump in and go, "Woohoo, let's go! We got another 100 tanks. Let's go kill them." It doesn't work like that. And I think some people keep talking about it like it's Counter-Strike, that you pick up an enemy's AK and it's exactly perfect, and you just reload it and you're good to go. No, it's got to go back. It's got to get serviced. Artillery, know nothing about. Please, CJ, share with us.
So there's good news and bad news. The good news is all that extra ammunition that was already forward deployed, as in it was captured, has already been used to some degree. And so this allowed for them to keep up a lot more suppressive fire on the retreating Russians, which allowed for them to basically mean that they could capture more people, they could continue to move further. So that was all good news. The actual downside, as reported by numerous media outlets that were embedded, is that there's actually so much gear that they're having trouble processing it, right? Because of course they want to, take the valuable things back and do all the things Yehuda said, which are important, but there's actually so much gear. Again, it's probably at least 3 full brigades worth, or somewhere between 8 to 10 DTGs worth of gear, as well as several brigades, if not 2 or 3 brigades full of artillery. And the reality is, Ukraine didn't attack this area with that many people. And so it's more vehicles and artillery than they can handle right now. So it sounds like basically they're doing a combination of things. They're bringing back the most valuable things right now. They're using the things that can be used immediately to keep up the pressure. And then they'll probably make a second run at bringing back the things that need more love, we'll say, to eventually get back into the fight. So it is mostly good, but it is actually quite difficult to do. It's not really, I don't know, maybe Yehuda knows some NATO doctrine better than I do. There certainly is really no battle drill or procedure for this kind of thing that's codified in most armies, right? Because the idea is normally if you're fighting with someone, they have very different gear.
I've never read actions on capturing small armies worth of equipment.
Yeah, like in the United
we call it actions on.
Not even that small.
In the United States Army, we have something called Foreign Weapons School. Well, at least for the U.S., we have a school that Foreign Weapons School for Special Warfare. So there's people that immediately, but obviously with equipment such as vehicles or artillery, that's not something you can learn in a 2 or 3 week period, right? It takes months. So yeah, it's going to take a while, but I mean, it's all really good news for Ukraine.
Yeah, let's switch gears and put it into perspective for the audience. What Ukraine captured in terms of hardware in the last week is more than most European countries have as an army in terms of tanks, armored personnel carriers, artillery. I'm not talking about the UK, France, or Germany, or Italy. I'm talking about most other countries. And it's a big deal. Capturing 100 tanks. There are not many countries in the world with more than 100 tanks. And it says a lot. So again, since I'm not an arty person, I do know that Balaklia had Kharkiv Oblast's largest Ukrainian ammunition depot before the war, before this last invasion in February. So I would suspect that all of that ammo would be stuff that they would use. I'm sure that any other ammunition from the Russians, I mean, if CJ says it's interchangeable there and you could just use it, then I believe him. But I bet you there was a logo that said, "Sir, I don't recommend it, but if you want to do it, you have to assume the risk of using it because I can't sign off on this ammo being worthy to be used." That could happen. And then the commander could tell him, "Shut up, because we're fighting right now hard, and I need that ammo." Okay, there you go. Right, and that's a prerogative of a commander. But in a perfect world, all that stuff would be checked by ammo techs and weapons techs and all that jazz to make sure they're up to standard. So that's news to me. I'll buy it for $1, CJ.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I've heard a couple military commentaries on this saying that basically NATO, with their lightning fast, maneuver warfare, is basically operating at the standard of a NATO army. And Yehuda, that just sounds kind of crazy to me because I don't know many NATO armies that could do what they've done. What do you think?
Yeah, no, it's not. I mean, not maybe in a perfect world on a much smaller scale, but in that mix that they're in, that very kinetic battle that they're fighting, it's shocking. It's quite shocking. So, thank you. Why don't we go to the other hand?
You heard a quick question from the audience, just because we all think that you're going to enjoy this question. Apparently, the leader of Hamas has been meeting with Sergei Lavrov to discuss mutual relations.
Yeah, well, what a surprise. Terrorists stick together, I guess. I don't know. I mean, Hamas isn't the thing. These are clowns. They're the ruling party in Gaza, whose sole stated aim is the annihilation of the Jewish people all over the world, not just in Israel. So I don't know why. Well, I mean, look, there are not many people knocking on Lavrov's door to meet with him. He's probably lonely, and that's really what it is. Not much you can say to that. Russia's digging in deep with all of its, terrorist friends and the neighbors. Russia always dances with these terrorist groups in the Middle East, whether it's Syria or Gaza, but not really. It doesn't mean much. There's doesn't really affect the price of tea in China. But not surprised. They were making a bunch of noises earlier. But at the end of the day, if Russia has to ask North Korea for ammunition and ask Hamas for a meeting because he's lonely, it just says more about Russia than anything else.
Thank you, Huda. No name on the trophy, or sorry, name on the trophy, not no name. There you go.
Hello, hi guys. Yehuda, my question is along the lines of where or possibly would Ukraine sort of do a push or put some pressure along the line somewhere in the south to try and reorient some more Russian troops, maybe down from the Donbass, so somewhere along the south, maybe push, in a general direction, not to, but in the direction of Mariupol, something like that, just to reordering some more forces?
I don't think. I think the pressure in Kherson is adequate. I think if it was me, I'm not sure that they have to concentrate forces. That's what the Ukrainians are doing. So Mariupol wouldn't be part of that. Maybe pushing down from Zaporizhia, as I mentioned, that could be a good play as Ukrainian forces eventually, who have taken everything up to the Dnipro River. If they're moving east across that river, I'd see an attack from the Ukrainians from north of Zaporizhia into just there's a salient between Melitopol and the Dnipro. If they were to pop down there, that would do it. They can contain. They've demonstrated their ability to contain Russian forces in Donbass by putting a huge block at Bakhmut. That's what we call a block, and they've been engaged in that for a long time. So I'm not sure they're going to get any more out of Donbass than they already have. I don't think the Russians are able to physically even move them around right now. But it's a good question.
Yeah, I just thought maybe just sort of almost mirror the sort of pincer movement coming down from Severodonetsk and Lysychansk, sort of up and around, sort of, curl around that way. But yeah, thanks for your answer.
Yeah, I think, and someone else brought that up. So the reason why I don't think that would happen is because there's no need when you can do a flanking where your lines are only 20, 30, 40 kilometers long. And you got to always consider that you need to get stuff from somewhere. So if they take small hacks away at it, and that left arm that comes to swing, it looks to be a left arm each time here, it doesn't have a long way to go back to for its resupply. It's got an A1, A2 echelon, which is not armored. These are supply vehicles. They're soft skin. They want to be in a more permissive environment, and having a huge, 200, 300 kilometer, A1, A2-ish supply route to the rear, it's probably not preferable. So considering they could take, if they take everything west of the Dnipro, boom, they go across the Dnipro, and then they take another 50 kilometers in front of them, and then they hit from the north coming down. That's another easy win, and then they keep doing that. So they'll take it piecemeal, I suspect. No grand flanking maneuver where they're going, hundreds of kilometers. I don't think that it's not a wise decision, especially when their alternative is much easier and safer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Piers Group Heffen.
Yeah, hi everyone.
Hi.
Thank you for having me. I have a question regarding
strange names.
Yeah, I'm a Swede.
Oh,
it's my working title.
Oh, nice. Okay. Go ahead. I was just kidding.
Yeah, no. I've been spending some time looking at pro-Russian Twitter, and they have they keep talking about the Russian Third Corps as some hypothetical, almost mythological being that's going to come in and save the day. Do you have any idea what they're talking about?
Yeah, just a very poorly equipped and manned unit, army, whatever they want to call themselves. Is it Army Corps, the Third Army Corps? Yeah, not very effective. And I think they've already been dispersed throughout the battle space. I guess they just want to believe in something, right? It's not a premier fighting force or anything like that.
Yeah, that's what I gathered. That it's basically the remnants of the Northern Group and this year's recruits. But all right, thank you very much, and have a nice day.
You too. Yeah, no, there's nothing to write home about. That's for sure. And just more of the same old Russian nonsense about glory and how great they are. They've lost most of the decent, or the best that they had. They already lost, and that doesn't mean they were very good in the first place. But the Russians, this is part of the information campaign on their part. I still think they're trying to save some face, but I think that the time for that has come and gone. They won't. There'll be very few successes for them moving forward.
Okay, you had one more from the audience, but I think I know what you're going to say. Why would the Russians not destroy or booby trap their arms and ammo, or did they not have the time?
Well, it's a good question. I'd say it's probably because they're poorly trained soldiers. And they had enough time, especially the ones in Izium. They knew they were getting it, or they're stupid is the simple answer. They should have. However, we saw this even in the Battle of Kiev. Russians just got out of their vehicles almost like just without any issues, and they would walk away from their vehicles with crypto cards in them, all sorts of important things that you don't leave. So there's not really much to say other than it's shocking to any professional soldier that you would just be so callous. It doesn't take much, and they're all taught how to do it, to spike their own guns, to destroy their equipment, to set it on fire. One of many things you could do, but running is it's shocking. It's shocking. For those who are overrun in their position, sure, you could say, oh, they didn't have a chance. But if you have more than 10 minutes, you could figure it out pretty quickly. Just bad. There's no drills. There's no the training. Obviously, we keep talking about their training. It's non-existent, if anything, right? I'd rather say that they weren't trained. It would make me feel better than saying they were trained, because I don't know how you could have any level of training and be so incompetent. And that's not hyperbole. I'm not trying to be mean. It's just there's nothing that's done right, whether it's their defensive battle positions that look like shelters, or it looks like a party, a rock concert the day after a rock concert, maybe Lollapalooza, the day after Lollapalooza, that's what the ground would look like. So nothing they do makes any sense. I've stopped trying to understand it. It's just they're not professional soldiers. That's all I can say about that.
Thank you, Huda. Antti.
Yes. There's just a bit of news that I wanted to bring your attention. There was a news piece that basically said that Rheinmetall has made it public that they have 16 martyrs that they have from old stock that they have repaired, that are basically ready to ship to Ukraine if they had an export license. And apparently there are there's the seven. Okay, I said the wrong number in the tweet. I don't give a shit. 70 more that could be made combat ready by Rheinmetall if there was a goddamn export license.
Ukraine. Okay, I have to pop off and do some. So I'll be back. Thank you for that, Auntie. I don't know if that was some performative art or something.
No.
Yehuda, you should be more appreciative. Auntie just spent 10 years of his emotion allocation on that.
No. Well, way to go. All right, thank you so much. I'll be back in a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Yehuda. And with that, we transition neatly into the semi-inability of the German government to get their act together and move weapons that could be very useful in Ukraine to Ukraine, or at least sign the damn piece of paper that would allow that to happen. I know. Let's go to Raver, and then we will continue the outrage with our Adacam cigarette brand representative. Raver.
Yeah, I was just gonna pile on what Yehuda said. You know, when I was lower enlisted, and I never missed a paycheck. I never missed a meal. May have been asked to do things that were uncomfortable, even dangerous, but I was never asked to make my commander rich. So I think that has a lot to do with the performance that we're seeing out of the Russian soldiers. What the hell are they fighting for? They're not getting paid, they're not getting fed, and the only person benefiting are the officers.
I'm still fascinated that Ukrainian tractor brigades are collecting, as somebody in my DMs noted, a bumper-to-bumper harvest, which I think is fantastic. It's really well done, whomever you were. It's just whole armored columns just abandoned. I mean, I'm sure they weren't in perfect working order, but still, goodness, that is something. Finance. Should we talk about Russian armor that Ukraine got, or German armor that Ukraine didn't get yet?
Yeah, I'm in the. Let's talk about the Russian armor that Ukraine got, because Olaf Scholz will find ways to delay any delivery of actual German armor until Ukraine has kicked Russia all the way back to the Ural Mountains. So I really don't think that we can count them in. We can just leave it at the fact that Olaf Scholz is a motherfucker and drop the issue, move on, except that Ukraine will be able to build, deliver, and drive a IFV before they are ever delivered one by the Germans.
Did you see that tweet by the U.S. Embassy in Berlin, Finance, or the series of tweets rather?
No, what did I miss?
Okay, I will send you a link. You get to read that. We'll go to Nina, and then we can reconvene Finance. Nina.
Thank you, Domen. And it's so rare to hear Antti showing some emotion. And
I mean, it's borderline illegal. Let's be clear.
Yes, but I have to say that it was the appropriate moment. Absolutely. I am pretty sure that this question has been asked before, but still I want to ask it now. What if Finland wants to buy those tanks from Germany? Let's say we want to buy them, and we buy them, and
I can explain.
Yeah,
the problem
but you know where I'm going.
Yes. I know exactly where you're going, and the problem is that you would be missing a re-export license. A re-export is something that's often done in the arms trade. So, for example, Germany sells some tanks to, let's say, Spain, and then if Spain wanted to decide that they don't need those tanks anymore and sell them on to, I don't know, think of somebody that's really unpleasant. I don't know, it doesn't matter, some country X, but country X is really nasty, right? Then the German government gets to say, no, we do not give you a re-export permit. And a re-export permit is something that those tanks need, otherwise it's illegal for Spain to send them onward. So when the initial sales contract is signed between Germany and Spain, Spain says, when we don't want these tanks anymore, we will either scrap them, send them back to Germany, or if we want to send them to any third country, we will send a piece of paper to the German Ministry of the Economy, and the German Ministry of the Economy will have to sign it and rubber stamp it that they're allowed to make that sale. That's what it means. Okay, so that's the whole problem, kind of. It's a reason why other German-made weapons haven't made it to Ukraine. So even back in maybe it was still January, maybe it was mid-February, before Russia invaded Ukraine, Estonia had some towed howitzers, really old ones that used to belong to the Soviet occupational forces, proxy forces in the eastern bit of Germany. That is to say, the Deutsche Demokratische Republik Volksarmee. They were Soviet howitzers from the 1950s, basically. Not very good. Really outdated equipment. And at the time, the German government said, no, Estonia, we sold you those howitzers back in the 90s or early 2000s. You are not allowed to re-export them to Ukraine, even though they're 70-year-old stuff. It wasn't very good in the first place. So this is what Germany's been doing ever since. When Spain had the idea that they would send some Leopard 2A4 tanks, okay, they weren't in best condition. Ignore the other stuff, right? But basically, Germany said, no, you can't do it. Don't even entertain the idea. It was kind of said on the back channels, but that's why the idea fell apart. No, don't even think about it. We're not letting you do it. So they would do the same with Finland, basically. They would say, no, you're not allowed to re-export these German weapons to Ukraine. I hope that is cleared up.
I understand, but let's say we would not tell Germany anything, and we would just ship them to what can
Nina,
Germany...
does it sound like the Finnish government would be the sort of people who would
No,
do something
not
like
Finnish,
this? Well,
but this is just an example. Maybe another country would just do it. What could Germany do? Would they go and attack this country, or
no. They would be very annoyed, and they would send a strongly worded letter.
So what the fuck?
They would also say, well, you don't get any more. We will never allow again for our weapons manufacturers whose other weapons you have to send you spare parts for those weapons or support you, or you can never buy any other German made weapons again, or similar things. So that's basically what would happen.
Okay, and then just tell them that we don't want anything from you.
Well, yes, but that is what it is. It's that's just how it is. I can't really tell you anything else. Well, you wanted you asked the question. I gave you the answer. This is what the answer is. It's not going to happen because countries that live in the ordered Europe don't skip steps like this because it goes against rules and order and such. That's why it's not going to be happening.
Damon, what is the underlying demotivator that Germany doesn't want to provide us with tanks? I mean, I'm trying to get to the root of the problem, because all we hear are just excuses. But what is the real demotivator or reason?
So that's really the thing, Victoria. It is just excuses. It's excuses on excuses on excuses because the government seems to be very weak and very meek in that they just don't want to be seen to be helping too much, and it probably goes against some very strong underlying currents within their psyche that makes them think that sending stuff to Ukraine might be bad for whatever reason, and they're just grasping for excuses. I mean, I would venture to say that the underlying reasons are more psychological than anything else, and everything that they're producing is just a laundry list of excuses, because it is not reasonable for for them not to be wanting to send these things. The whole argument that some in the German government and many other governments as well, it wasn't just the German government, put forward previously was that this would be too escalatory, right? But clearly we know that isn't true because last weekend, this is about a week ago now, the Russian Ministry of Defense in one of their press releases said that they have destroyed 4 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles on the Kherson front, right? What does that mean? Now, Bradley infantry fighting vehicles it's basically kind of like a tank, except for instead of one giant gun in the front, it has one medium-sized gun and a bunch of smaller ones, right? But it's kind of an armored personnel carrier, very heavily armed, very heavily armored as well. It looks a lot like a tank. If you're a journalist, you probably call it a tank. Now, the US hasn't actually sent any of those that we know of. So it's probable that the Russian Ministry of Defense has just been making up the whole thing. However, what do we know from this press release? We know that it's clearly not very escalatory to be sending infantry fighting vehicles of Western manufacture to Ukraine, because Russia just claimed Ukraine had a bunch. Russia just claimed Russia destroyed 4, and it was just noted in a press release. It wasn't really made a big deal of it at all. So the whole "this is escalatory" argument clearly falls straight out of the window for this reason, as well as many others. There are other things, such as we don't want to do things without everybody's agreement, which is again nonsense, because unless somebody really thinks that the British government or the US government would really stand in between Germany and Ukraine, if Germany wanted to send some 1960s infantry fighting vehicles, the Marders in this case, of course not. They are hardly better equipped than a lot of the stuff that's already been sent to Ukraine, right? There's certainly less firepower in themselves than a Polish Twardy upgraded D-72. There's certainly less firepower in themselves than, say, a HIMARS. Definitely a lot less. So it really makes no sense. I don't think. But it is just excuses. It's a laundry list of excuses. It goes down to what they feel deep inside that they shouldn't be doing, and they can't shake that off themselves. I mean, I'm sure Axel has thoughts on it if he's around, or we had Bionade, but we lost him. Axel, any thoughts? I mean, I know we've discussed this to no end, but
yeah, it's an ideological thing. That's what it is. The Social Democrats believe that, and a large part of the Social Democrat elite believes in their collective abhorrence of sending German main battle tanks and German tanks, this is their main qualifier, and heavy weapons into a fight with Russia, because they have succumbed to that long-standing chimera and narrative of Germany owing Russia anything, which it doesn't. This is where this all stems from. It is the Kurt Schumacher-induced, Herbert Wehner and Willy Brandt propagated Russophilia and subservience to the East, which still lingers on in the collective lack of wisdom in that party. Yes, there are many other reasons, but Doman quite neatly summarized it as psychological or ingrained in their psyche. It is burned into theirs, and they actually believe that it makes no sense, and that some of their pragmatic politicians abuse that available fertile ground for such narrative to be continued, and therefore them reducing the impact of German commitment to the Ukraine effort is evident. That they have other motives in addition, which they supplement with that, is clear. That they have a lingering anti-Americanism sprayed into that is also understandable, and that they believe that everything should be solved in a fashion which they would like, which is definitely not consistent with freedom for Ukraine and full restoration of sovereignty. That may also be the case. They are in line in that regard, by the way, with Die Linke, despite the fact that many SPD or many Social Democrats voted as part of the overall 486 members of parliament who voted in favor of heavy weapons to be delivered, but they only voted in favor because they wanted to avoid being seen as doing nothing or not supporting it, and they reserved inherently and internally immediately the right to not send main battle tanks. It is what we would call the Vaterlandslosen Gesellen have reappeared, the unpatriotic people have reappeared, unfortunately. The same goes for the pacifist wing of the and left pacifist wing of the Greens, which still doesn't want to do that. They are happy to deliver Marders, that they understand, but the German main battle tanks in Ukraine, they would call this ist mir nicht ganz geheuer. They don't feel quite well with it, and they're not really willing to risk their meek position and power, because their project is to change the German economy long term. They have a specific agenda, which they can only fulfill in that format of this coalition, and therefore they don't want to exit the coalition, which they would have to in order to support full-fledged support or full-fledgedly support Ukraine, because they could only do so in a coalition where essentially the CDU, CSU plus the FDP were engaged, which we call Jamaica coalition. And that would probably not serve them very well, because they would, by means of pragmatism, be forced to compromise on matters which their basic votership wouldn't like to have them. The same goes hand in hand with their denial of nuclear power, which is due to the founding myth of the Green Movement in its specific predicament and specific format in Germany. And then you have the weak participant par excellence in this coalition, and that is the specific Christian Lindner version of the Free Democrats, the not so free Democrats, the not so vocal Democrats, the gutted Democrats, where only Ms. Strack-Zimmermann and a few others actually have a proper, solid understanding of deterrence, national security, long-term strategic thinking. So weak politicians on the center, left, all cobbled together in a coalition of those who are undeserving, who just barely made it into power, who cannot afford to see a rejuvenated, and after the Merkelian decades of dithering and center pole-oriented politics, rejuvenated and hopefully soon enough better functioning conservative movement on the right taking over again. But then again, it is a classic matter of muddled German domestic politics, which since the beginning of the 1980s have only deteriorated, because the characters who are willing to serve and willing to fight for freedom have all vanished into the background. So that's what it is. Very muddled, very complicated, very comprehensive. But then again, it's Germany. Politics do not have, shall we say, that long-term thinking ingrained. And as Ben Hodges highlighted and others also said, the past decades, I would even go further than the 15 years he indicated in his tweet. The past decades since the communists, the undermined Russophiliacs. So yeah, the Gerhard Schröder party took over. Since then, the German Bundeswehr deteriorated massively. The last conservative government still allowed this to happen because of the Clintonian peace dividend conundrum. And from there on off, Germany slid into this complacent, I don't know, unicorn hopeful industry export and hope-driven mindset of irresponsibility, which from a pragmatic Anglo-American point of view is complete and utter tosh. So if you want to push them, and you want to push them hard, you need to do this by reminding them that the leading nations in NATO, meaning in this instance the North American two plus Great Britain, so those three actually can take all the toys away. And that just needs pressure from the White House, which Ron Klain is not yet willing to seemingly exert. With that in mind, and a relatively young and very special national security advisor at hand, it is difficult, which is why Lloyd Austin last week said, when asked about the M1 Abrams and the Leopard 2s by a German journalist, and please think again why the question was asked by a German journalist in view of M1 Abrams and Leopard 2s, because German politicians on the left, in their rearguard battle against relinquishing this third-party export licensing restriction, those politicians in recent weeks, with mounting international pressure, with further and further deteriorating argumentation against what is obvious, that Ukraine needs those tanks. They need heavy weapons. They need IFVs, APCs. They need ADS air defense systems, more, of course, a lot of them, and MLRS systems, rocket launcher systems. All of this is needed. German industry can deliver it. Respectively, German industry has built it and delivered it to many nations. It just needs re-export licensing, and therefore the capacity for Ukraine to buy it with the money provided by the coalition of the willing. It's not difficult, actually, in that regard. Everybody understands this. Absolutely everybody in German industry understands this, and there's many people in German politics who understand. The issue really is that Sullivan is weak, inexperienced. Klein doesn't want that because he has a different domestic policy perspective currently for the Biden administration, and therefore there's not sufficient carry out of Lloyd Austin's response to that question, not making it, he didn't want to make it an issue between the two parties. He just said it's work in progress, which is great. That's good to know. And this was the best possible sign which could be made. And today's notice by Ms. Goodman's office at the embassy in Berlin, meaning the US embassy in Berlin, made it very, very clear. And I think we said it a little earlier, Doman, when we first pushed it out. I think, Victoria, you were also around, that this ambiguous diplomatic cudgel of a tweet, reminding German politicians not to lie, reminding them in a nice way that it is nation-state help, nation-to-nation support under the applicable article in the UN Charter, which Ukraine is asking for. Whereas the Germans constantly seek the excuse or make up the excuse that they would have to accord everything with the West, they would have to accord it with their allies, and that they would really, really only do this with their allies. Well, then they should release the dang export licenses for their allies who are willing to do it. And they can't say that, oh, nobody else is delivering main battle tanks. That may well be true. But the main battle tank which works the best in Ukraine, so to say, in its natural habitat, meaning diesel fuel tank country, is the Leopard 2. And in addition to that, the upgraded, improved, but very light and very, very versatile recce tank, the Leopard 1. That's it. This is very simple. Unfortunately. And I normally try not to give simple answers, but in this case, the result of the whole argument is simple. Tim.
So you don't think that significant, or you know that significant pressure has not been brought to bear on the German government at the NATO level here?
By far not enough.
Victoria?
Yes, thank you very much for all these explanations and the history lesson. It's really important to understand and have a comprehensive view on the background, what we're dealing with. I have got two questions. The first one, from your perspective, can the industry have a strong say in this situation? And when it comes to NATO countries, if they come together as one voice with address to German government with a request to release the export license, can that approach work? Can this instrument help? Thank you.
German industry has no say in this. German industry has already stated extremely clearly. Rheinmetall, Krauss Maffei Wegmann have stated at the very beginning, as have many others, what they're willing to deliver, what they can deliver, that they can adapt, amend, improve, maintain, upgrade equipment from other nations if and when bought out and released. It is the fact that this release has been blocked by Chancellor Scholz himself. So, in German industry in German you would say, den Mund fusselig reden. You can talk until you get blue in your face, as John Cleese would have said in the Parrot skit. What will help, and there I agree with you, peer pressure by any and all NATO nations or any and all nations in that coalition, because it's an important feature. There are a number of nations in this grand coalition of the willing who are not in NATO, but who have vast amount of German equipment which could be delivered, which could be sold to Ukraine even. And there's enough money to be found for this. So it's not a matter of money. Money is electricity. This is easy. That can all be solved. That's just liquidity. So it takes peer pressure, but the issue is that peer pressure will not be brought to bear if the White House hasn't made the decision to wield its influence. And that decision evidently is not there yet. if and when Lloyd Austin tells us or tells the world that it's not work in progress anymore, but that Ukraine shall feel comfortable that it will have everything it needs, in that moment, I will open here a 51-year-old bottle of champagne, which I have. Because when this equipment all goes to Ukraine, Ukraine will sweep the floor and get the Russians out quicker, with fewer casualties, with less occupation, with less impairment, less missile strikes. Because when the Russian army is completely and utterly shut out from Ukraine, NASAMS and ultimately Patriot batteries will protect Ukraine. So Victoria, let's work together to get this done.
Yeah, we have to join our efforts and have it done. Because from my perspective, from what I have observed so far, is that there is a coalition of willing, but the question is, what is this coalition willing to achieve and when? In reality, yes, everyone wants Ukraine to win this war, but the question is whether there is a coalition as you mentioned, because
I think I hear Victoria breaking up quite a lot. Is that just me?
I do too. I thought it was on my end again.
benefit.
Victoria, very sorry to interrupt, but your audio is unworkable. We can't hear you.
Find a proper. I'm sorry.
Victoria, we will circle back to you in a few minutes when you're maybe in a better area
That's right.
reception-wise.
I don't think she can hear us, Domin.
No.
I'm good. Shall we drop her down and invite her back up?
No point, because it's a reception thing. It's not a Twitter thing, so this wouldn't help anything. And we'll circle back to Victoria when she's in a place where it has better, more stable reception. Maybe let's clear a couple of hands in the meantime. Specifically, I mean Antti and Raver. Victoria, can we hear you better now? Let's see. No, I don't think this is going to work. Antti, go ahead. And when Victoria has a good reception again and can hear all of us clearly, she'll put her hand up and we'll circle back to her. Antti?
Yeah, so if you want to continue on this topic, I really don't have anything more to contribute to that. I was willing to discuss the hordes of Russian tanks and other vehicles left behind, but I can defer that until Victoria can get back in.
I'm driving right now, so I'm on and off in terms of the connection. If you can
Much
hear
better.
me, yeah, you can hear me now
This
much
is
better.
much better. Now we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, but let me get to the place in like 10 minutes where I will have a stable connection. Overall, what I wanted to say, yes, let's make it together. Let's work together on forming this coalition and demanding Germany to actually deliver promised Leopard 1 and 2. Still, my observation so far was, and the comments I was making, that there is a coalition of willing, but I think the motives in this coalition are different. There are those who really want Ukraine to win fast, and there are those who might be interested and have motives for this war to drag a little bit longer, to weaken Russia to the extent that deemed to be necessary. Let's put it this way.
And it is necessary, right? That's the real thing. It's necessary, and as Chancellor Scholz would have said, it's useful, right? Or was it Habeck? Axel used that. No, they're useful, they're necessary, and they can be put to most excellent use by Ukraine as soon as they're sent. All right, Victoria, we'll circle back to you when you're back and stable. Let's go to Raver and Martina. Raver.
Yeah, Dom, and I've been sitting on this one because, man, you butchered the whole thing about the Bradley. So the Bradley is an IFV. It's half the weight of an Abrams. It has a quarter
Raver,
protection.
I know,
Yeah.
but if you're new to these things, it looks like a tank because it's a big armored thing on tracks. Therefore, it's a tank.
Yeah. So educationally, for everybody else, the Bradley is half the weight of an Abrams, a quarter of the protection, and a tenth of the mounted firepower. It's designed to carry infantry, not really fight. But yeah, I mean, I get your point, but they're not tanks. On the Russian tank thing, what's funny is Ukraine is going to end up exporting more tanks from Ukraine during this war than Germany will be importing into Ukraine, because you can guarantee with the surrenders that there are a lot of T-90s, A's and M's headed to the U.S. either right now or soon.
Yeah, I think Russia should really call for itself to be sanctioned for delivering so many arms to the other side. I mean, it's really unheard of. Cheers, Raver. Yeah, I know Bradley's not a tank, but as far as a German would call it Schützenpanzer. So it's kind of close.
Exact.
Yes. Martina.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I have a question for Axel, actually. So Axel, do you think so Scholz's hesitance, I will say, which is probably not strong enough word, but for lack of better word, so that he doesn't want to send any tanks, do you think it has to do with his CumEx or Wirecard scandal? Because I heard like one of the guys, he fled to Russia, right? And then also the gentleman who always, talk about that Ukraine can't win, like Mr. Fad and Mr. Warwick, they also seem to have met with this guy. So I didn't know if there's any reason also from that connection.
Yeah, I don't think that Mr. Scholz could have become in this environment and in this time, meaning after significant changes have been made as to the testing and vetting and suitability of people within German politics over the past 12 years. I don't think that Mr. Scholz could have easily slid into the position of either Minister of Finance or and now the Bundeskanzleramt, the Chancellery, without compromat, had it been around being detected. And the deflection effort as to scandalous conversations from his time as being the Lord Mayor of the free city of Hamburg, the free Hanseatic city of Hamburg, my beloved. Whether anything of that would stick as a political responsibility is hard to see. It seems evident that the respective German DA and their office has already exculpated him and others surrounding him from any kind of wrongdoing, way ahead of the recent inquiry. The committee, the parliamentary committee in the Free State, the Hamburger Bürgerschaft, the citizenship, the parliament of the Free City of Hamburg. So it's hardly possible that some of these rumored, indicated, implied compromise actually exists, and I would consider it to be a load of tosh, if it were. That he has political responsibility for that, you can argue with me immediately. I would even say he has. And that he should not have necessarily taken up the post or continued the post as finance minister. But that's my personal opinion, which matters nothing, because we have to deal with the politicians who are elected, who are guiding the nation at this point in time. So the question is more, is he and is his party and is his political circle overwhelmingly influenced by people who bring opinions and bring analysis to him, which is defeatist, pro-Russian, economically unsound, vested in a strange grand coalition, grand theater, grand industrial policy view? Absolutely. The whole kit and caboodle surrounding him has views. If one were to disclose all this stuff in more detail, what is being released on a regular basis, Martina, and you know this, in German media as to what these people surrounding that chancellor are saying and what his political advisors are saying, if this were known in English-speaking areas in more detail and in its full glory, I'd say we would get a lot more a lot more intensity and bad press outside Germany. I mean, then it would be fair. It's just that nobody reads German, or very few people read German.
Yeah. I feel also, I don't know if you saw that, I don't know, like, for example, Tagesschau, if they, on purpose write it like this, but do you remember, I don't know, like 2 or 3 days ago when all the people left from, or not the people, the soldiers, the Russian soldiers left Kharkiv, and then as revenge, they destroyed electricity. And then, so German headline was something like, jetzt wo die Besatzer weg sind, gibt es keinen Strom mehr. So something, like.
Now that the occupiers are gone, there is no electricity anymore.
Yeah, so basically, so if you read only this one sentence, it's like, okay, so now Russians are gone and now they're without electricity. So completely incorrectly presenting the situation, not saying it's a war crime to now revenge on civilians, stuff like that. And
yeah,
Scholz,
it's very muddled analysis, very muddled heads, very strange views on reality, and bad reporting. I agree with you, but please continue.
No, so the last thing I wanted to say, like Scholz, I mean, let's say, okay, so I don't care about Ukraine, like from Scholz's perspective, but then at least, he really damages our reputation, like worldwide, and then also like our economy, where, he always says pro-Germany, at least, like for instance, when Poland, and I forgot how many, maybe 400 or so, and I made 400 up, I don't know how many, but I saw a message that Poland now purchased tanks in South Korea. So, it's his behavior is not only bad for Ukraine, but it's also bad for our economy. And it's, so I feel like he could have a win-win, help Germany and help Ukraine. So it seems to be there's lose-lose and there's win-win, and he chooses lose-lose, So for me, there's no reason to not want the war to end as soon as possible and help Germany along the way and help the Ukraine. So it's so unbelievable if you say that's only ideology, because he decided like 50 years ago no tank should go to fight against Russia. It seems to be so wrong.
Of course, it's completely, utterly illogical. I agree with you. But then again, this is what that muddled analysis embedded in their ideological constraint produces. This is what I was trying to highlight. They cannot think outside that framework. They can't think outside that box. Therefore, they can't come to better results. It's like someone prior to Copernicus who would have said, that dang Earth is flat.
Yeah. But so in that case, nobody knew like 100%, right? Or, there might have been, I don't know, maybe arguments against it. But here it seems to be like crystal clear, black and white.
Thank you for that. You're absolutely right. It's even worse.
It is really even worse, Axel. But thanks. Yeah, I have to jump to a call now. I'm actually have to work, so I will drop off. But I will keep listening. Thank you for all the information, Axel. I appreciate it. It's always nice to hear from you.
Much
Bye
appreciated.
bye, guys.
Ciao.
Thank you, Martina. Was it Nina or Auntie next?
Nina,
I think.
definitely.
Thank you,
No.
Antti. Yes, thank you, Tim. Actually, after this really complicated, for me, complicated explanation about the structure of this German politics and Olaf Scholz politics, there is one question I want to ask, which is, isn't it right that we can tie up like Scholz and the nuclear power and the gas from Russia, like that he wanted to be quote unquote depending on Russian energy. So that means, for me at least, like some kind of deal with Putin.
I'm not quite sure that I understand the question. What do you mean tie up? Whether this is all one big deal? No, it's not one big deal. It's the confluence of different decisions of the past, long-standing economic and political interweaving, and ideological constraints upon certain decision makers. That's the worst part of it.
Okay, so you don't think that Scholz is getting some money from Putin or had got something?
No. Gerhard Schröder, yes, absolutely. You should never apportion malice where stupidity is the best possible declaration of the state of affairs.
Hey, that's my line.
And did I say that it was untrue?
And Merkel.
Again, no need to pay those who will do what you want anyway, for other reasons.
Okay, so it's stupidity.
Yeah, but incompetence and lack of. That's what I'm trying to say. There are people who have a set framework for their decision making, and they are captured. They're within their culture and within their specific set framework in that culture, in what they've learned and what they see. They preserve themselves and their opinion. And if you look at Ms. Merkel, who, as a reasonably mediocre young student of physics, has had a very good sense as to how to do power plays and outplay pretty much everybody else, and then utilize the power base she created in her first election. I'd say you can see that power for the sake of power is not necessarily conducive to freedom. And we know this, which is why, for example, the founders in America created a system so atrociously complicated that what we call nicely checks and balances, where differing constructs within their union block each other, pull, push, compete with each other, and different institutions, Congress, Senate, White House, administration, compete for votes, attention, power bases. That institutional friction or constitutional friction designed and imported and imparted into the system of its institutions is absolutely vital, and which is why America has better competitive outcomes and more freedom at the very end of it. In Germany, that is unfortunately not the case. The federal states, whilst powerful, tend to align themselves with what we would call coalition mathematics on the federal level. And as a consequence, there's more blockage between the decentralized states and the federal government, and that has only increased in recent decades. So that's how it is. It's very difficult. It's very annoying.
Just a quick follow-up, Axel. Who was the guy who you said in America that is now kind of blocking this?
Ron Klain, the chief of staff of the White House.
And I didn't say he's blocking it. I said that he has different perspectives at this point in time and different strategies to pursue with a view to, say, conducting his business. And there's different preferences. I respect that. This is the White House. It's a completely different ballgame. That is, or in the wonderful saying of Bill Belichick, welcome to the NFL.
Excuse me, can you repeat the name slowly so that the Finnish person can hear it? Thank you.
I'll send you a DM, Nina.
Thanks.
Let's go to, Victoria, clarification, go ahead. Victoria? I think you must have unmuted and muted back. There we go.
So the question is, I understood that you had today energy panel, the discussion. Unfortunately, I couldn't hear what you were saying, what you were discussing. Still, from what I observe, from what I see, read, analysis, yes, Europe and Germany in particular will cope with challenges of the coming winter, especially if the winter is going to be mild. There will be probably some challenges if the temperatures will go below 10 degrees Celsius, but still it's doable. Maybe Olaf Scholz, thinking strategically, or at least in terms of like midterm perspective, is thinking about the next winter. This is when the whole landscape is becoming quite unknown. Germany managed to get enough, and European Union enough gas into their storages. And Russia kept on supplying till recently gas through Nord Stream 1 and still is using Ukrainian gas transportation system. Should it stop using not just using, but stop transit of its gas to Europe, not just through Yamal and Nord Stream 1, but also Ukrainian gas transportation system, then there will be a big question mark how the storages will be filled next year, from what I understand. So maybe the hesitance that we see from Scholz is coming from that calculation. I'm just trying to find some
Can I take this?
reasonable explanation of all of those excuses. But please tell me that I'm wrong in my assumptions. I would really appreciate that.
Silence.
Yes, please. So you're a former politician. When we evaluate politicians, we do not evaluate, at least me, especially when it comes to economics. I do the same thing for evaluating any investors. I don't evaluate a single, no offense, ma'am, a single friggin' thing a politician says. I evaluate very closely what they do. Because what politicians say, especially where I'm from, the States, is what they say to get elected. What they do, which is not always what they say, tells you what their actual priorities are. If two things are true here. One, 2 winters out is far less concerning than next winter, especially because there's significant reason to believe that the war will be over 2 winters out, and at which point the ability of them to acquire Russian natural gas, if that was their goal, would be assumed to be increased regardless of the human rights catastrophes that Russia commits between now and then, A. And B, far more importantly, if their goal was seriously on the ground to deal with their energy concerns in the long run, we would see them taking actual actions to deal with their long run energy concerns at the risk of triggering Axel. We would see them firing up those nuclear power plants that are in perfectly good working condition, that were built that with just a little bit of love and care could run for another 30, or quite frankly, nuclear experts have been on here, possibly 50 years. These things could be running longer than I am likely to be alive. Okay, so one, we're not seeing them do that. We are not seeing them push electrification where they're currently using gas throughout their country, such as pushing electrified heaters to the unit level, to the housing level. That would solve this kind of issue both this winter and next. So there's a large number of actions that the German government could be taking at the on-the-ground, prosaic level that would solve these problems, and they're not taking them. So when we see that, I do not take seriously any view that the German government is led by Chancellor Scholz is taking seriously precautions towards actually changing their governmental policy in regards to doing everything under their power to get off of, the Russian gas dependency, right? Quite frankly, I don't know about Comrat, but I think he has been, unlike other people, I think that the likelihood that he has been corrupted at some point, either ideologically or with something more than that in his career, is high. And if you were to tell me that Olaf Scholz, I like to make really offensive comments about how he likes to lick Putin's boots whenever he comes home at night, give him a massage, and then perform fellatio on him, because that's pretty much the way he treats him. And I really don't have an explanation for his actual on-the-ground actions, regardless of what he says, beyond the fact that he actually loves Putin, and his actual policies seem to be to continue the German gas dependency upon Vladimir Vladimirovich or whoever takes his place. So that's sort of my view of how I see him acting, regardless of what he says.
Can I shortly chip in and correct you on one thing?
Please.
Actually, my neighbor in the house where I'm living, it's a
Thank you.
like 2-unit house.
Thank you. And the question is whether we can then, form a coalition with the CDU, because Merz is, from what I see, is for the supply of delivery of the tanks Leopard 1 and 2 to Ukraine, and maybe scratch some representatives of the existing Svetofor, this street light, whatever it's called, to push Scholz to actually execute on what was promised. I'm just trying to come up with solutions. That's the objective, is to find solutions to those challenges.
Absolutely, and I think we'll get some people up to explain a little bit better what use these German weapons specifically would be in the context of a Ukrainian counterattack very shortly, won't we, Tim? Bionade, in the meantime, you said you had a quick note to make. Go ahead, and then I think we'll be moving on to tanks and MADAs and like.
Yep. Okay. To the change from the energy from gas in the heating units. Our neighbors just installed, for example, a new heat pump, not on gas, but on I don't know how it's called.
It's a heat pump. Just
it's a heat pump, and you get actually. I think some kind of a few thousand euros from the government for this.
Thank you, Bionade. Yeah, those are fantastic. Love those things. Raver, from what you've seen, you used to be a tanker, right? From what you've seen over the past, let's say, week and a half of what Ukrainians have managed to do, How much better would that have been? How much easier would that have been? What additional abilities would they have had they had, for example, some Leopard 2s or perhaps the sort of Abrams that you're used to?
They wouldn't have suffered as many casualties as they have suffered, whatever those numbers are. The Western tanks are just better protected. But with the Russians just dropping everything and running, you're not going to get much of a different result on that end.
Yeah,
So
Dobin, how possibly could that have gone better?
Yeah, exactly. Finance. When the Russians just folded like a wet sack, and looked more like Afghans or Iraqis in '91, it doesn't really matter what the other side has because they've already won. It would have saved some Ukrainian lives, and that's sad that more Ukrainian lives were lost because of Schultz. But it wouldn't have changed the ultimate outcome. Hey, everybody, I'm gonna have to get off here pretty quick, but I just posted a post from Chuck Farr to the Nest. Apparently, all the ring roads around Moscow are closed.
Yeah, there were some suggestions
Electricity
of that.
blackout or other reasons?
No, apparently there was Rosguardia was doing some weird stuff. I think it's weird rumors. I don't think it's very clear to what actually happened.
Yeah.
And warmly welcome, Yehuda.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, Domin, that looks like a real-time traffic map screenshot.
I received real-time traffic maps, and they show no delay actually. So I heard the same thing Chuck heard, and then someone else checked it out. Someone from Moscow, and apparently the distances between certain spots shows all green, including crossing the ring road. So I'm not sure if it's true. It could be true. Maybe the maps are not correct on the one I saw, but I just guess we'll have to wait and see. But we do have good news about Crimea. I see you've posted.
What's going on in Crimea?
No, well, you've already posted up there, so I don't want to play that. Let's not draw it out. So when did we do that? When did we do the change?
Oh, I think Axel must have done it. I didn't even do it.
Yeah. Anyway, well, there were people again that said we called it too early, but whatever. We're the Ukrainians were there, but good news, and congratulations, Victoria, on another successful action by the Ukrainian Armed Forces. Are you tracking that, Victoria?
I think she doesn't hear us.
I think she doesn't hear Yehuda specifically. Victoria, can you hear me but not Yehuda by any chance?
I've heard no one, just your last words, and that's it. I didn't hear anything before.
Interesting. So it's the same sort of glitch that Axel had yesterday. Would you be so kind as to leave the space, quit the Twitter app, and join us back again? Because you can't hear certain speakers, it seems. And that's occasionally a glitch that Twitter causes us. Yeah, Axel had the same yesterday, if you might remember, Yehuda, when he couldn't hear you.
While we're all here and we have so many military brains up, I'd like to revisit the issue of the First Guards Tank Army. Now, as we know, the UK MOD reported today in its daily brief that the First Guards Tank Army had suffered heavy casualties early in the invasion and had not been fully reconstituted prior to the Ukrainian counteroffensive in Kharkiv. Our friend Chuck Farrer has gone further and has said that the Ukrainian offensive in Kharkiv has engaged and destroyed the First Guards Tank Army. Chuck states that this is the formation is broken and scattered, doesn't exist anymore as a military unit, and that this constitutes Russia's single largest unit loss since World War II. Which is an enormous statement. Reva, are you still available to talk, or did you have to disappear?
I'm still here for a couple more minutes.
Fantastic. As a former cavalryman and a tank man, can you talk to us a little about what you were taught in terms of the First Guards Tank Army and the kind of the perceived elite of Russian armored forces, of what to expect, how much of a challenge they presented to your doctrine and your systems. Are you surprised by this?
So I don't think I was ever really taught anything about the First Guards Tank Army in particular. We heard a lot about the group of Soviet forces, Germany. Personally, I've been tracking the Fourth Guard Tank Division, which I believe is part of the First Guards Tank Army, since early in the war. They had T-80Us, so they were really easy to track through Oxy's combat loss spreadsheets. They were the only ones that used them. And they have been just about wiped out. So the claims are absolutely believable. Now, that being said, because the Russians tend to deploy 2 up and leave their 3rd BTG for every regiment back behind in Russia, a third of the division or army may still exist on paper. It's just not manned. And at this point, it may not even have any equipment. Everything may have been shoved into the meat grinder. The fact that it's been absolutely destroyed just goes right along with the destruction of the VDV and other supposedly elite forces. Russia wasn't necessarily a paper tiger, but it was a toothless one.
And to what extent might you be able to credit this to equipment rather than rather than strategy here? I mean, how inferior is how inferior is run-of-the-mill Russian armor? I mean, assuming T-80 was their predominant equipment, could you talk a little around that?
Okay, when it comes to the Ukrainians versus the Russians, the Russian tanks were not inferior. That is literally as close to peer-to-peer as you're going to get, because they're both using effectively the same equipment. It comes down to Ukrainian valor and Ukrainian skill and motivation and leadership. Ukraine would have beat Russia with nothing but Molotovs at this point, because Ukraine has the will to battle and Russia doesn't. But as for the armor itself, it's peer-to-peer. It's T-72s facing off against T-72s, T-80s against T-80s, T-64s against T-90s. You know, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other, and it all comes down to the individual Ukrainian crews, and they're the ones that deserve the credit. More than the MLAWs, more than the HIMARS, more than the Javelins. It's the way the Ukrainians themselves have taken those weapons they've been given and used them to beat the pants off the Russians.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Yeah, I would certainly echo those sentiments. You know, how important in your experience is the tank crew training, right? Is Soviet equipment, does it tend to be very, very unforgiving towards its crews? So, you know, requiring a level of competence that that the machinery itself will not compensate for.
Okay, so here I'm a little bit more comfortable. So a tank's favorite target is its own crew. It's second because they're closest. Tanks just want to kill and the crew is closest. Second favorite target is trucks. Tanks require a lot of maintenance. They are a really finicky beast. And I did a big long thread on this early in the war about the difference between Western 4-man crews and Soviet bloc 3-man crews and the available man hours that are needed just to keep tanks up and running, and then still also be able to take care of the crew. So it's really hard to keep a tank in combat when you only have 3 men. That's just not a lot of man hours to get everything done. And when you get tired, mistakes get made. You blunder into ambushes, you start neglecting maintenance, things start breaking down, you're not paying, just everything starts to go wrong when you're tired. And 3-man crew tanks are designed to make you tired.
Sure, and this was something we saw when I was serving as an Army reservist. Is we did some work with some reserve heavy armor units, and you know, when you're training kind of 2 weekends a month, you know, these guys were spending basically 60% of their training time just keeping these vehicles running. Right, it was really quite extraordinary. They became very, very expert at keeping tanks running, and not particularly expert at moving them around and shooting with them.
Old British conquerors?
Challenger 2s. I'm not that old.
Well, you said heavy armor.
Does that not count as heavy armor?
That's a main battle tank, which means it's designed to do fulfill every role, every tank role on the battlefield. Heavy armor was specifically like the Conquerors was designed specifically for like breakthrough operations to engage Russian heavy T-series tanks like the T-10s.
Oh, right. Okay. Yes. A question of my wrong terminology in that case. Yes, I mean main battle tanks, Challenger 2s. Yeah. As you say, the chaps I knew who worked on those were very sad pandas most of the time because they spent all of the time keeping the tanks from not, breaking down.
The Charlie 2 did really, really good in Iraq. I think it holds the record for the least crew members lost to enemy action.
I believe it also holds the record for the most RPG hits while remaining combat effective, no?
That is entirely possible. It is very well protected, but that's a discussion or philosophies going back to the Cold War when the British were thinking they were going to have to fight on the North German plain. So they wanted all around protection while the Abrams knew they were going to be facing head on in the Fulda Gap and then having to attack into the Soviet flanks. So it's just different design philosophies on where to put the armor.
Sorry, this is really, really interesting. I could talk about this all day, but we've got a couple of hands up. So let's go to Scribe and then to Antti, please. Thank you, Braver, for your input. That's enormously appreciated.
So I just found out this little fact about HIMARS. They can be fired off of ships, like amphibious assault ships. Could potentially Ukraine find a barge big enough and put a HIMARS on it and attack Crimea?
Nope.
Oh.
You just don't take a barge. And an amphibious assault ship alone is nothing. There are 4 kilo class submarines. Ukraine doesn't have a navy. Sorry.
However, photoshopping HIMARS on a very large inflatable flamingo, that's excellent meme material. It's the only use this line of idea has.
I was going to say I've seen actual pictures on Twitter of this tactic being effective with inflatable beach toys. Very silly. Antti.
Yeah. So I just there's been a lot of discussion about all the armored kit that the Ukrainians have bagged recently. I think there's a couple of points I wanted to make. One is that in essence this is Ukrainian military effectively working towards circular economy because there is now a direct connection from Russian arsenals to the Ukrainian defense forces, so they don't have to manufacture any of the kit themselves. So that saves resources and more importantly, virgin resources. So good on the Ukrainian defense forces. But on a more kind of sober note is that both the other armored vehicles and the tanks. I mean, all the videos we've seen. We have no way of determining how many of these vehicles have what kind of issues. What kind of issues they have. I mean, there is. There are so many different kinds of both mechanical and also manufacturing defects that these vehicles might have. So I mean, like the most basic thing could be that there's something wrong with the trucks, which usually means that all you need is a sledgehammer, a blowtorch, and a piece of metal to use as a. I'm not actually sure what the term is in English, but it's basically like an oversized nail that goes in between the track pieces, so it keeps the whole together. I'm sorry, I only know the Finnish term for that, which is telatappi.
I think pin. I think pin is the word.
Pin is a good enough word. Yes. But I mean, there could be besides that, there could be all sorts of issues with the transmission, the gearbox, the engine. There could also be issues with that. There might actually be defects with the main gun if we're talking about the main battle tank, or there might be there might be issues with the brakes. There's so many things. If there's, like, for instance, if there's oil leaking out from the tank, from the engine, there could be a whole host of reasons what could be the reason. So but the good part of it is that if it's a simple mechanical issue, the Ukrainians will have no problem whatsoever fixing it. And if there are manufacturing defects, which I'm sure that there are, given all the evidence we've seen on well, it's anecdotal evidence, but it's still evidence on videos and photographs about how the quality assurance is well, shit in Russian manufacturing processes. But even if that is the case, that's likely only to be a couple of components instead of a full-blown thermal issue with the entire the armored vehicle. So even in that case, there's utility for gaining spare parts. There is utility even if parts of the tank or other armored vehicle are completely useless, which is also bound to happen. Then there is a usage as scrap metal, because Ukrainians definitely have the facilities to melt down the parts to its basic form, and then produce other parts for the kit. So I just wanted to, I'm sure that most of listeners on this base realize that it's not just they can simply take it and use it. Sure, if it's in working condition, and we don't know how many of these vehicles were abandoned simply because the Russian crews that were operating there were scared shitless and ran away. But it's likely that quite a few of them have varying degrees of mechanical and other issues, which will be a somewhat laborious process for the Ukrainians to go through. But in that case as well, it is, shall we say, a positive problem. So I just wanted to highlight that part of the issue, because I do have some experience with some of these vehicles, and they weren't built to be maintained in good working order for an extended period of time, because that simply wasn't the whole design philosophy to begin with. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Antti. Yeah, we had Yehuda on earlier on, who was making making a similar point, but I believe rather more hopefully. He seemed to think that he said that the preponderance of shall we say gifted material that especially vehicles that Ukraine has suddenly found themselves in possession of, courtesy of their Russian suppliers, would be not enormously difficult to bring back into action, regardless of perhaps some poor maintenance routines from their former Russian owners. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly something that's reasonably hopeful on that front. Okay, so I see we don't have any hands up anymore. You are listening to the Maria Report. We are a 24-hour space. For those of you who are just joining us, we are a 24-hour Twitter space. We have been going since the very beginning of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, broadcasting up-to-date information, analysis, and expert takes from some of the most prominent minds in the world on Ukraine, from within Ukraine, from the West, from all over the place. We are manned entirely by volunteers, so we're never going to reach out to you and ask for personal donations. We're never going to ask you to buy us coffees or any of that rubbish. If you wish to support our work, we would urge you please to donate to Maria Aid, which delivers non-lethal aid to Ukrainian armed forces and civil society, including but not limited to drones, medical supplies, optics such as night vision, etc. So if you would like to support our work and you have a spare fiver, then please chuck that in the direction of Maria Aid. Their link is, I believe it's on
in the title of the space.
It's in the title of the space. There we go. And their website is on our bio as well. See, we've got a couple of people coming up, so I can stop waffling now and take Nina. Nina, welcome back.
Am I the first number in the lotto machine?
No, you're the first number in the queue.
Okay. I was very busy making a couple of tweets with help of Dorman, who is able to multitask. So I heard just a little bit what Yehuda came to say. There was some good news. Excuse me, but can you just in one sentence? It was good news. It was.
Yes, Kremlina is liberated. It's in the title of the space, so to speak. To repeat myself from a minute ago.
Yeah, thank you. I am not very good in multitasking, but yes, thank you.
If you want more good news, the Portuguese Immigration and Border Service has rejected every single golden visa application filed by Russian nationals since the 24th of February, since Russia decided to start the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. 10 of them applied. Yep, 10 applied. None got approved. All got rejected outright because they're not interested in any more of them. So that's a little bit more of good news since we're on good news. And we can commend. Yes.
I'm sorry, Dermot. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just going to ask, because this is a very, very consistently high level of paperwork errors, surely, for visa applications. How sloppy these Russians must be being.
Very, very. Of course, it made it a lot more difficult for them to get such golden visas because they usually require investing a large quantity of funds in Portugal, and that's difficult when you can't work through SWIFT.
So it doesn't work if you just turn up with a suitcase full of rubles and diamonds and stolen.
I think now they get questioned a little bit more than they previously did as to the origin of such funds.
What a
yeah, awful, isn't it? Awful. Anyway, Dominic.
Hi. Yeah, I was, since we're on the subject of the subject of challenges, what is the problem with sending Charlie 2s? I mean, I do believe we have 200 of them in storage. You know, might make Liz Truss's time a little easier in her place. So, you know, what exactly is the problem there? I mean, you know, it is a limited number, and presumably it's nowhere near the amount of Leopard 2s and Leopard 1s hanging around. But yeah, I mean, why not? Is my essential question.
I think the biggest barrier is a question of crew familiarity. So as our resident armor man, our resident Cavalier Raven was saying, the Soviet tanks tend to operate on a 3-man crew, whereas the Western tanks operate on a 4-man crew. This comes with advantages and disadvantages, but they are quite different pieces of equipment. And I believe the barrier is mainly, or at least back in April, May, there was a lot of talk about sending the possibility of sending Challenger 2s to Ukraine, and the main barrier was actually it would probably be a better idea to send Challenger 2s to Poland and use those to backfill what the T-72s that Poland was sending to Ukraine. That said, I mean, it may change because the UK-led training efforts for, well, multinational but UK-led training efforts in the UK for various Ukrainian armed forces may be able to accommodate this training requirement. But my understanding is the logic behind not doing that is, one, there aren't an enormous amount of Challenger 2s in British inventory. Some of them have been mothballed recently. I don't know what state they're in. These things do tend to rot. I mean, we had this discussion a few weeks ago on the channel about how quickly these vehicles will degrade if they're in mothball. But the UK does have spare inventory. The UK doesn't have an enormous number of tanks, but I believe the main barrier was the fact that Ukrainian crews will simply not be familiar with this piece of equipment. How this squares with the desire to send Leopard 2 and Abrams, I'm not sure, because presumably they would face the same barriers. Yeah, that's my understanding of it. Might be slightly outdated, but I'd be glad to hear from Doman or Axel on that as well.
Yeah, those were my thoughts exactly. I mean, possibly there just aren't enough of them, but you know, the training problem would be exactly the same for absolutely everything, wouldn't it? No matter what you're doing. I mean, I don't suppose the IFVs are exactly simple pieces of kit either, especially the American one, the Bradley. Yeah. I mean, that's probably not a very simple piece of kit either. But I mean, it seems. I mean, you know, once the Russians turned off the gas, I honestly thought, and very naively, that now there is really no real excuse for Germany not to do the right thing and, you know, release the re-export licenses and say, okay, you know, you can do this now, and Canada or whoever can send their tanks in. Possibly, I mean, presumably the Rheinmetall and all of those could sort them out in reasonably quick time. Training could happen, and then we'd be free. But you know, listen to Axel. These people are far too stodgy. I mean, they really are set in their ways like a 90-year-old guy. So yeah, so I don't know. I just thought that'd be the only way to do it. Really, would be to use Charlie 2s. I mean, even if it's on a loan basis. And the Poland, you know, the whole Poland thing is. I mean, that's actually British tanks, British tankers in those tanks, isn't it? There's no Polish tankers in those, in British Challengers.
Do you remember, Dominic, what I said in mid-March here on the space?
Well,
on the Challies. I said that I would hope that Ben Wallace could simply actually put a red ribbon around those which British Army was just about to decommission and set out for melting down, and take those which had been agreed in December in this strange review, not to be upgraded but phased out. Take all those, and that was quite a bunch. Send them to Poland, red ribbon around, leave them at the Polish-Ukrainian border, and find out whether they still stand there the next day.
I remember something of the sort. Yeah, I was thinking. You know, usually I focus a lot more on your chats on various things actually, but especially on German politics. I simply can't. It's unbelievable how unbelievably set they all are. I mean, they really aren't set for the modern era, are they? Really? I mean, anything changes, they're completely screwed. I mean, the whole frame of reference is just left them. You know, on February the 24th, no way will Germany. I mean, will Russia use gas as a weapon? And oops, it's still, to me, to this day, you know, quite unbelievable how naive they were, really. So yeah, I mean, I still don't really get the idea. I mean, I can't see Liz Truss being completely against it. And this Ben Wallace, like you say, I'm surprised he hasn't done it already. I mean, let's just hope some things, you know, that people are being shown a little bit of familiarity with the hardware during the training exercise. Who knows? I mean, you know, presumably there's a lot more tankers than tanks in the Ukraine army, because they seem pretty quick to be able to jump in one and say, right, this one's mine. So we'll just have to see how it goes, I suppose. But it's unbelievably frustrating, especially at this stage when, you know, the gas has been ended. So they pulled that trigger, and you know, there's no way back for them really. I simply don't understand where the political thinking goes. Frustrated like everybody else, I suppose. And the other one, you know, I mean, what the hell are the Russians doing trying to take Bakhmut when when you know, when the Ukrainians have just taken Crimea? I mean, is this another one where the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing, and somebody's got orders, or you know, the orders from above are too slow and that type of thing? I mean, what the hell are they doing? Any thoughts on that? Is they just being stupid Russians?
Honestly, yeah, possibly. It's difficult to say, to be honest, for very obvious reasons. But it makes very little sense. Maybe they think that if they keep the pressure on in that area, that will make it easier later on. But yeah, well, I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens there.
I mean, to me, it's looking slightly irrelevant, is it? I mean, you know, while they were aiming to drive up through Bakhmut, Slavyansk, and they still held Izium, then you know it makes sense, doesn't it? Because they could take another nibble out of the territory. But I mean, that is a severe nibble, isn't it? I mean, there's virtually, I mean, I also slightly don't understand why the Ukrainians don't abandon Bakhmut, or is it just because they're Ukrainians and they don't want to leave the civilians behind?
There's no need for them to abandon it, right? Why would they abandon it? They're trying to liberate more territory, not surrender more of it. And right now, if they cut off things from the from the back by pushing down towards Severodonetsk, that just makes the Russian attack on Bakhmut untenable, possibly at that point, and then allows those defending Bakhmut to breathe a sigh of relief, because the Russians there have no more options. The ones that are attacking it.
Yeah, still doesn't make sense to me, but I don't suppose it's ever going to. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Dominic. I mean, maybe if we had someone with appropriate expertise in urban warfare who wanted to comment on this, I think maybe that would be very interesting to hear about, because it is kind of perplexing why Russians keep assaulting Bakhmut. I'm not suggesting anything particular, but if such a listener was perhaps walking his dogs right about now and had a time to jump in, we'd always be very happy to hear from Colonel Spencer. Nina.
If Danny has something to say about this, what you talked about, I'm fine waiting, because I have another topic.
Okay, thank you, Nina. Danny?
Well, no, unfortunately, I'm not an expert on urban warfare. I'm just a guy on the internet, so sorry about that. But I do have some comment and the interesting news that I'd like to bring to the table. So I can let Nina say her bit, and then I can...
Okay, Nina, go ahead, and we have Danny, and then we'll move on. Nina?
Okay, just shortly. If I had heard this news 6 months ago, I would have been extremely worried. Now at this point, being over 6 months in MriyaReport or whatever it was before that, reading this news about Putin and Xi are going to meet and talk about Ukraine and Taiwan. So if Jingu would be here, he would probably explain it really well. But I am actually not worried at all when I see this. I see it as some kind of Putin's ridiculous last attempt to do some kind of posture.
As you say, there's no need to worry. If anything, what Putin's going to hear is to stop messing about and stop messing about with some nuclear threats and stop messing around with that nuclear power plant, because China needs to make sure that arable land stays arable and not contaminated. So he should knock it off. That's most probably what he's going to hear from that, because everybody's getting kind of tired of Putin's antics. China sees the writing on the wall. China also sees that Russia's about to lose this properly, fully, and that Russia's already losing. They're not stupid in the slightest. They can see clearly what's going on, just as everybody else can. And maybe if the Russians can't, that's their problem. So worry not. What is interesting is that Putin might actually be leaving Russia for the first time in 7 months. Now that is interesting. No, did he leave? Did he go to Iran?
Yes,
and
he did.
Turkmenistan. Well, then it's not the first time.
Yeah.
Very well.
But anyway, I'm not worried about Taiwan either. What I have heard
nothing to
from
worry about.
Jingu. Yeah.
Okay, none of us are worried about anything. Danny.
Yeah, that doesn't worry me either. So, no, I wanted to talk about how Germany not giving weapons, not showing what German-made equipment can do in an actual battle, in an actual war, will affect their business moving forward significantly, I think. And just comparing with what the American companies such as Lockheed Martin have been doing, and I was just reading about the fact that they're going to collaborate with a Romanian university in Cluj-Napoca to invest in artificial intelligence together with the university and work on some projects for national security and life sciences, something to do with the environment. So there's not a lot of details yet, but they've just announced a new collaboration. So I was thinking Germany could have been announcing future collaborations with such and such universities around the world on new technology in the defense industry. But I think after this, they're just going to lose shares of the business, percentages of the market, and just essentially prove themselves not to be very reliable. And I'm surprised that the industry isn't putting more pressure on their politicians. So the actual manufacturers that are supposed to develop these capabilities, are they putting any pressure? Do we know if they are? Why is it not working at all? I don't know.
because it's clearly, putting them in a bad light as well. There is pressure, but it's simply not enough pressure. It's not enough capacity to apply pressure, and pressure needs to be applied from others. A few of us have been tweeting at the Bundeskanzler today to please get off his chair, or indeed sit in his chair and sign those papers and allow the German defense manufacturers to send the Madas and Leos and the like that are already in their stocks, in manufacturer stocks. It'd be great if they could, if they would hear us.
Right. Yeah. Thanks, Doman. So we would just have to, I guess, make do with wishful thinkings until something actually does move from that side.
Yes, make it through. Make it true. Think of it enough, and it'll come through.
Right.
Or just
materialize it by just thinking very, concentrate on it and make it so.
Think it into existence. Yes. Finance, is that an appropriate course of action, or is there something better we can do?
Well, besides getting the Schultz government to discover that they need to, join the era of not genociding people, it's probably not good for the German defense industry that a couple of researchers, notably the ever quoted around here, Camille Glebe, keeps pointing out how the German manufacturing defense industry has helped arm and supply the industry of the Russian military industrial complex. So not only are they looking bad because they can't get all their stuff showcased by the Ukrainians, they're looking bad because a number of them, such as Rheinmetall, who helped build the Molino training facility, the only modern training facility in Russia, they're looking kind of bad, and there's, for lack of a better term, egg on their face. And so I would say that it's a double whammy for what they're seeing here. And while I can blame the German government for the part where they're not able to supply Ukraine, because let's face it, these guys are willing to sell to anybody, I blame them for the part where they were supporting the genocidal regime of Putin.
Well, fingers crossed, I guess. Fingers crossed. Clyde.
Yeah, thank you. With regard to Bakhmut, it seems like I remember from this update last night that the reason that the Ukrainians are still battling Bakhmut is because the Russians are dumb enough to stay there, and they want to make sure they do. Isn't that correct? I mean, basically, by keeping them there, then it keeps them from reinforcing places that are more important. But the other thing I wanted to ask, and I had asked this question yesterday, and then there was an update, and Language's update last night seemed to have sort of a different take, was the presence in the Black Sea. There was reports that there were additional ships, and there were up to 30 missiles ready to go. And I asked that question yesterday, and they said, no, it's down to 2. And then Language's update last night said it was 4 with 30 missiles ready to go. And of course, the one thing the Russians can continue to do is slaughter civilians. So they seem to be pretty good at picking on people without weapons. So I just was wondering if there was any clarification on that or what could be done about it. I don't think there is much to do. But anyway, thank you for taking my question.
Hey, Clyde. So the 30 caliber missiles, that's was widely shared across the Ukrainian news yesterday. A number of Ukrainian outlets keep close tabs on exactly how many caliber missiles worth of capacity there currently is in the Black Sea, at least of the above surface ones as opposed to the submarines. Like I said it before, I'll say it again. The Black Sea Fleet, with the liberation of Snake Island by the Ukrainians following that Russian gesture of goodwill, following the Ukrainians dumping a bunch of lead on their heads, the Black Sea Fleet has basically been relegated to a terrorist organization launching cruise missiles at civilian centers and very little else. What else can we say? There is little to do about it except for air defenses. Air defense is already there. That's not going to change. They're going to take down a proportion of those missiles. The biggest difference is as Russian stocks dwindle, an ever greater proportion of missiles will be taken down because salvos will tend to be lower, smaller, that is. Therefore, the capacity that Russians will have to oversaturate or to saturate Ukrainian air defenses with large cruise missile salvos will be lesser, and therefore Russian cruise missile salvos will be less successful. What else is there? What else is there to say? Is there anything else to say? Guess not. Oh yes, and Ukrainian air defenses keep getting better because more NASAMS keep coming into theater, and Iris-Ts will soon be there, and hopefully those Aspide batteries will eventually arrive, etc. So that's what can be done about it. More air defense.
Thank you. The Russian TV clips are just maddening, where these civilians are on TV talking about, trying to freeze Ukrainian citizens out by bombing their power plants and their infrastructure. And anyway, but thanks a lot for taking my question. I'll drop down.
Thanks, Clyde. Kylie.
Hello. I wanted to ask a question about the Lend-Lease. It's starting in early October. And I've been wondering what exactly that will look like. Is there any way you can explain in layman's terms, what kinds of changes we might see? Maybe in frequency of deliveries, etc. I don't understand how it will differ from what we've seen thus far. So any explanation would be great. Thanks.
More of the same, but more.
Okay.
Does that kind of cover it? Because I can do this either the way I have, or I can do it incredibly detailedly and get stuff wrong, or I can ask for somebody who understands it better to do it incredibly detailedly. That's the third option. That's behind door C. But I don't know if we have anyone who can do it very detailedly right now, do we? Hopefully, Bradleys and Abrams. That's what we're hoping for. That's what we're really hoping for, because that will really make a difference in future Ukrainian counteroffensives.
Okay.
And as Secretary Lloyd Austin said at Ramstein last week, progress is being made, which is good, because that means that the matter is not just under consideration. It's not even under active consideration anymore, because they found the file, and now progress is being made, and that is excellent. Because once those are in theater, that will make a serious difference as to what Ukraine can do, and specifically what Ukraine can do in terms of liberating more territory and getting this war closer to a close.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kylie. Hendrik.
Yes, I have a theory on the way this war might end. And the end, to me, seems to be this: a complete blockade of the Don River by the Ukrainians. I don't see an invasion of Russia per se, Belgorod or that. But I do see the blockade of the port to stop all ships from entering the Don and any food or supplies leaving that area. And I think that would be the one point that would force Putin to negotiate. Thank you.
You're saying a blockade of the Don in the Sea of Azov?
Yes, the straits leading to the Don is only about 30 some odd miles wide from the Ukrainian cities, and it should be relatively easy to completely block any marine traffic from coming out of the Don.
Right. I mean, the Kerch Strait is even narrower, right? I think, and once Ukraine has retaken Crimea, if you block the Sea of Azov, you block the Don as well. And I think that the Kerch Strait will be something of a contested territory for some time to come after the war. I would guess. It's just my guess, because what do I know? But I think that there will be, everybody will be having some trouble getting through there.
Yeah, my thoughts were that basically they don't even have to take Crimea, okay, before they actually blockade the Don. That basically once they block the Don, Crimea is gone.
Interesting. I don't know. Does anyone else have a thought to that? Finance, economic blockade. It's an economic
Sorry,
topic.
I was talking to somebody in real life. I heard my name.
So Hendrik is proposing that once Ukraine retakes back their coast in the Sea of Azov before they even take back Crimea, that they can blockade the mouth of the Don River, and that can inflict substantial economic pain on Russia. Anybody looking at marine traffic lately, seeing just how many ships are going from the mouth of the Don River across the Sea of Azov, down across through the Kerch Strait under the Kerch Bridge, and then onto the Black Sea and onto the Bosphorus. I can kind of see where he's coming from, but at the same time, I don't think that's a do or die kind of proposition, to be honest.
This is a military guy question, right? Like when Yehuda's
Well,
up,
it's an
asked
economic
him,
an economic blockade kind of question.
yeah. Look, first off, like take the Kerch Bridge down. Normally really big, heavy duty infrastructure that can withstand a Category 5 hurricane and like 10 earthquakes at once is something you want to keep. But I'm down for you don't want infrastructure with the guys who try to genocide you. I'm going with Zelensky's without you speech. And if that's the real deal, then you take the Kerch Bridge down and you don't rebuild it. And if that's what Ukraine is going for, and they might be, then that might actually take out the river in ways that might actually take out the river without the whole military thing. As I said, as far as the military availability, you're gonna have to ask a military guy. Yehuda's up. Ask him. I have no clue if that's military.
All right, everyone. Thank you. Just an interruption. I'll post. Let's clean up the nest if we can, please. We're going to be posting some things up for some reports. So Tim or Dom, thank you. I rarely like saying "I told you so," but sometimes sometimes it's important.
I hope this is about Kherson.
It's better than Kherson. Give me a second. Okay.
Okay. All clear.
All cleared. Alrighty. Do. I'm not a Twitter amazing person, but I'm gonna do this here. We're gonna put sugar. Fat fingers. Here's one. Here is another. Okay. Yeah. So this is good news. I very politely said I told you so, but in a nice Canadian way. We talked about Liman and Kremina. And I think some people thought I was crazy, and that's fine. Don't really care. Probably am a little. But it looks as though that tactical bound, operational pause was about a year or so. So we're looking at not only is Crimea liberated, but where it is. Colonel Spencer wrote something as well. So why I'm bringing this up is because this could be the death knell of the Russian military in Ukraine. Why? Kherson, let's put aside, let's park the possible surrender, or their desire to die in place. It's if they desire to be destroyed in place, that's up to them. But this is a bigger issue, so you might want to retweet this space because I think things are going to get a little spicy today. And by spicy, I mean bad for the Russians. With Crimea, gosh, the Ukrainians just, I've been trying to just pushing my timings to the left. Every time I think of the Ukrainians, it's taken me a while. I think I've honed in on their battle rhythm, right? Because it's about 800 times faster than normal, and that means they're collecting themselves. They're bombing, rearming themselves. In the military, if you say bomb up, it actually means like put more rounds in your magazines, or if you're whatever an artillery person, I don't know what it means because I don't care. But when you bomb up, you're getting your ammo together and you're putting it in your tech vest, and you got all your ammo. You're redone, rebombing. So they're all rebombed. They're doing their stuff. They're getting ready, and they must have the best coordination in the world because we have things called concurrent activity. So while one group is doing something, another group is doing something else, and if you can blend them together in such a way that when everyone's done their tasks, everyone's good to go. So you're not waiting for someone else to finish something like refueling trucks or refueling tanks or rebombing or like they're like a finely tuned machine. They're like an orchestra, like an army orchestra. And it reminds me that's what the Russians will probably, only thing they'll have left is the Red Army Choir. So it looks as though after they've consolidated in and around the P-66, all those naysayers. I got some hate messages yesterday. How dare you say Crimea is taken? Liman, they're still fighting. I know someone is there and they're fighting right now. Oh, whatever. All right, it's done. So what does this mean? There's just a highway to I don't want to say the hell. Gosh, I hate music. There's a highway to Severodonetsk and the Lysychansk, and the Russians, as we unfortunately for them, we have not noticed any changes to their disposition. Maybe someone throw up a map. Can we throw up a map of let's say Bakhmut to Severodonetsk and try to get as much north up as you can? Doman or Tim, if you're really good with that.
You'll have it in a second.
That's great. Now, why this is important is those Russians, crazy because they're still in the wrong place. They're not situated properly. The minute, if Yehuda on Twitter is saying Crimea is taken a day ago, they know Crimea is taken. So Angry Bob 342 from Oklahoma, who's swearing at me about it, he doesn't know, but that's fine. But the Russians know, okay? And if they know, then the answer is, why are you where you are? Start moving, withdraw, because you're going to get cut off. You will be flanked, and you will have some very pissed off, very effective Ukrainian brigades at your rear, and you have a huge Ukrainian force blocking you on your other side. Unless they want to surrender, I don't know. But it's bad. This in itself, I believe, and I'll call it now, this could collapse Putin's government, whatever that means, Putin's dictatorship, because that means that effectively every major fighting force in Ukraine from the Russians will have been either encircled, destroyed, capitulated, in negotiations for surrender. Who's left? Mariupol, Melitopol, that area, sure. Are they going to survive first contact with Ukrainians flying down from Donbass and then and from the west from Kherson? Nope. So, it's a very, very strange situation. I figured Donbass would be last, just, because that's a more prudent approach. It looks like, the Ukrainians have all other options available to them. But I think what's pretty incredible is this is a very key. This is a pivotal moment for the Ukrainians if they're able to basically, I guess you could say, imagine a great boxer fighting a good fight. How much time does that boxer need to rest and clean up a bit before he goes to the next fight? Well, normally we'd leave a few days, maybe a week or two. Ukraine just going from one ring and then going over the next break. They're getting together and they're like, no, I'm trained up, I'm good to go. I didn't take much damage, so I don't need much reorganization or reorienting. And that's where we're at. Constantine, go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to ask you if there is open source information available about which brigades, which units of the Ukrainian army are right now in that sector.
I can text you offline. I don't think it's open source.
Oh,
if it's a question you're asking, and I think I know what you're saying, it's probably yes.
Oh no, I just wondered if this is open source information and can be talked about. That's it. But if there is no information like that, I would suggest let's wait till someone else breaks this.
let's do that, please. But yes to all. And I know what you're going to ask me because you told me before something else. Anyway, long story short is, yeah, like holy poop. This is a very, I mean, it's not an interesting development. I'm not shocked. So someone made a comment on the post, or extraordinary. They used my Christopher Hitchens line: "Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence." And I just said, give it a day. You know, if you don't believe me, that's fine. And I didn't mean literally a day, but I guess someone in Ukraine heard me, and not wanting me to look stupid, they decided to give it only a day. Apparently, no, it's not been a day. It's been a couple days, but this is like a golden opportunity for the Ukrainians. You know, I would suggest they need to organize themselves on this what corridors they're going to come down on if they do pull that trigger and go down into Severodonetsk, which more people are reporting on. I kind of already jumped the gun and said they're doing it. From what I understood, they were already shaking out along an axis of advance, and shaking out literally means what it sounds like. Someone's mic is hot. It's confusing me. I think it's MeTag. At any rate, they were shaking out, even as of 2 days ago. So apparently, Ukrainian forces, after follow-on forces, were clearing different areas. And that's looking at you, Constantine. You know what I'm talking about. And then they already were shaking out as if they're preparing to step off. So going to some line of departure, they were ready to go, right? So that was like 2 days ago. And then I think they just beefed up their brigades, and I think they're going to bring down some holy hell on Route 66, because it's a natural. Why do I say it? I don't sit on Ukrainian, commanders update briefs, and no one tells me anything. I'm not Ukrainian, but it's the only common sense thing to do next. That's where they need to be, and they have a relatively easy situation in front of them. And if they get to Severodonetsk before any Russians retreat from the Bakhmut area, do we have that map yet? Yeah. Oh, okay. Does it have
Well,
It has
actually,
Bakhmut. It has everything in
okay.
it.
Everything in it? Okay. So I wish maybe we put a red circle for the Russians. Yeah, okay. So basically, where's Bakhmut? Okay. So if you look at that map and you kind of look almost dead in the center, good job, Axel. So dead in the center, it looks like a bit of a triangle, or maybe it looks like the state of New York. If you look at those yellow lines, a very weird state of New York. You see Bakhmut, Soledar going up. You have Severodonetsk. It doesn't have Lysychansk on this map. And you have Popasna in the south. So a great ton of Russian equipment and soldiers are in roughly in this area. Now, up to the top, where it says Crimea, and it says in English, and it has Cyrillic, by the way, for the viewers. That's very, very close to Severodonetsk. Revision is on the way. Bad news is on the way. So if you look at where the Russians are, they're about 3 or 4 times as far. The road is circuitous. It's hilly. It's they're screwed for one major reason as well. There's only one major, maybe 2 corridors that can take. Why? You see all those little finger lakes? That's a problem. So they're now canalized. So their only route for egress, for exiting, is this road, and to the right and left of it is a swamp and lowlands and little lakes and finger lakes. And the Ukrainians, they get down. They're at Crimea. Look at that, P66. They get down in Severodonetsk. Well, all they have to do is take a stroll down that road there, because what's happened is on the left side of this map, where it says Bakhmut, draw a line kind of up and down, and everywhere to the left is a really, really big Ukrainian force, and they've been blocking all those Russians. So I don't care how good you are, no army could survive that. It doesn't matter which army, and certainly not one of the worst armies I've ever seen, which is the Russian. So are there areas they can leave? Sure, absolutely, to the south. But the Ukrainians can also fly down and cut them off as well, still going down the P66. So anyway, this is an incredibly big development. It's very, very important to recognize just how serious this is. I like to tie it to a little political stuff. If in fact this continues and the Ukrainians push down even past Severodonetsk, down the P-66, whatever, and they'll destroy what's there. And would you like to know what's there, Axel?
Please tell me.
I'll tell you. 1 second here. What is there? Yes. Who knows? Could this be a collapse of the Donbass? You can't make this stuff up. It almost feels surreal, but it is true nonetheless, no matter how fantastic it sounds. Okay, so oh sugar. Here we go. What are we looking at? We are looking at my apologies. I gotta get my map back up here. So that's okay. We're looking at the 305th Artillery Brigade, the 35th Separate Guards Motorized Rifle Brigade, the 55 Separate Motorized Rifle Brigade, the 30th Artillery Brigade. So there are 2 full brigades of artillery in the rear. So they're just it's actually the artillery that's in and around all those little Finger Lakes, all those bad places to be. In addition, we've got PMC and the 4th Separate Motorized Rifle Brigade, a 6th Separate Rifle Brigade, PMC Terrace, and the 3rd Motorized Rifle Brigade. So we have DPR and LNR forces there. And then just to the east, we've got in reserve 74th Motorized Rifle Brigade. That's the Russian regular forces. And not only that, though, the remainder of the command and control nodes of the 41st Combined Arms Army, and there's a Guards Tank Division, and the 2nd Guards Combined Army headquarters are all in Lysychansk. What's interesting is the only thing that they have in the rear, Axel, is the what is it? The LPR. It's a rifle brigade from the LPR. Not one of their best. So what does that mean? That means that it wouldn't fit in a
No
single
reserve force to fight with.
Well, that's the reserve is not to fight; it's to reinforce success. But this rifle brigade, if it's providing rear security, if this is a security element, which would make sense with so many units in play, they're going to get chopped up by those in Crimea. So that means from Crimea, it's a whole 20 kilometers. It's a whole 20 kilometers from Severodonetsk. So that's why John Spencer, we didn't speak, but he went out comfortably to say it on the road to Severodonetsk. You're not hanging out in Crimea having cookies and tea. You're doing it because you're shaking out. You got a pretty sizable avenue of approach. They're gonna be flying through there. They're probably gonna do a road move. That's how fast they're gonna fly down. It's only 20 clicks. There is that 30th Artillery Brigade, 305th Artillery Brigade, just outside of Lysychansk, and that's a problem. But I suspect you're going to see some moving and grooving. Severodonetsk. That's what we know. Now let's dive into the realm of conjecture and speculation. What could they do? I would put a huge blocking force over that P-66 when it crosses the river. I would set up a defensive there. I'd also keep going down. I'd push through Mirna Dolina, which is just south of Lysychansk. Basically, deny the Russians the ability to retreat, or give them a much smaller area. So yeah, what I would do is I'd have all sorts of indirect fires, direct fires mapped out for the road that goes to Novotoshkivske, and then basically force the Russians, if they're going to leave, they're going to leave right through a hail of your own artillery. This could be 20. This is about 20,000 troops here, at least 20,000 troops, all stuck out here, all along the lines, facing Bakhmut. they think they're really clever. They're gonna, do this, that, and the other. And the Ukrainians are holding them all throughout Bakhmut, to Soledar, up to Siversk, and on the north of Siversk is obviously Ukrainian controlled. So basically, it's really up to the Ukrainians. I'm not a voodoo shaman. I can tell you, if it was me, definitely objective would be Severodonetsk, Lysychansk. You can either destroy as much of the Russians in that northern part as possible, or you can go down further and cut off more and destroy them in pieces. Like take a piece of the pie, keep going down the 66 and cut west, go down the 66, cut west while your other force moves down. It's just a natural way to attack almost just half of all of the Russian forces in there. Now the rest can skedaddle for sure. They can fly down the M03 actually and head straight back into Donetsk. And that might be the Ukrainians' play, right? If we can't fight all of them here, then they'll definitely beat a retreat. But this is huge, and hey, you heard it here at MriyaReport 3 days ago that this was going to happen. And gosh, I never thought we'd be criticized for predicting it correctly or giving the reports too soon. But whatever, this is due to all the wonderful people here that we have who are finding information, touch points, data points, and we're good to go. So I just wanted to share that with you. Give me a second. Other than that, we can take some questions from the audience while I
Lots of
collate some
Russian
data.
helicopters being downed, I hear.
Where?
All over the front line, wherever Ukrainian troops are advancing, they're taking down all these wonderful fighter screens which they don't have, meaning they just have helicopters and they're all going down.
No, I thought you meant somewhere more specific. Actually, yeah. So in and around Liman and the Oskil, actually, a lot of Russian helicopters lost their lives, unfortunately for them, because the Ukrainians moved up their air defense as well. So it's good news all around. But hey, listen, it's a good day, and I'll tell you something. What do we talk about? 2,000 kilometers squared of Ukrainian territory confirmed. I think, what did they say, 2,100, 2,200?
Yeah, even more, they said.
Well, yeah, it's at least 4,500, maybe 5,000 square kilometers have been liberated now. They're clearing all the way up, all through Luhansk as well. It's a game over for Luhansk for sure, ironically. And Donbass, it looks like it's gonna. Sorry, Donetsk and Lysychansk here. Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. It's. I mean, those are going to be taken. It's 20 kilometers away. Maybe they're there now. I have no idea. But I hope that makes sense, and I hope people appreciate what a big deal this is. This is pretty serious. This is pretty serious stuff. It's not just taking. It's not taking 20 kilometers. It's the fact that these bozos they're not getting the memo. They're not supermen. They're not. The Ukrainians are coming behind you, and you're just letting them. No one is repositioning. The Russians are not moving. If someone says they saw a video of 30 Russians, that doesn't mean anything. I don't care about a company or a platoon or whatever of Russians. Yeah, these are brigade moves. These are moves that take days to plan sometimes. This is a get up and move now, right? Leave. It's pull pin, break, pop smoke, break contact. It's definitely a different situation. So let's go to some hands, and then I'm going to try to dig up some more information. But yeah, let everyone know. I think it's going to be another busy day. Holy cow! And who do we have today? We have Ilya Ponomarev. He is the former Duma member who voted against the Crimean annexation, had to leave Russia because Putin wanted to kill him. He's going to be on the show later today, talking to us. So please do tune in for that. And we all have a whole bunch of great people all the time, usually. All right, Dom, Tim.
Yeah, I've got a quick one for you. Could you talk to us a little more about the significance of this marshy land with the Finger Lakes just to the south of Severodonetsk? I mean, is that effectively preventing an eastern retreat of Russian forces that are arrayed against Bakhmut, or what Finger Lakes doing?
So what Finger Lakes are doing is, I mean, they certainly deny mobility, but the issue with them is not. I mean, they can retreat to the southeast, right? So they do have these roads open and controlled by Russian forces south of Popasna. There's a main route there. What is it? It is the H32. So the H32 is going to be their lifeline, unless the Ukrainians have something to say about it, and if they, move past the P66. But I doubt that would be. There are just smaller roads that go from there, and not ones that I'd be comfortable. Also, they go through a bunch of urban areas or rural urban areas that probably have different Russian things there. Like, let's say like some echelon, some rear echelon, maybe service company, service battalion, logistics support in that area. It's not free to be just moved through. So depends on how far they go. But that H32 goes straight back into Alkevsk. And just give me 1 second, please. 1 second. My apologies for that. So the H32 again would be probably the casual route, but that would signify complete collapse because right now all of those Russian troops facing Bakhmut are all pretty much decisively engaged. If Ukrainian forces are hanging around Severodonetsk and they're blocking the resupply, because that's where most of the supply was coming from, right up that road and that rail, straight up through the north through Kharkiv. What will happen is this: if the Ukrainians so choose, if these brigades start moving away, if they start retreating down the H32, what can happen is the Ukrainians in Bakhmut can pursue. Does that make sense, Tim? So the ones that are stuck in the north, where the terrain is not good for them and it's marshy and it's bad news, that means they only have one way to get out, and that's through the 66. If they don't have the 66, then they're going to either surrender or be destroyed in place. With the ones to the south, about half of the forces, let's say about 10,000 troops, those 10,000 have to go east on the H32, and they'd have to fight a rear guard, right? Because that means that as they're withdrawing, the Ukrainians will know that they're withdrawing, and they'll know that their fellow Ukrainians are in the north, so they will push east as well onto the objective. It'll be a bloodbath. That is what it is. That's the Russians chose to be there. So hope that helps.
Makes perfect sense. Thank you very much, Judah. I believe Daryl was first. Daryl, not that Daryl, a different Daryl.
Hey guys, I sent you Hyundai a link that Chuck had posted. I was just recently you comment about that you made about this could be kaput for Putin. This current situation that Russian troops find themselves in. I was only just talking about this with somebody else, that the Russians could be just one more defeat away from complete, ending it all. The link that I sent you, the ring road in Moscow is completely shut off, and the last time that happened was the 91 coup.
Yeah, we got that, but we weren't sure if the maps were correct. We've gotten several maps that show different data, so we're gonna check fire with that one, but for now.
Right. Okay. No worries. I just wanted to throw that out there for you.
Thank you. Let's get John Spencer, the man of the hour. I'm going to call him the man of the hour. John, if you can come up, I'd like to talk about 20 kilometers, Kreminna to Severodonetsk. That's a little move. It's a little road move, let's say. I don't know. But I know you're feeling what I'm feeling. But are they ready, the Ukrainians? Did they get enough? I mean, these guys have just been chomping at the bit. It's like every battle group that's flying up from the Ukrainians pull up. They just want to go harder than the last one. All right. Is Doman a co-host? Who's all the co-hosts here?
Just me for now. Dermot had to drop down. Just bringing up John Spencer now.
Okay, bring you put me as close if you need to. John
Will do
Spencer.
so.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. John Spencer, welcome up.
Hello, Yehuda and team. It's good to hear from you guys.
Woo!
Yeah, you got me.
Absolutely, John. You know, I got a bit of what John gets every day because John's a superstar and he gets harassed by strange people. And you don't know what you're talking about. And I rarely make pronouncements because I haven't felt the need to share that. But when I shared the Kremina and the implications of Serodonetsk, I got a lot of hate, John. And I thought, well, now I know how John. Well, nowhere near how you feel. But it obviously it's the only option that makes sense, and it's the only. I mean, it's too good to be true. Anyone, you could be a young captain going to some army operations course, and you're going to pick that up. Am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, the hate mail I've shared some of it with you, but it starts flowing in. For some reason, the people just don't want Ukraine to win, and they're not going to stop me in just stating the facts, but also the momentous actions that are happening. So the issue with Severodonetsk or Lysychansk and Severodonetsk is, what is the enemy situation, right? So the Ukrainians are just advancing at such speed and force that it's hard to keep track of, but it's undeniable, right? Geolocated positioning, Izium, to you name it. It's just undeniable initiative and momentum that the Russians have yet to slow down. And I'm not saying they're going to just keep on rolling over, but the Russians haven't stopped anything yet.
No, 100%. And even I've been looking carefully from just different sources to see if any of those brigades or especially those artillery brigades, if they're moving. And they're just staying put. And it just seems so strange to me. It's only 20, 30 kilometers for them to move. For them, it's a road move, right? But they're just staying put. And the more they wait, the more time the Ukrainians have to get prepared to do this advance into that area, into Severodonetsk. But I don't understand it. Are they paralyzed with, maybe it's a bit of everything. Fog of war, no one knows what's going on, who's in charge, where are my pants, stuff like that. And it just looks
and
weird.
we don't really know what was. I was listening to Kaufman on the war on the rocks too about the Rosguardia and who was left behind, and some of this is earlier, even 2 days ago, but like we honestly don't know how much the Russians were, how weak and how much risk they assumed and what they pulled out, and even leadership, let alone forces. But this is, it's almost too good to be true, but it's undeniable.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. I think the reason why we get a lot of hate mail from people or even people who are supporters of Ukraine are like, oh, you're over. They're basically saying we're just, exaggerating or being too optimistic. But it's not being too optimistic. When people who do this for a living, when we hear that it's that one piece of golden information, like as you said, Izium, they're here. What? Well, if they're here, that means they're not there unless A, B, C, and D already happened. Right? And if A, B, C, and D already happened, that means they're very well placed to move on. You know what I'm saying, John, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a war of cities and logistical hubs. We in this space know that. And I just listened to a general on a very popular news broadcast that I will be on later today, saying that everybody should slow down in their happiness. This is a war of attrition. Wrong. This war will last for years. Wrong. And these territorial gains aren't that big. Wrong. This is about not only redrawing that map and those lines, but seizing those logistical hubs that are so critical to Russian formations in that area of Ukraine, which then just compound and just they have to make their footprint so much smaller. Now their locks are so strained because these hubs are falling. We know that, right? In this space, we analyze it in extensive detail on all these logistical hub lines and why Izium was so important, months ago. This is bigger than just redrawing the lines and saying how many more kilometers were seized. This is a total re-scrambling of the three-dimensional chess in the favor of Ukraine.
Yeah. No, Izium. I mean, there are key. You know, I didn't jump when Ukrainian army regained the majestic village of Krasnomarsk, population 30. And then it sounds nice, village, but that's not. It's nice, but it's not as important. Nowhere near. The value to these strategic areas, strategic hubs, is incredible. And as a military planner, I would say it's weird to me that they didn't have more security. Like they would require brigades, real brigades, as to guard, to the mission task force to guard these approaches, and they're not there now. Perhaps this is exactly as you said, risk assumption. Perhaps the Russian commanders, who, let's say, they're not as stupid as it seems they are, or bad at their jobs rather, or ordered to by Putin. Who knows why? But the fact that they assumed that risk and moved, so I would assume that they would know to guard their own, hubs or the rear, or have flank security, or like I guess a massive cutoff, whatever you want to call it. You'd assume they would have said, okay, well, we will move these forces here to the Bakhmut front because we need them there, and that's a risk I'm going to assume. Maybe I'm hoping just for their pride's sake that's what they did. But either way, it's relatively empty. They have an undermanned brigade of LNR, whatever that means, like citizen soldiers, like worse than any militia I've ever seen in my life. Those are the ones that are going to be facing a seasoned, battle-hardened, probably division size of Ukrainians coming down a bunch of corridors flying at them. It's going to be like, no issue.
Absolutely. And for me, and then what I will talk about probably today is like, this is the Ukrainian military today is not what it was 3 months ago, just in capability. I mean, of course, they've had the will to fight and their motivation, but they're showing the world that they're already different. So when, let's say, if somebody re-scrambles in weeks from now, Ukrainians having the decisive terrain, the key terrain, are a different Ukrainian force that was fighting over like Lysychansk and Severodonetsk, back in April, May, June, time frame. The amount of radar, long range precision munitions that they have is a lot different than it was just 2 or 3 months ago. So I don't think they're going to, there's the chance of this, going back and forth. I think Ukraine is going to smartly redraw wherever they stop, and hopefully it's the border. Redraw that line in all these battles, as you understand more than most people, how important the individual battles over key pieces of terrain, which will readjust complete Russian capability due to the new and needed continuing Ukrainian ability to reach out and touch behind Russian formation. Russia wants this attritional war. It wants face-to-face combat, and Ukrainians are not going to give them that.
I did a bit of a terrain analysis of where the Russians are bibbed out there, where their positions are, just east of Bakhmut. I'm going to send you a picture of it. It's I'm starting to wonder, remember how we talked about the Ukrainians fighting really good delays and mobile defenses? I'm really starting to think that they were playing with them at Severodonetsk, and they wanted to bring them into that because it looks like one of our training areas. Pretty not nice. Doesn't look like, it's not conducive to mobility. It's almost like not a quagmire, but it's not where you want to be, right? And it's a weird place to stop. So I really wonder, because then they put up a hard block at Bakhmut that hasn't been broken. Do you see what I'm saying? People think that Ukrainians can't, they had no choice but to let the Russians advance. But I find it pretty interesting that Bakhmut was the line they were drawing. That was vital. That was vital ground to them, Bakhmut. And for whatever reason, if this was, some kind of planning consideration that the Ukrainian commanders came up with like months ago, I wouldn't be shocked, but I'd be like, wow, that is so far advanced, because the Ukrainians have ostensibly given themselves a pass into the Russian lines. So you have a strong Ukrainian force on one side, and then you have an even stronger Ukrainian assault force on to the northeast of all those Russian positions. It's truly a really good situation for them. I guess in this case, now is the only time that I'd be worried about logistics and sustainment. That they are now probably at least 100 kilometers from when they started a week ago, and let's just assume they didn't. Let's say there were problems in fully clearing the AO, the area of operation, down to where they are. so that would affect supply and logistics. But as we know, they've picked up some goods along the way that they are apparently using, which was news to me. But yeah, and the next tactical bound for them would be another 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers max. So they obviously have to be prepared with all those logistics considerations, and that's the only concern I'd have. But as far as field craft and capability and coordination, I think they're 10 out of 10 on that scale. No.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with everything you just said, to include the few concerns that we have about not overreaching, but just keeping up with your operational reach, your line there. And then establishing and preparing if for some craziness to defend. It's just smart planning that I'm sure is being done.
Yeah. Hey, John, just let's talk shop for a second. Just because I had a good idea, or I knew where, personally, just for my PD here, just because I saw, see, I'm educating myself, I'm trying to get educated here from John. Just because I knew where Ukrainian forces were, and then I happened to see other evidence of where Russians, like CDET minuses, were. Would it be fair to say that the Ukrainians assumed a pretty generous bypass policy on this particular part of the advance? Because it looks like the follow-on forces were left to clean up a little more than maybe I would be used to in a conservative world. You think would that be a fair assessment? Am I getting that right? That their bypass policy on their advance? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but an informed policy, right? So an informed practice based on the complete collapse of any resistance in there, right? So we hear that they're still having to clean up a little bit in Izium and places like that. But I'm sure I agree with your statement. But just with that knowledge that it's a superior picture of the situation that allows them to do that, right? To assume that risk with a pretty strong intelligence community from both, satellite, human signals, all that intelligence, just saying, hey, that's not where the enemy is, and I can assume risk and assign, some other forces to securing that area. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know 100%. So obviously, my reach doesn't go above that onto a div level in terms of planning. Well, like in an operational sense, not like back home. But so my planning knowledge is sort of limited up to brigade, right? So above brigade, I guess they obviously have a wider mandate, as you said, to assume that risk, an informed risk that they'll have. There seems to be a lot of enemy CDETs kicking around that I just wouldn't, because one CDET minus would be the maximum bypass policy I've ever been given in a war game or in an exercise, an estimate exercise, right? So, but it looks like there are several, but the Ukrainians obviously are fighting on a much bigger scale. So they're obviously relying on those follow-on forces to, mission task force secure Izium and whatnot. But we obviously know where they are, right? We obviously know where they got just by the geolocation. So I think it confused some of our listeners who had thought because the Ukrainians can't possibly be in Crimea because there's still fighting going on in Izium, and that's just not true, right?
Absolutely not true. Yeah, I mean, and just by geographic understanding of terrain and everything, and that's absolutely possible. And again, like we talked about, undeniable geolocated positioning and lack of fighting versus raising flags. And I mean, this is a fluid picture, but absolutely possible. I 100% agree with you.
So for the audience who don't know all this stuff that you probably taught guys like me on different courses, like Jason, what would you explain for the audience? Why are there bypass policies? Why do they exist? And in reference to a brigade group moving down the trace, why do we need bypass policies?
Because it's about time, right? So there's an objective set by echelons, and we talked about earlier where some of the commanders have the trust and autonomy to push those objectives, but there are clear objectives being set at echelon to theater level, and again with assuming the risk, that is the true objective, the true line of advance, and we understand that is probably based on key terrain, logistical hubs, key pieces of where you can reposition fires and take away Russian capabilities in Ukraine in general. So there is an objective which allows for prioritizing who's the decisive operation, who's the main effort, and where they're headed. And then assume that Orissa bypass smaller areas with villages, lower amounts of enemy resistance to seize and hold key terrain. Right. This is a land war we're talking about. This is about taking away the enemy's advantages geographically in this location. So those different units have their prioritized objectives, and it's being updated daily. And I mean, you understand as a planning officer how fluid this is, but also there are daily, multiple times a day briefings and readjusting of the objectives based on what the enemy is doing. But yeah, that would absolutely lead you to, along this main axis of advance and the main goal, we're going to assume risk, bypass here, maybe divert some other reserve force or your territorial defense force, you name it, to take that as there is a goal in mind. This isn't an unplanned operation, but I do agree that we're beyond probably the first planned objective, and we're now moving on to exploit the exploit phase of you're exploiting the complete collapse of the enemy in this sector, and you're assigning new now decisive operations, but they won't. This is the considerations of overreach, and you have to measure your ability logistically and all of that. That this is just superior warfighting, but absolutely that you would, as you readjusted your main efforts objective, you would assume more risk and bypass other areas that might have been yesterday's objective, but it's then discovered that it's not the number one priority at this moment.
No, exactly. So for the audience, again, I think it'd be fair to tell them. So the reason why you might see noise or hear about noise in land and territory that the Ukrainians have already gone through, it's not because they're not past it. It's because they're purposely been left behind for other forces to deal with, in order that lead mount unit doesn't lose the initiative, doesn't lose the time that they want to get to where their real or their final objective or their intermediate objective is. So that's the purpose of the bypass policy. It's the commanders assuming a risk to say that a company-sized enemy formation, it's okay if it's floating around somewhere. We'll get to it, but in the meantime, you go ahead because we'll deal with that. But you need to be somewhere else because what your task is on a higher priority. So for those who ask, I just was asking John to help me give supporting fires, because it's a question I've been asked about 15 times in the last day.
Yeah, I think it's Yehuda. I would remind people that there are three reasons that you're doing things. They're either enemy based, so we're getting fixated on terrain, which is huge. So it's either terrain based, as you're trying to seize key terrain, or they're enemy based. You're trying to impose something on an enemy force that's in this sector, and maybe it has its key nodes, where their supplies are, where their command and control is. And then you have friendly based reasons you're doing. So if people understand there's three reasons for doing things in war, and it's either terrain-based, enemy-based, or friendly-based. You may be sent somewhere just to ensure that a flank is secure so that the main effort can continue on to their either terrain or enemy-based objective. I've found in teaching that even military professionals need to be reminded, look, there are three reasons, right? You could be doing this, three purposes that you could be doing this entire operation.
No, good. There's a good question here from Al. He asks if Russians make I've said that the only common sense. If I was a Russian commander, what I'd be doing is beating a retreat back to February 23rd lines there and hang out on that line of control that had existed for the last 8 years as the only thing that's the only play I think they rationally have. And so Al asks if they were to do that, should the Ukrainians follow them all the way, or should they pursue them? And if how would such a Russian retreat plan the InfoWars? Well, we'll deal with the InfoWar later. But basically, if the Russians do fall back to that, or withdraw rather to those positions, is that pose a serious? I mean, it's more of the same. I suspect the Ukrainians will get to them eventually, but is that the only play you think the Russians have?
No, I mean, one, we don't know enough about either side's status like in all its rankings of warfighting functions, and we don't have a clear enough picture to say that. We know Russians pulled something out of this area and sent it south. They are having to make multiple decisions at this point of what to do about this complete collapse if they can stop the bleeding in any way. So to say that they could regress to a defensive line in the pre-February 23rd there's a lot of assumption on like what's left to put into those defensive lines, both in manpower and capability. Right, artillery is an artillery-based military. What's left in their capability? We know that that's been so strained that it far exceeds even what we thought the strain was on that artillery-based function of their military. So we don't know enough about we have to wait and see what the Russian response is. It isn't their only play, right? They could take, you try to get their lines readjusted and stop the gap and form a defensive line somewhere. But the forces they maneuvered out, I'm worried personally, not worried. And we do know that there is something pulled out. They're large forces, and we know we saw that, and they just can't cover ground as fast as the Ukrainians can, and this is where they got over trumped as well. But there's still this force they moved out that they can put back in somewhere, right? So they have to make their decisions on what they're going to either fight for, move into position to hold. They're not down and out. They've just been so overmatched and out thought of the decisions that have been made. I think they have to make some really big decisions on what they want to make their priority, right? Do they want to save Kherson? Unlikely that they can. Or where are they going to put their main effort in reposture, right? They're going to fire a lot of people. They're going to maneuver formations. They're going to do something, and we don't yet know what that is. So to say that they could just reoccupy the February 23rd is like, we didn't even know how weak their lines were until you engage with them, and that's the beauty of warfare, is the fog and the friction. I can't make that decision, but I'm as interested as all of us in the group on what is the Russian play. It's a complete collapse of the Russian military in this AO, but that doesn't mean it's a complete collapse of what's left of it. But they're definitely in chaos mode.
No, exactly. All right, so there's some hands up. Just quickly, I guess, finance, and then we'll go to Tom.
Thank you, Yehuda. John, thank you for being here, John. For both of you, so please excuse that my military knowledge literally was zero until the 2022 version of this war started, and I'm sure many of our listeners are in the same boat. As was explained to me, when the Russians took Severodonetsk by turning into a lunar landscape, there was horrific lives lost to both sides. This was we thought, from my understanding, some of the worst places in the world to fight, that there was no way to take this without just awful loss of life on either side. It sounds like you're very positive about a different result for the Ukrainians retaking their territory. I've heard the word, I've heard that supply lines might be cut. I've heard that there might be flanking. Can you explain how they could retake this without the level of death and destruction that it took for the Russians to take it? So I can understand the situation. Like this really basic question I just don't get. So if you could explain to somebody who just doesn't know military stuff, I'd really appreciate it. I'm sure some of our listeners are in the same boat.
You good to let me take that?
Yeah, sorry, I was just typing something. Go ahead, you can, please.
Sure. So, I mean, so to somebody who has no idea of military but have watched some of these battles, and to go right back to a piece of terrain and say, okay, is this going to be the same fight? Is that you have to understand what the enemy situation and the friendly situation is. What are the formations that are now opposing each other? But in places like Severodonetsk is what an understanding of what had happened in the regrouping of Russian formations, where they could mass a certain number, like thousands of soldiers, at a single objective that even the Ukrainians like, well, of course it's important, it's land, but it isn't your decisive terrain. So if you want to commit thousands of soldiers to fight the close fight, right? So you have ranges of of war, and you have long range artillery that can hit you as you're moving to a piece of ground you want. In a battle like Severodonetsk, and why it will be different, and why the battles of Izium and what we're seeing unfolding is because the person who wanted to hold the ground didn't have military capabilities, didn't have leaders, cohesive units, right? So little pieces that you might move around the battlefield, or you stack up into a city. Like that's a battalion, a cohesive battalion of 1,000 soldiers, or a BTG, backed by an artillery, multiple artillery battalions behind it. And as they move forward, they're just barraging. Now what you have is, again, if you understand the ranges of war, you have a Ukrainian force moving in, but you don't have nearly the same situation because of what was going on in the overall war, where Russia was moving its forces, right? So when this battle happened back in April, May, the Russians had taken weeks to position, multiple units, cohesive units, into a line backed by an artillery, an artillery force, and they used their form of fighting to get closer, close the distance. Ukrainian obliged and made them pay by thousands of soldiers. So to argue that the Ukrainians were defeated, but you have to look at the number of soldiers Russians are willing to allow to die to take ground, even if it's not important, ground in the overall bigger picture, even if it's that area. So this is same thing in Kherson. Like the Russians want Ukrainians to just clash with them and just maneuver in what we call this attritional warfare, right? Where it's just men on men clashing, men and women clashing in the open. Well, that's just not warfare. That's not smart warfare. The smarter warfare is to put your enemy in such a situation where it makes no sense for him to keep closing the distance if you're just destroying them behind them in their logistical supply. So it's so hard to analyze each one of these battles because each one of them is different in both the actual physical terrain they're fighting over. So the city of Severodonetsk has topographical raises, hilltops, things like that that are so unique, rivers that need to be crossed or not crossed. But then you talk about the range of the fires. So when we say combined arms, when militaries are clashing, you have to look at what's in that unit. Is it just a bunch of vehicles with not a lot of infantry to get out and fight? Is it just a lot of artillery battalions that are just going to try to launch as many rounds as it can in front of them and just hoping to destroy? What the Russians do is they destroy everything in front of them. They don't care if it's a military target or not. They just rely on that fire. So it's a very hard question to explain, but you have to look at what the two military units that are facing each other have. And that's what we're discovering over the last couple of days, is that what the Russians left in this entire area wasn't a cohesive military unit, as a unit with infantry, armor, and fires, and a command and control system that can make decisions based on what the people that are attacking you are doing. So that's when you start to see complete collapsing, not even retreating, but collapsing.
Hope that answers the question, and we have some new people to the panel. Tom had a question. Go ahead. Tim, Axel, I'm not sure if the mics are working there on the panel.
No, they're working.
You're good. You're good. Tom just dropped down. I'm just trying to bring him back up now. Tom, can you hear us? Tom, you're up.
Hey guys, can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
Thanks. So, yeah, I guess me again, not having any kind of military background, like I can see that obviously what the Ukrainians have done is pushed massively behind Russian front lines, steadily moving east. They've liberated all of the Kharkiv Oblast, and they're moving into sort of Donetsk Oblast, and obviously they've flanked them. Now, I guess my concern for the Ukrainians not knowing anything about this kind of maneuver warfare is actually about the Ukrainian supply lines or the Ukrainians being cut off in some way. I'm assuming that the Russians don't have any kind of force that's not engaged with which to sort of counterattack them, because all their forces were sort of fixed in place and engaged moving up towards the Ukrainian front line. So, you know, should we be concerned about the Ukrainians overextending themselves, getting cut off, their supply lines, that sort of thing?
I don't know if John, if you want to take it, and also Tom, I think John was alluding to that there are some forces that are floating around somewhere that we don't know where they are, right?
So I think it's a great question, and should we be concerned about it? Absolutely. That's what commanders and militaries do, is they plan and reduce tactical risks through maneuvers, through logistical lines. And that's why what we say, right, is that, professionals talk logistics, amateurs talk tactics, or the fighting. But in this case, you have interior and exterior lines is something that we kind of teach and talk about often. Absolutely, as the Ukrainians push forward, there are multiple ways to keep them connected to their logistical lines and to secure those logistical lines. But it is absolutely a concern. But this is what we're seeing on the flip side of that, is that even if a Russian force is in a pocket, but their logistical lines have been severed, to include the logistical hubs, right? So there's one thing to create a line, like to draw a line to a force and say that's their logistical line. But then you would put little dots along that line, which are their hubs, which is where you'd have ready fuel and ammo, food and water as well. But that then you would either move by line or by air, and unlikely air at this point, from those hubs, right? What we're discovering is what Ukrainians are not only taking land, but they're taking logistical hubs. And that's why Izium was so important in the videos and the photos that we're seeing are these massive, which took weeks to position, massive like ammunition supply depots, which would then support, if a spoke around that location. So what the Ukrainians are doing by pushing so hard and assuming risk on their lines, is to rapidly seize some of these nodes of Russian supplies that are so critical to fighting, because you can encircle a fighting force, and if there's no hope of them getting resupplied, their options start to really go away. If there's no hope of having a line to a logistical hub in any way. And that's where the Ukrainians have the advantage, is that everything behind Ukrainians, as long as they don't get encircled, is an interior line that people are doing a lot of work through the night of pushing forward and forward and forward logistical units and logistical supplies. And that's why we talk a lot about trucks and the arsenal of democracy and Lend-Lease back in World War II was about trucks, right? Because you're moving so fast, you just need cargo carrying trucks to push the supplies closer, right? To put that next dot on that line. But this is why we were talking about getting Ukrainian forces and assuming risk, is that they can, once they're in a position, then they can threaten through fires, even more so Russian interior lines, and having to go through exterior lines, or not, basically contested geographical locations, means that now you're really at not a numerical advantage, but you're really taking down the ability. So to answer your question, absolutely, we should be concerned. Absolutely, I guarantee it's one of the general staff's number one priorities, is that decision, that risk decision of what's the status of logistical supplies of each unit. So you actually track every unit to include the very forward units supplies. Then you track logistical planning networks. Like you have a whole meeting of just how you're going to logistically supply at echelon, and where are we have different terms for them, the battalions and these forward support units that are being that flow It's actually kind of nerdy military warfighting and planning capability that Yehuda lives every day. But it's amazing stuff when you do it right and you can mobilize. You're not out fighting your enemy; you're out supplying your enemy.
I can see there aren't any hands, so thanks for answering that one, John. It's really fascinating to hear, actually. So I think Tim asked this question earlier, so apologies if he did, but my reception was terrible when I was driving. Which is, what is to stop the Russian troops that are currently flanked from fleeing east? Because I know they can't flee north, west, or south.
So I mean, maybe Yehuda want to jump in on that. There's nothing per se, but we have to have an understanding of that exact location, right? It's really easy to start talking macro, with our maps, but like the P66 that Yehuda was so importantly talking about, or Chuck, you have to look at, okay, let's look at GLOCs and their ability to maneuver. In some cases, it may be very easy. Like, why aren't they just packing up and going? But we have to understand the orders they've been given, the status of their supplies at that location. Yes, I would say in general, depending on where we're talking about, it should be a lot easier for a Russian formation to retreat east to a more favorable, defendable position, or to consolidate forces, all of that. And that's the chaos that all of us are surprised by, is when units aren't doing that and they're literally just throwing their hands up and running in any direction they can and leaving their stuff. Because if this was, and this is why I've been surprised, and Yehuda, I actually don't have much more time. I got to go jump on another interview. The retreat of Russian forces compared to last April to now, it is night and day. Where Russian formations that retreated from all the sites they were around deliberately withdrew not only their vehicles, men, formations, but their supplies, that 40-mile convoy, very deliberately in a planned withdrawal. Artillery barrages in front of them, bounding back, very deliberate, very cohesive. But they've been caught off by such surprise at this moment that they're in chaos mode. And that's what really telling to me is the difference between a withdrawing Russian formation who is extremely mauled, like especially just look at the units around Kyiv, and you could do this around Kharkiv, Sumy, all these locations. In Kyiv, they were extremely mauled, but they did a very deliberate plan withdrawal based on the Ukrainian advances, right? The counterattacks. That's why today it's so telling. Not that I'm trying to celebrate the end of the war. I'm trying to celebrate an exposure of Russian weakness just by their actions to this offensive and their ability to withdraw deliberately based on battlefield conditions. Like that. That's, I mean, it's hugely surprising, of course. But what's more surprising is the Russian response to this advance. It is crazy.
Yeah, and again, this is in the backdrop of Russia being practically the world's second most powerful army, 3 days in, big party uniforms, and it's devolved into large chunks of Russian equipment and personnel either surrendering or being destroyed or being killed, and there's no good way to spin this, and we're at the point where I think even Russian Telegram and Russian social media realizes it too. John, thanks so much. I know you've got to run to your next appointment. Please do come back when you have a moment, and I'll send you some updates if we get anything new.
Thanks, John.
Colonel Spencer, before you run away, tomorrow, 1700 UTC, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, Professor Philip Sobrain is coming back. Oh, all right. I missed out.
Yeah.
Pity. We'll post it. If you speak to him again this evening, please let him know. Last time the professor and he had a very, very good chat with each other, and it was exceptionally enlightening. CJ was also there. I would hope that we'll have everybody then. The whole
I'll let him
together.
know. I'll let him know 100%. Ilya Ponomarev is here tonight or today. Could be the same thing. And please do stick around. He's quite an interesting fellow. You can Google him on the YouTube there, and you can find him a bunch of interviews. Pardon me, that's so rude of you. That's so rude of me. You can find a bunch of interviews with Ilya. He's really a force to be reckoned with. A very gutsy individual, and hopefully he gets to see the backside of Mr. Putin, because he's the person who had to lose his country and lose everything he had because of his beliefs. So on that note, we're going to go to, what is it, typical Jens and Shylock.
So I was thinking, every Russian soldier with a stolen phone, whenever he calls his wife or girlfriend, he says, out of 80, 30 remain. Out of 12 vehicles, we have 4 left. I wonder if Ukraine have been able to very accurately map out the strength based on if they can accept all these calls. They can also locate them. So I wonder if they've been able to get some very, very accurate intel and use this to take these, what seem to be risky maneuvers.
I don't think they need to do that through their signal intelligence communications intelligence rather. They could do that just through UAVs. They know how many, how much equipment's left, and the soldiers are not super soldiers, so really, sadly, it doesn't matter how many. If there's 10 or 50, they're pretty bad, or 10 or 20, let's say. But yeah, no, it's something they do glean, and they do judge morale, and I'm sure their J2 branch, their intelligence part of their setup there is targeting, psyops towards those individuals, perhaps getting them to quit, maybe reaching out to their cell phones and letting them know you're completely surrounded. Just, put your hands up and walk east for a kilometer and you will not be shot. There's stuff like that. All right, typical.
I was wondering about the upcoming Belarus problem. Once the war winds down with Russia anytime soon, Ukraine is by every definition at war with Belarus right now. And how does that get resolved? And everyone's
I would disagree with that statement. De facto, sure, but not by any definition. Belarus has always maintained that it hasn't done stuff, even though it has launched rockets. Ukraine doesn't need to pursue a front with Belarus. They're a non-entity. It's an extension. It's like the DPR. Not a real. It is a real state technically, and it has an opposition government in exile. But I would say that Ukraine. I'm not an expert on their relationships with Belarus, but I don't see that being a big problem. I think they'll obviously ban communication or travel, but until Lukashenko's gone, I don't see Ukraine wanting to have anything to do with the Belarus. In a new Belarus, sure, I'm sure they'll sign some agreement and open up the border again, but in the meantime, no.
Okay, that was kind of my thoughts. It's just I didn't know what the potential for some formal end to conflict might look like.
Well, Belarus denied everything. It said that the Russians did everything from their territory. We suspect they had some of their troops in the initial thrust down to Kiev. They denied it, or they haven't confirmed anything. So I suspect they just want to leave well enough alone. Lukashenko has 10 battle groups, about a small force, and they're horribly trained. They're worse than the Russians. So he knows that they're not doing anything. They're not getting involved in anything. And he needs them to keep him in power. So, yeah, good question, but not much to say about Belarus. All right, next question to Sherlock.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. I was originally going to ask John, but I see he signed off. My question was regarding specifically tanks and IFVs for Ukraine. We're 6 months into this conflict. I think a lot of us assumed or expected that by this time Western tanks and IFVs would be available to the Ukrainians. And yet just the other day we've heard U.S. defense officials saying they have no intention of sending tanks and IFVs in, at least for now, to Ukraine. When can we expect that, and what is the holdup? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I'm not an American government official, so I don't know when you can expect them, but I do know that.
Did we lose Yehuda?
Yeah, I can't hear him.
Sounds like a call got in. Give it a sec. In the meantime, friendly music. Wonderful, beautiful jingles about Russian tank turrets exploding and going up in the air by 50 meters. Plonk. All right, Tim, I think if this continues, we have to sing.
What would you like to sing?
Well, given the fact that I'm very bad at the harpsichord and I can't sing, I will have to defer to you. A friendly God Save the King in good rendition would probably be appropriate at this time.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I see we've got a couple of guests. Coming up. Big Popper is coming up. Big Popper, welcome to the panel. While we're waiting for Yehuda to unscrew himself. Big Popper, welcome up.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Did we lose Yehuda?
Yeah, he seems to have dropped out.
You
I guess he
cannot
must have
really
got a call.
lose him.
Okay, well,
You cannot really lose him. He's just busy.
I had a question. Maybe someone else on here can maybe put some insight to it. And I'm putting together these two ideas that that Yehuda was explaining, that Ukrainians will have a an initial force, a tip of the spear, or whatever you want to call it, that'll go in, and then as they take a town, the reserves will come in behind them and hold it. And just looking at the map and everything, and I see that they're headed for Luhansk. And I was wondering if the Russians have the same tactic, that maybe when they get to Luhansk, that the Ukrainians will be facing a force that has little to no combat experience, because maybe the Russians did the same thing. They just backfilled with their reserve force. And I was wondering if that would does that make sense, or is that logical? That would, the reason that they want to bypass the town and get to these rear areas faster is because they're facing a less of a force, and also one that may not have had little to no combat experience at all in this conflict.
That makes sense to me, like as a hypothesis. I have no idea if it's right, but it makes perfect sense. They wouldn't put their best troops back in reserve, would they?
That's kind of what I was thinking. So I was hoping maybe that's why they try to haul ass, get as deep as they can, maybe.
I'd be interested as well if anyone knows if any of the troops that fled Izium, whether we know if they fled sort of north. Yeah, go ahead.
If no one else is going to say anything, I'll note that we've heard of a number of pretty, forward units, pretty elite units, having been rather decimated on the Russian side. Therefore, I would surmise that they were definitely close to the front. It's just a general point. But we have Yehuda back who knows things, which is better than me who doesn't. Or do we not?
We do. I just cycled him up. Bonjour, bonjour.
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know where I was. If the question's already passed, that's fine.
Well, we have Big Papa with a question for you. Big Papa, you want to state your question?
Yeah, I was just wondering, just going from what you said earlier, how about the Ukrainians are either taking a town or bypassing a town, and then the reserve will come and clean up or hold the town. And I was looking at your map, and I was wondering if the Russians might, even though I know they're not trained or they're not as good of an army, but if they might have done the same tactic, and then that way, when the farther that they push back, the more likely that they're going to face a force that may not have any combat experience or little to no combat experience because they're a reserve like that Luhansk.
No.
They could have filled in the first day they took it, and then they haven't been anywhere else. Is that not how it works?
I just want to clarify. So we've said it a bunch of times, and I don't expect if it's not your job, people won't know. But that is not what a reserve force does. So a reserve is not a follow-on force. A reserve is a subunit integral to your unit, and it's meant to be. You hold that reserve for the purpose of, say, exploiting something, of reinforcing success. They're not used to mitigate failure. So when you have a bypass policy, that's not if I'm a battle group commander and I've got 3 battalions, and I have a reserve, a fourth battalion is my reserve, and it's I might make it my CSS element or whatever, or assault pioneers. Combined other things, I need a reserve. The commander would want me to always have a reserve force. The whole point of having a reserve is it's not engaging. It needs to support what I'm doing at the fighting end of my unit, right? I don't task it to do other things. If I'm tasking it to do a clearing operation, it's no longer a reserve force, and therefore I have not met my commander's requirements of having a reserve force in play. Does that make sense? That's just the first point.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So no, but it's.
Can I change it to a follow-up force then?
Okay,
my
no
main
problem.
question was the farther deep that the Ukrainians push, and maybe the reason that they're getting as far deep as they can is because the farther they get, more likely it's going to be either less reinforced or maybe troops that don't have experience because they were the follow-on force and they never advanced past, say, Luhansk in this war.
Right. Who are you talking about? The Russians or the Ukrainians?
Well, I was talking about the Ukrainians maybe bypassing a city to get deeper in the back, and then maybe the forces that the Ukrainians will face in Luhansk haven't really even seen much combat at all.
Oh yeah, I'm not worried about the Russian. I'm worried about them being there, but I'm not worried about if they're more trained or less trained than other Russians. They're almost all equally bad. Just if you look at a map of what is from Izium down to Bakhmut, if you've noticed where anyone who are you good with the map? If I ask you a question, I don't want to put you on the spot, but have you seen maps of what the Russians control and what the Ukrainians control?
Yeah, I've seen all the maps.
Okay.
I don't have them. I can't move.
I want looking at it though. No, it's fine. It's just yes or no. So it's yes. Okay. So imagine I want to try to verbalize a picture and see if it rings in your mind. If you're Ukrainian and you're facing Izium and you're looking at Severodonetsk, it's a quick left hook you're making, not a wide sweeping left hook. Do you know what I'm saying? The way the Ukrainians are coming down that P-66, and what that means is its rear is quite close to Ukrainian held territory, which means its logistics, its sustainment plan relies on things within Ukrainian territory already, not recently liberated, but I'm talking about pre the counteroffensive. Do you see what I'm saying? So there's a reason for that. They want to maintain that positive control on their logistics. If you ask Axel, he thought, why don't they're going to go to Starobilsk, and that's pretty much in the middle. And why did I say no? Like no as in a main thrust, because that would extend their supply line really far, and it would mean it's something that has to be protected. Whereas I'm not saying they're not going to go there ever, or they haven't already started, but their main effort is going to be hugging that quote unquote border, that line of control between the Russians and the Ukrainians. So that if something does get cut off, if there is a problem, then guess what?
They're only 10 or 15 kilometers from their own, own controlled territory. You see what I'm saying? So instead of this far left hook that's really far out of their body, they're doing these short ones that are close to their body, tight in the body. Does that make sense? So I said it, if I verbalize it, will it make sense to you? That's what I was trying to say.
Sure, yeah, that makes perfect sense. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's very cool. Thank you for answering the question. And
yeah, no worries.
Thank you guys for holding the space, and it's been really, really informative.
I also have to add, you were right in one regard, because not only extending the front line and therefore extending the required logistics chain, but this would have been, my idea was that it would take much longer. And what they're doing is they're just pushing through. They're taking the momentum through, and that is fantastic. So
yeah, and the other limitation. So one of the other things. So we talked about this. So I think Ravers mentioned something. I'm not sure the terminology is accurate. So I'll just fix it. He's not here, but I'll tell him again later. It's not about how Russians or Americans operate, that there's two in the front, one in the back. That's pretty much how brigades move. That's how most military formations move. Because first of all, you don't have all the space in the front to have 3 units, large units of something spread out in an extended line. So you have to have a defense in depth as well, right? In case someone gets around when he is. So that's not some special, Russian combination. That's just standard warfighting. But when you have these, let's just say you have a division. So you have 3 brigades, and you have 1 brigade moving up, doing the fighting, and then it stops at a position, and another brigade pushes through, right? And then the third one will do it as well. So there's a bit of a rotation of rest and cleanup and clearing operations. Well, who's to say there's just 1 division? Maybe there are another 3 brigades on a parallel corridor, right? So we're not going to talk about what the Ukrainians have, but I suspect it's far, far bigger than really anyone is talking about. So the important part of that is that that would allow those follow-on forces a lot of time to do what they need to do, right? So that lead mount unit that was the first of the spear there, when it stops, and you could have another 2 brigades push through its lines, and it's going to do the clearing operations and the securing. Maybe Google mission task verbs and then army, and then you'll get a list of verbs that we use. That's how we communicate with each other. Literally, every mission has one of those verbs in it, just one. That's the purpose of the mission. And or you might have 2 in conjunction. It's a long story, but there's wording to it. So we will advance in order to destroy the enemy at this vicinity of no later than blah 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 hours. So that's the gist of how every commander, every ground force, every person who's receiving that order, that's what they expect to see. That's what they expect to read. So you got to remember that the clearing operation, securing, it can be cleaning up a lot of mess in the back. It doesn't mean Ukraine isn't winning. It doesn't mean that they're not advancing. It just means that someone made the decision that we don't care about a handful of people. Now, if it's a whole brigade, yeah, that's not, you haven't destroyed you haven't done your job. You need to destroy that brigade, and or trick them or get them to leave. So this is the important part. The follow-on forces, if they're leapfrogging like this, it tells me there's a lot more brigades there than the Russians had any idea of. And that falls in line with the whole deception. So the deception is not Kherson. The deception was that they got that many troops organized and shook out in Kharkiv to do their attack. That's where they caught. That's where they caught the Russians flat-footed. I hope that helps. Sorry, go ahead, Charlotte.
Hi, you don't mind if I just reiterate my earlier question about it being 6 months into the war. A lot of us had expected / hoped that Western IFVs and tanks would now be made available to Ukraine, and just recently we've had kind of U.S. Defense Department statements seemingly saying that they weren't looking into that right now. Why would that be, and is this counterproductive, especially since the Ukrainians have done so well, and it seems like in this recent offensive, and it seems like now would be a good time to reinforce that success and not give ammunition to our more squishy allies such as the Germans. Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, look, I don't know what the Americans are doing or not, right? I mean, should it be great? Yes, it'd be great if they did everything, but I don't know what their concerns are. I do know that the Ukrainians did get the M103s, and those are being used, and I think there are other things that have been used that people aren't aware of. But the reality is primarily that the Americans, have a plan. Obviously, I'm not saying I know what it is, right? But they clearly have a plan. They're executing it. When this would happen, I don't know. Do the Ukrainians have enough? I'll always say no. But did they have enough to conduct these enormous maneuvers and very effectively? Absolutely, they did. Look at it. The proof's in the pudding. But hey, this war isn't going to be over by Christmas. But I think the posture and the initiative has obviously been taken by the Ukrainians. And going into the winter, if the Ukrainians are doing so much more and are able to seize so much territory and degrade Russian capabilities so effectively, I think that's a great starting point. What comes next? Well, I suspect what comes next is more tanks and IFVs. I just don't know when that would be. Just unsure, right? Can't speak to it. I don't know. But it's not the end of the world. They'll get them when they get them. I don't know how many M103s were already transported. Does anyone have an idea?
At least 100 converted into ambulances from the US, additional ones from Lithuania, Portugal, a bunch of other countries. The Dutch versions, some dozens off, a few dozen from Denmark via Germany that were upgraded armament-wise in Germany. Hundreds all in all, at least.
Hundreds. Yeah. In addition to the ones they've already had, in addition to the captured Russian ones. I'm not saying they're not dying for them. I'm not saying they don't need them. I'm saying I don't think they're dying for them. I think they definitely it's on the top of the list for sure. But yeah.
I guess my concern is that the M113 seems to be closer to an APC than an actual IFV, and even the Dutch ones that are supposed to have like the 25 millimeter cannon, it seems like most of the ones pictured in videos and pictures seem to only have like heavy machine guns or medium machine guns attached to them. So like, I guess my concern is just the effectiveness of being an actual fighting vehicle versus an armored personnel carrier.
Yeah, so what you're saying. I know they modified them, the APCs as well, but there's a certain caliber required to light up what you want. I mean, usually, we've seen BTRs do things that the Ukrainians captured that I've never seen, destroying tanks by hitting them right at the bottom with this weird angle, stuff I don't even know. So they're pretty, they have a lot of ingenuity about them. So yeah, would they like more? Do they need more? Sure. Will they not be able to win the war? I think they could win the war without them, frankly. But judging by the Russians, right? I mean, they're not really putting up a fight. I'm not saying they're not fighting hard where they do fight, but I mean, the Ukrainians have an overwhelming superiority in tactics and even in I think their armored defenses, their reactive armor is better than anything that the Russians have, right? So I mean, we had that armored officer who said his tank got hit 5 times. That's the armor that the Americans helped them with. So look, always could be better, always could be more. Winning 6,000 kilometers squared of your territory back in a week. I'm not going to say that they're dying without them. I mean, could they? Is it better? Yes. So that's all I can say about it. I can't comment. I just don't know, right? I'm not a fly on the wall in the president's office. Sorry about that.
No, that's right. Thank you.
No worries. Brian.
Yes, good afternoon, Yehuda. Thanks very much. I had a quick question, which on a matter that a bit of terminology that I've heard used, which I thought I had a rough understanding of it, but I might be mistaken. I'm pretty certain that you'll be able to clarify it for me. When the talk comes to the air supremacy or air superiority versus, as I believe I heard it also mentioned once, air parity. Now, I'm presuming this is refers to more than simple, the numerical stats, but probably the combat effectiveness of whatever air assets you have. And it looks like the Ukrainians have been pulling off some true miracles, although probably looks like that because they're so damn good at it with the limited assets that they have to maintain air cover over their operations. Does air superiority refer to the use of air assets to dominate the localized space for your area of operations, and consequently to deny the same to your opponent? Or what specifically does air superiority mean?
It's without prohibitive interference. So if nobody can interdict you and can prohibit you access to the airspace, then that is air superiority.
No. It's air supremacy. So I'll answer the question. Sorry. Air supremacy.
Well, I disagree. Air supremacy is incapable of effective interference.
No, we have a definition for it. Yeah. Well, I don't know how you learned it, but we have a standard here. It's a NATO standard we use. So it's air supremacy would be. I'll just give an example without getting into details. Air supremacy is America and Afghanistan. There's nothing there. You're not facing threats. Air superiority, it can be. That would be what you just said, Axel. Like you have the freedom of movement. There are some threats. It's not enough to alter your plan. There are risks, but you for the most part have the upper hand. Now that could be in numbers, quality of aircraft, but it's usually would be like totally peer on peer Air Force that would be fighting that. And you would have, in some cases, like for example, Ukraine can have air superiority in Kherson Oblast because they have a whole bunch of air defense systems that mitigate the Russian risks. Air parity would be a little draw where there's nothing that they can do to you to stop you and you can't do anything to stop their air, and then that's air parity. The fourth level is called unfavorable. It's where there's no you can't fight anything that they have, and it's an unfavorable air condition. Now these are called it's called the scale of air control, and that's just a NATO doctrine. We have, maybe Germany has a different one, but it's superiority would be, for example, if you think of World War II, the Germans had air superiority in most of France, but yet the British could still go in and do certain things, and eventually that superiority waned, and then it was air parity, and then eventually the allies had air supremacy at one point, right towards the end. So it's a scale that moves up and down. You can't really. It's not one term for the entire campaign. You could have it in certain areas, right? So not to cut you off, Axel, I don't know what you learned, but I'm just saying this is. Ironically, I just had to read this for something I had to do.
No worries. So I'm just old.
No, it's okay. But it's just, in fact, the Americans still call it something different. They call it air dominance. So we don't, it's just not, so we have to learn our nation's thing when we train, like for this on a brigade and battle group level. And then we learn the NATO equivalent, because the idea is we have a NATO standard. So the NATO standard is actually that. So maybe the Americans don't care because they do their own thing sometimes about the terminology, but I've heard a lot of Americans use the term air dominance. And I've seen it in old PAMs in our stuff. And again, the only thing a ground force person like myself takes into consideration is that, because it helps me plan it plays into my estimate, the concept of what ability the enemy has to inflict damage on me. Do we have air superiority? Do we have air supremacy? Or is it parity? And that will dictate how I do things on the ground, because I don't want to do certain things and I don't want to make certain moves if I don't have, if my nation, if my side friendly doesn't have air supremacy or air superiority, right? Air superiority. If I'm given an insum that says we have air superiority and I'm making a plan, that doesn't mean a frogfoot's not going to come flying through and hit my stuff. It means it could. It might be relatively, it might be
the chance might be small, but I have to account for it. So if I suspect that, if I'm told in an INSUM that there is a capability of enemy air, fast air, and I don't have air defense, any air defense element cut away to me, I might ask my commander, well, the INSUM says I could get bumped here by some frog foot. Okay, well, we'll cut this away to you, and then I can, reasonably assume that my air defense will protect my forces, like my brigade, as I'm moving across the map. So it's really mission specific, and it's area specific. So those two factors play into it. If it's air parity, then it's anyone's game. Then you could be hit, they could be hit. So that also affects it. Obviously, as a ground commander, you would love to know that you have air supremacy, so that you're pretty much you're free from any constraints of enemy air asset affecting your plan. It's all about how it affects your plan, your mission, your orders, right? And as long as you account for it, if you're in the war, if you're in a staff college or a military institute, like in the military, learning how to do these things, no one's going to fail you for having casualties happen in a war game exercise. It's did you consider it, right? Like, did you, if you considered, if we're doing like a simulation, and we have a test where we write, for a week we write orders for something, and I don't ask my commander for any air defense capabilities, and I happen to miss one of the INSUMs. The INSUM is a bit of data that comes at me that says that there is enemy air in the vicinity of my objective, and I don't ask for it, and then I get bumped by air, then I would fail, because you should have known that there was this in the area, and you didn't ask for those air defense. We didn't cut it away to you, but you need to ask us, because you need to do your job in your AO, right? Because the division commander doesn't micromanage every brigade or every BG battle group commander. So it depends, and that's why it's important. So I'm painting the big picture why those words matter. Those words aren't something you put at the end of a book like a footnote. It actually directly affects a commander's plan. So I'm sure Ukrainian, in the beginning of this war, most of them were told this is definitely an unfavorable air situation, and as they got more air assets, then it became. I suggest that a lot of the war was air parity, because the Ukrainians had so much, like the most amount of had a ton of man pads and stingers in country, that it negated the effects of Russian air. So it took Russia from having air superiority to having air parity, which is shocking, because it's almost like a self-inflicted wound. There'd be no reason why you wouldn't expect the Russians to be able to have completely dominated the air and had air supremacy from day one. That's what the Americans did with Iraq. That's what they did with Afghanistan. If there were any planes in Afghanistan, I doubt, maybe a couple Cessnas or something, or crop dusters. But other than that, that's the reason. So that's kind of I give you a loose definition. I can give you the doctrinal definition. It probably won't mean much, but the key is that's why it's important. It's in the planning process that understanding these levels of air control are important. Now, if you're an Air Force person like Axel, I have no idea. I have no idea air to air. It's not. But we're talking about relationship to the fight on the ground, and this is a ground war. So that's why I'm mentioning it. These are big considerations based on how the enemy air can affect your plan, or your ability to complete your objective, and your ability to mitigate those risks. Sometimes you have no choice. Sometimes there's air. We have no air defense. You're done. You got to do what you got to do. That's what the Russians are doing. They're being told, you don't have any air defense capabilities in Kherson. And normally they'd be, okay, let's leave. Let's go somewhere else. But they're like, no, we're going to stay here. And they're just getting picked off by Ukrainian air. Hope that helps, Brian.
Yes, it does perfectly. Thank you very much. My only term of reference actually was from the Second World War, and particularly with the protection of the Normandy beachhead, maintaining air superiority over that area of operations. And I could be wrong about that, but I believe I read somewhere that the same was true for the Dieppe parade, for all the good that it did for what happened on the ground. But the air umbrella was maintained over that area of operations. But anyway, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Axel, if you want to take over a bit, there's a bunch of people coming up. But I gotta
No
get on.
worries. I'm here. Let's see who is willing to have a little chat and who has questions. Rusty, yes, good evening. How are
Hi,
you?
I have some question I would like to ask about Advance. Hello?
Shoot.
Oh, can everyone hear me or?
I can hear you fairly well.
Yeah, but are you everyone? Okay, so I thought I was just talking with you. Okay, so
Yeah, we don't do this by acclamation. It's not going to be 15 people saying, "Yay, we can hear you."
okay,
Come
yeah.
on. It's all right.
Okay, so I was just wondering what units. So Yehuda, I was thinking to ask you the question. So you were telling about Crimea has fallen, and I was thinking, or wondering, what Russian divisions and units do we know have been able to retreat? Do we have any clarifications on Russian units that managed to escape from the pocket? That's my first question.
I don't. I mean, it's a hodgepodge of Russian units, to be honest with you, and they've all dispersed. So we do know that the first Guard tank army was mostly destroyed. I mean, at least 30 to 70%. It's a big range, but Chuck says he has some other information, and that's fair. Yeah, we had 237 naval infantry. They went bye-bye. A couple of EDV units. A lot of units have been destroyed. But can I ask what's the point of the question? Do you just want to know which units were destroyed, or do you want to know that units were destroyed at all, like in general?
So I'm really curious about what the Ukrainian army have to their east. Like if they have a massive Russian army to their east, or if it's just open territory mainly. Like around Staroblisk and.
Bielsk, yeah. So sorry, I don't understand. I don't exactly understand it. Can you? What's in?
Yeah,
go ahead.
You
restate it.
You said you earlier talked about Severodonetsk and Luhansk will probably fall because they can move up down the P66, and I believe they will do that too, because taking those cities now is just easiest choice to make, I think, and moving further south. But could you also see smaller recon elements moving from Savatov to Staroblisk and trying to take up positions outside that town, or do you think they will just go all in on the southern push?
No, I don't think they'll go all in on the southern push. They have to have array their forces also for a possible counterattack, right? They always have to consider the enemy's actions. There wouldn't be no recce going. Recce's purpose is to shape the enemy, to locate them, to report back to the commander the best way to get to the enemy. So recce moving that far out of their lines doesn't really make sense. It's usually within the avenue. It's within the avenue of approach, and the recce is at the front of it. It's a screen. We call it a screen, and the recce would conduct a screen ahead of the main body. Is there defense in depth? I mean, I don't know for sure, but I suspect that the Ukrainians might have enough defense in depth there to send a brigade, maybe 3 brigades toward east to secure their border there. I'm not sure if they need to do it right now. I don't know what their plan is, right? So I don't know their composition, and I don't know the Russians' composition in full. But if this was a fantasy football thing, and I had a little more than they're saying, then I would say that they could put depending on Russian, I don't think the Russians have much in that northeast part. So if they sent up a brigade's worth, 3 battle groups flying up through there, they could probably secure whatever they needed to. And in front of each battle group would be a recce platoon or a recce company doing what they're doing, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not beyond the realm of possibility. However, Severodonetsk clearly is most likely a very serious objective, and it's definitely vital ground.
Your estimates are between 15 to 20,000 Russians in the pocket west of P66?
Yes, I would say more. Yeah, I'd say 20. Yeah. Yeah.
And then when they push past Severodonetsk and Lysychansk, if they don't meet resistance in the town and then manage to push on, they'll roll up the entire flank, and the Russians will have to retreat the way you said earlier.
Well, I would do it the other way around. For example, there is a mechanized brigade of LNR clowns. They're not very good. They're in Severodonetsk or nearby. So them versus a division of Ukrainians, it's going to be gross and the game over. So what'll happen? They'll secure the city. They'll move towards the river there. Across the river, right? Because Lysychansk on the other side. They'll set up positions. They'll block. They'll block any any Russian retreat from the north, but they're also cutting off their supplies. So eventually, what do you want to do? You want to run down and fight them? I would take, if those artillery brigades are close by, I'd take those really quickly, try to get as much of that out of, destroy them or seize them, and then I would let the infantry there get starved out, frankly, right? There's no need to engage them if they can't get fed and have no more rounds left, and they're caught between two large Ukrainian forces. Then there's no hope for them, right? So Ukrainians, again, they're thinking everywhere they go. If it was a decisive, if they felt they could decisively beat the Russians in that kind of maneuver in a day, sure, but the reality is they are, they could just cut them off. But I don't think they'd want them to escape to the southeast and head towards Donetsk either. So it's either or. They have a lot of options. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I think that the most comfortable I'll say is going to Severodonetsk and securing it. And that would be a mission task verb. So
do you weigh it as they have two options that counter each other, like either block all the Russian troops in the pocket and make them surrender all, or let some of them maybe manage to escape but push further south? Or do you think they have the possibility to block all the Russians?
Well, the thing is this: the Russians that are facing Bakhmut, we have to assume to a degree that they're engaged, right? They're fighting, they're fighting. So if they were to just stop fighting and start to move away, Ukrainian observation posts, listening posts would pick this up. Then a decision would be made: do we let them leave or do we chase them? Right? Do we push through? Because they're squeezing them. They're getting squeezed on the northeast by one Ukrainian force and on the west by another Ukrainian force. There is a natural egress through the H32 or something, or 42, so they can make it back to what's that town called? Alvisk or Alvisk? What is it? Team? Anyone? Or they can just head down to Donetsk, right? Alchevsk, yeah. So they can go that road if they want, but they're at risk of breaking contact when you're decisively engaged is a supremely difficult thing to do. It's a very, very difficult thing to do. So Alchevsk is a possibility on the M30. My apologies, and my apologies again. From Bakhmut. 1 second.
That is still more than a trickle.
Sorry, I'm looking at the H32. Yeah. So from the Bakhmut area, the H32 goes straight into Pervomaisk and down to Alchev. So they could beat the retreat that way if they move fast enough, right? Because Lysychansk is it's still, if they were to try to interdict, it's about 25 kilometers from Lysychansk down to the H32, and they'd lose the main MSR about halfway down, and they'd have to take smaller roads to get to Pervomaisk. If they did make that route, if that's what they were able to do, if they were able to get down from Lysychansk to a town called Pervomaisk, if you're looking at it, those Russians' goose would be cooked. The next other alternate route is through Svitlodarsk on the M03. But I don't even know if they have access to that right now. Either way, they would have to make sure that they weren't decisively engaged and that they were able to disengage, to break contact with the Ukrainians. But all the while, while they're engaged with the Ukrainians at Bakhmut, you have the rest of these guys just flying through, right? The rest of the Ukrainians are just flying through Severodonetsk and pushing down, because they've got a bunch of artillery brigades to the rear, and then they have only two rifle brigades. They could clean up the area south of Lysychansk all the way halfway down that Russian front to that H-32. They could clear it up pretty quick, and then that would push the Russians further south. The question is, do they want those Russian troops in Donetsk, or do they want them destroyed or surrendered? So I've given you a couple of examples, Rusty, but
Yeah,
I
so
can't give any
if you went for the destroyed and surrounded, how would you like do the final stage with destroying them?
Well, you pull the triggers and then shoot them.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
but
wish I could.
yeah, but you said that you most like they might not be able to bag the entire pocket, right?
Back the entire pocket?
Bag as a
Bag. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, no, they have enough troops to come down and advance and clear the enemy. They do. But the question is, will they get to them in time before they break apart again and flee south?
Yeah.
Right. So they do have the ability to cause a lot of damage. Remember, they've got them on the west and the north. But if their goal is to get a surrender or to destroy them or to let them escape, I don't know. That's what I was saying. Those parts of their intent, I do not know.
And if the Russians completely rout like they did in Kharkiv in certain areas, then they probably will be easy to follow the entire way until some other Russian troops block the path.
Listen, if they fell apart like they did in Kharkiv, then they're just going to run due south. That would be the safest bet for them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
No worries. Michael.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. Simple one. In Germany, apparently the arms manufacturer Rheinmetall has taken upon itself to refurbish Marder IFVs from industry stocks, and finally have gotten the first 16 ready to send to Ukraine. Yeah,
I'm not an armored guy or a mechanic, but I'm not an armored guy or a mechanic, but I maybe Axel knows a bit about, because he's from here.
German press saying 4 weeks tops from scratch.
If
Thank
you're
you.
completely incompetent and if you know nothing, then it takes 4 weeks. But the Ukrainians are in exceptionally good mood. They're reasonably capable, as one has seen, and they're currently quite battle tested. And they have a lot of well trainable staff. But
Thank
the
you.
16 from Rheinmetall haven't been released yet. That's the main problem.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was referring solely to Rheinmetall and not to the German government.
Yeah,
And why I said somebody's finally getting his ass off the couch. I'm not talking about the federal government, which still hasn't given the export license.
No, I
Right?
understand, but Rheinmetall already fixed the first Marners up before Easter. The first 5 were finished by that time already.
I got a news update just 20 minutes ago. Scholz called Putin, or Putin called Scholz. So if you wanted to guess what that was about.
It was a mistile pocket dial.
Butt dial a la
Putin
Giuliani.
asked whether he can get the Marners.
What is it, Rusty?
It's 20 minutes ago. The news came that Putin and Scholz was talking on the phone.
About what? Was that the news, that they had a phone call, or do you have any more information?